Hi, it's time for another math easy solution. To discuss further into the 9/11 Truth video series. Now look at part 6. And this is a video I didn't want to make right now, but I thought I just felt the need to do it. And it's going to be on controlled opposition. Look at the mini nukes and Building 7, the demolition, Hoax, and the AE911Truth, or the architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth movement, how it's a complete hoax and disinfo, etc. Plus much more. It's going to be a pretty epic video, so buckle up. And also, as always, if you don't have time to watch this whole video, you could skip to the end for summary conclusions, or play this video at a faster speed. And top secret life hack: your brain gets used to faster speed. Try 2 times speed on YouTube. It's absolutely amazing. And also, you can download, read the notes, or read these notes on Steam. It'll be on there. So yeah, get on Steam. And you can just watch the video in part. It doesn't be all at once. So let's just jump right in and look at the topics to cover. And also, before I get to that, part 4, make sure to watch that. It's a Dr. Judy Wood litmus test, and this video that I'm going to do right now is it's pretty much an illustration of why you need to use this all the time. Yeah, because there's so much disinfo out there, and you need some sort of benchmark or anchor to keep you afloat, and that's the Dr. Judy Wood litmus test. So now let's look at topics to cover. So 9/11 Truth updates. I'll include an important note on why I'm making this video. Also, update to my 2020 U.S. elections prediction update, and where I predicted in my last video that Trump wins again. But this time I'm going to predict against Hillary Clinton, and the reason's going to be pretty ridiculous because politics is a complete joke. So, and also part 4, I'm going to go, not everything that goes boom is a bomb. And then I'm going to go over a recap of the Stephen Jones and cold fusion cover-up from my free energy video series, and basically talk about the murder of cold fusion researcher and Stephen Jones critic Eugene Malov, murder of Dr. Judy Wood student Michael Zabur after exposing Stephen Jones' lies about molten aluminum or glowing aluminum, etc. And also go over Dr. Judy Wood's receiving a threatening email after Michael's death. Yeah, that's actually happened. You can't make this stuff up. And also going to go over the 9/11 quote truth movement and censorship of Dr. Judy Wood, as well as then jump into architects and engineers for 9/11 quote truth, how they're a controlled opposition. Also, go over their methodology and strategy that they employ to basically steer everyone away from the truth and steer anyone away from making any actual change in the world. And also go over the AE911 Truth Freemason Logo. They're literally telling you directly, yeah, just what they are all about. I just gotta open your eyes. And also, and then I go on a sidetrack over here, and yeah, before I get to that, basically warning, I get kind of sidetracked, so if you are not prepared to get your whole worldview flipped upside down, please ignore this section. Basically go over into occult, esoteric, and Freemason symbolism, including the Vatican, George Washington, Apple, Google, and some other gematria codes, the Trilateral Commission, the recycling logo itself, and much more. Basically, it stems from this Freemason logo and the AE911 Truth, and then I kind of go AWOL there. So if you don't want to, yeah, if you want to keep your sanity or your worldview intact, just skip that. But just watch. It's pretty ridiculous. And then the part 10, I'm gonna go over the SGT report interview with James Perloff on mini nukes and show how it's absolutely disgusting disinformation, and that's gonna be the bulk of this video. I'm going to look at that quote molten steel and quote hot ground zero disinfo. I'm going to go over the Stairway B survivors in World Trade Center 1 and how it's a smoking gun. I'll show ambulances undamaged right at the ground level beside World Trade Center 1. A smoking gun and exploding debris disinfo. So much disinfo. And I'm going to show off the Spira and the towers, or there's a column called the Spira, and the towers literally turning to dust. That's another smoking gun. And then I'll show how the only filing cabinet found and has paper unburned. This is another smoking gun. There's weird fires and unburned paper. smoking gun. And then go over basically the James Perloff disinfo strategy, which is muddy the 9/11 research and make people politically impotent. It's just ridiculous. So they don't have any way of actually making political change. And also go over how cars spontaneously burning, Perloff lying about seismic data, and how the dust cloud was not hot, and then more molten steel disinfo, so much more about, and Perloff's obsession with Israel, and insinuating that Dr. Judy Wood might be an Israeli agent. Can't make this stuff up. So much projection. It's ridiculous. And then go over the whole Building 7 disinfo nonsense, and also how SCT report has no mention of Hurricane Aaron in that video. It's just ridiculous. And then also in this video, I'm going to go over the post 9/11 shows the Oculus Eye sculpture and black cube symbolism, Wikipedia censorship of Dr. Judy Wood, AE911 censorship of Abraham Hovis Rodriguez, who was part of AE911Truth, and also he's the one who wrote Dr. Judy Wood's bio that got deleted, and then he got banned from Wikipedia. And basically, Dr. Judy Wood's work is also censored just heavily on 9/11 Truth, AE911 Truth. And also go over Building 7 turning to dust for 7+ hours, and how that's a smoking gun. Hashtag not demolition. And then this video goes into so much, and basically go over also David Icke, how he hypothesized a laser or sound weapon was used to turn the towers to dust, literally just a year after 9/11, yet keeps pushing AE911 Truth demolition disinfo. Why is he doing that? Once I show you that in his book he wrote that they literally turn to dust, and then all of a sudden just flips on this. And also how Sean from SCT Report gets defensive with Andrew Johnson, who is a great researcher in 9/11, when Dr. Judy Wood is brought up. And again, the question is why? Sean from SCT Report posts more but varied nuclear bombs disinfo, this time from a controlled opposition group, Veterans Today. So much controlled. And also show how SCT Report posts disgusting and slanderous alien scientist disinfo toward Dr. Judy Wood is another fake YouTube channel, in my humble opinion. And also go over the psychopath Stephen Jones, co-founder or one of the founders of AE911 Truth and cover-upper of Cold Fusion, and how he literally laughs at Dr. Judy Wood losing her university position while following a controlled opposition strategy of not mentioning her name, her book, or her groundbreaking research, because remember, her name is too dangerous for these powers that shouldn't be. And also go over Alex Jones gets quiet with Jesse Ventura when Dr. Judy Wood's work is brought up. And also go over Colbert Report and Popular Mechanics wouldn't dare touch Dr. Judy Wood's work, with a 10-foot pole. Again, why? Why aren't they? Is it Popular Mechanics was involved in, quote, debunking many of the fake conspiracies about 9/11, but they wouldn't even mention her name. And also Colbert Report, supposedly a truth alternative media, won't even interview or bring up Dr. Judy Wood's name. It's just ridiculous. And also go over the summary and conclusions. And then this is the part of the section of the video why I am pretty much making these videos, is because this is too important. And basically because 9/11, in my view, is the fulcrum of the world, where everything rests upon it. All the wars are based upon it, and basically all the hidden technology, everything, what's happening around the world, the solutions and the problems are involved in 9/11. And also part 24, I'm going to go over the nuclear argument, which is, 9/11. It solves so much, or is the best answer for so many problems or arguments. It's just absolutely amazing. And then also my recommendations for, quote, alternative media, and basically of some recommendations on people that I find truthful, that I've listened to quite a bit, just to help you if you wanted to see where you can start from. Anyways, let's just jump right in. It's going to be a pretty epic long video, so let's go important notes. So once again, I've been sidetracked from research into the 9/11 Commission report, as I was wanting to do in my last few videos, but ended up sidetracked because I was hoping to analyze the, quote, official report as well as official, quote, official NIST report before I went into the details of what happened on 9/11 and the ridiculous amount of disinfo controlled opposition groups trying to suppress what actually happened. So I wanted to get all the full mainstream before I went over the controlled opposition, but I guess I gotta jump in right now. But after seeing so much blatant lies by so-called, quote, alternative media outlets, I feel it is necessary to go over just some of the many disinformation being spread by those claiming to be seeking the truth. This is also a type of video I don't like making because I'd much rather expose the mainstream media's lies instead of the, quote, alternative media's lies. But since many people truly believe in that some of their favorite, quote, alternative media outlets are telling them the truth, I feel the need to step in because what happened on 9/11 is the fulcrum upon which the entire world operates, and whatever lie, regardless of how small, will not be tolerated. Yes, anyways, so now, yes, that's my reason of making this video. So now let's jump into my updated 2020 US elections prediction. So recall in part 5 that I predicted that Trump would win the presidency again in 2020 because he is a perfect candidate for the media to use to divide people. The media's non-stop onslaught against Trump, from calling him and his supporters racist, sexist, fascist, etc., has also the effect of making large portions of the population that see through the lies of the media think that the media doesn't want Trump to win, when in fact it is quite the opposite. Hashtag reverse psychology. And this is proved by the fact that the mainstream media as a whole never attacked Trump about his continuation of the Bush-Obama warmongering, but in fact keep urging him to increase military pressure with the bogus Russia, North Korea nonsense. So yeah, they keep pushing war, so literally nothing's changed. But to add to this prediction, I believe Hillary Clinton will once again be the Democrat nominee and once again lose to Trump. Hashtag ha 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 ha. But and this is because as much of a perfect divide and conquer candidate that Trump is, Hillary is just as effective. Her public persona is so finely constructed by the mainstream media that many people actually believe her to be a decent human being, and that she only lost because Americans are sexist and quote racist. But those that do more than 5 minutes research into her past will quickly see that she may be in fact the devil's bride, the devil incarnate himself or herself. So thus, both Trump and Hillary are the perfect candidates for the manufactured divide and conquer strategy being played on the entire world, but this time there will be 4 years of build-up before Trump ultimately wins again, thus making the brainwash frenzy of half the American population in 2016 following his win literally look like child's play. So thus, grab your popcorn. Yeah, because there's if there's one positive trait of the current world ruling government, it is that they sure do have a sense of humor. Hashtag actually. Now let's see how my prediction plays out. Stay tuned for that. Hopefully I'm correct, but I have a feeling I might be. Yeah, now another update I found on BBC was the British MPs, or members of Parliament, they had a private debate on anti-terrorism after 9/11. This is ridiculous. Hashtag democracy dies in darkness is from BBC's website there on our Democracy Live. Notice this X. There's always an X everywhere. It's the X or the cross. I believe it has some sort of occult or hidden or esoteric symbolism. I might get into that in later videos. So basically, if you go in here, sitting in private, this was posted 2009, Parliament retains the right to hold debates in private, and any MP can propose that members of the public and press be removed from the galleries at any time. This is ridiculous. But the procedure is seldom successful. The last time the Commons sat in private was on December 5th, 2001, when it was debating the Anti-Terrorism, Crime and Security Bill. This is ridiculous. Why are they debating this stuff that the government obviously were in on, turning the towers to dust and so on? This is just absolutely ridiculous. Nothing like BBC's Orwellian quote doublespeak, in which their Democracy Live section is explaining how politicians meet in private to discuss draconian laws based upon lies like 9/11. Hashtag defund BBC, and just stop voting for these fools. And now let's look at, quote, explosions. So I've heard many people bring up that witnesses saying they heard loud, quote, explosions, or that they can see some explosions on the buildings, and then use this to, quote, prove the controlled opposition demolition theory. This is short-sighted because, in the words of Dr. Judy Wood, not everything that goes boom is a bomb. Basically, many pressurized objects, quote, explode when under lots of pressure, such as water tanks, firefighter oxygen tanks, and as well as simply large amounts of building materials losing all structural support as they were being turned to dust in midair. You're going to see some sort of mini quote explosions, or just a bunch of stuff being happening. And here's an example, just an egg in a microwave, it goes boom. It's actually pretty interesting right here. Let's just click this over here. All right, here's just a video of 2 eggs in a microwave. Let's see what happens. And here I just up the volume quickly. Let's play it again.
What the hell? Yeah, there's one. Oh, that was freaking bad. Oh, shit. No, what am I doing? This one.
Wow. Okay, so yeah, you get the idea of that. I just wanted to show that. because microwave can be considered as a directed energy weapon or whatever you want to use it for. Wow, very interesting. Basically, your microwave can be viewed as a directed energy weapon. Now, imagine taking a simple microwave and scaling it up by just a few $1 trillion. Just a few, as well as ensuring Hurricane Aaron is at its closest to New York City at exactly the same time of the quote terrorist attacks. Hashtag seems plausible. So so maybe some microwave and electrical field interference is pretty amazing outcomes, I believe. So anyways, this is just a simple thought experiment as I try to identify the hidden technology and hidden science used on 9/11 as I continually research into creating my own free energy tech. So make sure to watch my video series. The links on near the top and also in the description below. So now let's go further. Let's look at Stephen Jones, the cold fusion cover-up, architects and engineers, and the so-called 9/11 quote truth movement. So recall in my nearly 8-hour hashtag free energy video series in part 2 of that. In that part 2 video on nuclear physics, I went over literally an 8-hour video. It's just because I wanted to learn everything about nuclear physics, at least the mainstream of it, to get an overview. And recall that how I also illustrated how Stephen Jones was instrumental in the cover-up of Stanley Pons and Martin Fleischmann's cold fusion free energy research in 1989. Stephen Jones, whom is almost certainly a government disinfo agent. This is almost like fact now, is also a founding member of the almost certain, I'm just putting almost certain, for legal purposes, disinfo quote organization, architects and engineers for 9/11 truths, with this quotation marks there. So let's look at Stephen Jones on Wikipedia, what it says about him. So Stephen Earl Jones is an American physicist. Among scientists, Jones became known for his long research on muon-catalyzed fusion and geofusion. Jones is also known for his association with 9/11 controversies. Notice they don't say conspiracies with them. Jones has claimed that mere airplane crashes and fires could not have resulted in so rapid and complete a fall of the World Trade Center towers and 7 World Trade Center or Building 7, suggesting controlled demolition instead, based upon his own experiments. In late 2006, sometime after Brigham Young University (BYU) officials placed him on paid leave, so not fired, he elected to retire in an agreement with BYU. He's probably got some money still out of it. Jones continued research and writing following his early retirement from BYU, including a paper published in Europhysics News in August 2016. So MES note, recall from my hashtag for energy part 2 that Dr. Judy Wood's student Michael Zabor was murdered on March 2006, and this is when pretty much I believe that Stephen Jones was starting to join the 9/11 quote truth movement. This is Dr. Judy Wood's student was murdered after his research into aluminum glowing when heated contradicted Stephen Jones's quote molten steel thermite disinfo garbage. So make sure to watch that part there. And also note that shortly after Michael's death, Judy Wood received a threatening email that stated, "We've done it before and we will do it again if need be." And I will be covering this in more detail in later videos, but also make sure to watch my or at least the part in my part 2 of the free energy series to learn more about this, the cover-up of cold fusion and the murder of Dr. Judy Wood's student. Judy also said that prior to Michael's death, he told her, whatever happens, don't ever stop pursuing this. It's too important. This was on 9/11 and the I believe the energy phenomenon as well. He likely knew about it too. And also, I will never stop pursuing this either. So now, going further in the Wikipedia page, so Scholars for 9/11 Truth and Scholars for 9/11 Truth and Justice. Jones was a founding member of Scholars for 9/11 Truth for approximately 1 year as co-chair with James H. Fetzer from mid-November 2006 until the end of that year. Jones, Fetzer, and a series of other researchers and individuals engaged in a dispute about the direction of the organization. So Jones and others examined the claims of James Fetzer and Judy Wood. Notice that's one of the few mentions in Wikipedia over, i.e. that directed energy weapons or mini nukes destroyed the World Trade Center towers and delineated empirical reasons for rejecting them. And notice how they always combine mini nukes with directed energy weapons as if they go hand in hand. And here's MES note. Wow, one of the only mentions in all of Wikipedia that I was able to find of Dr. Judy Wood, and as expected, it is surrounded by disinfo such as, quote, mini nukes, and making the pathetic claim that the pathetic Jones AL and company, quote, debunked directed energy weapons, hashtag pathetic. Wikipedia is literally saying that someone that they debunk in their 9/11 Truth conspiracies, or 9/11 conspiracy page, where they debunk Jones, but they're saying Jones debunks that. Notice how they don't even write about directed energy weapons. So in December 2006, Stephen Jones and about 4/5 of the members voted to leave the Scholars for 9/11 Truth organization to establish Scholars for 9/11 Truth and Justice. So much just ridiculousness. While Jones is not a committee member of the Scholars for 9/11 Truth and Justice, his work is supported and documented by the group. By April 2010, that organization had grown to over 800 members. Affiliations: Stephen E. Jones was co-chair of Scholars for 9/11 Truth until December 5th, 2006, when he resigned his membership there and joined Scholars for 9/11 Truth and Justice. Also in 2006, Jones became a founding member of the Freemason Logo, as I'll show, architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth. It's ridiculous. He is co-editor of Journal of 9/11 Studies. So much just random groups and organizations. Jones is a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and has been described as a devout Mormon. He currently serves as a full-time senior missionary in the New Jersey Morristown mission of the church. Some background on him. And then Wikipedia says links covering Stephen E. Jones's cold fusion research, and it says Infinite Energy magazine article covering cold fusion with a mention of Jones's contributions. This is ridiculous. And also Wired magazine article covering cold fusion with mention of Jones's contributions. Notice the contributions. If you just read Wikipedia, you think that he's actually contributing anything. So just as with cold fusion, Stephen Jones is instrumental in the controlled opposition cover-up of 9/11 hashtag lock him up, as I'll go through in here. So now if you look at AE911Truth.org right here, I just want to show a photo of him. There's Stephen E. Jones should be in jail. Dr. Jones, a highly accomplished physicist and a humanitarian. This guy is one of the most evil humans to have ever lived, in my opinion, because 9/11 is so big, as I'll explain in this video later on. Yeah, so he takes great care to describe the highly advanced red-gray chips of nano-thermite composite incendiary explosive found in the World Trade Center dust samples. So let's take a look at these, quote, contributions to cold fusion. This is from the Wired magazine. So on the surface, Wikipedia makes it appear that Jones has some seemingly positive, quote, contributions to cold fusion research. Let's take a look. Again, to learn more about cold fusion, watch my free energy series, namely part 2, and I'll be probably covering cold fusion in extreme detail in part 3. So stay tuned for that. So here's from Wired.com, 1998. What if cold fusion is real? And going further just to see the contribution. So on March 23rd, 1989, Stanley Pons and Martin Fleischmann announced their discovery of, quote, cold fusion. It was the most heavily hyped science story of the decade, but the odd excitement quickly evaporated amid accusations of fraud and incompetence. When it was over, Pons and Fleischmann were humiliated by the scientific establishment. Their reputations ruined. They fled from their laboratory and dropped out of sight. Wow, that's what happens when you quote do science. See what happens? This is what the scientific method is. If you do real science, they ridicule you. So cold fusion and hoax became synonymous in most people's minds, and today everyone knows that the idea has been discredited. Everyone knows. Or has it? In fact, despite the scandal, laboratories in at least 8 countries are still spending millions on cold fusion research. So MES note, this is what happens when you step out of the line with a pathetic mainstream science establishment. You get literally derailed and ridiculed. Pretty much if you step out of that mainstream of anything, as well as the alternative mainstream, the mainstream alternative of everything, like 9/11 Truth and other organizations. So the euphoria was brief. Many physicists were highly skeptical that a couple of chemists could pull off such a feat. More damning, they were claiming to validate their far-fetched theory via an experiment that wasn't properly documented. In their defense, Pons and Fleischmann explained that they couldn't reveal all the details because the University of Utah's patent had not been yet approved. They admitted that the press conference had been premature, but claimed the university had urged them to go public when another scientist, a physicist named Steve Jones, turned out to be pursuing similar work. These excuses weren't well received. This is one of the worst articles I've ever read in my entire life. This is disgusting by Wired, and I'll explain why. That is the only mention of Jones in that entire article. So what exactly was his, quote, contribution? They named him name once, and basically they're saying, okay, they did a press conference because Jones was pursuing similar work. What does this have to do with anything? They don't explain it at all, and they're now saying these are excuses. This is disgusting. But note also that the pathetic mainstream, quote, news outlet Wired, or Wired there, greatly misleads their narrative about why Pons and Fleischmann prematurely held a press conference announcing the discovery of cold fusion, i.e. nuclear reactions or nuclear fusion at low or near room temperature conditions, as opposed to millions of degrees in stars or nuclear bombs, reactors, and so on. So from my free energy video series part 2, from part 2 video, I illustrate how Jones was instrumental in becoming a peer reviewer for a government grant Pons and Fleischmann were applying for, even though he was receiving government money in this same field. Hashtag WTF, what the F. Hashtag inside job. This gave Jones incredible insight into Pons and Fleischmann's work and their methodology, thus raised concerns that he would publish similar findings before Pons and Fleischmann were ready to publish their monumental discovery, and thus cause major problems in future patent application process. So basically, Jones somehow became a peer reviewer even though he's receiving money from the government. You're not supposed to have competing parties for the same grant money doing the similar research. You're not supposed to be peer reviewing so that you get insight into all of their work there. And then he was about to basically publish something else before, so they can't patent, and they were forced to publicly announce their stuff so that they can patent. So now let's look at Infinite Energy Magazine to see contributions Jones made to cold fusion, and to show you how Wikipedia is so misleading, it's ridiculous. But first, some context just to put all this together, and again recall again from Free Energy Part 2. Infinite Energy Magazine was founded by Eugene Malov, and then Malov closely followed the cold fusion phenomenon. He resigned from MIT, which is the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, in disgust after finding out MIT fabricated test results to try to disprove cold fusion. Malov wrote the 1998 documentary Cold Fusion: Fire from Water. Malov wrote the 1999 book Fire from Ice: Searching for the Truth Behind the Cold Fusion Furor. And then the following article, which I'll go over, was written between January and February 2001, in which he severely criticizes Stephen Jones, and in his whole book and the documentary, he's literally going after Stephen Jones as basically going after him in everywhere, but he just wouldn't call him out in the way I do, which is he's an almost certain government pure evil disinfo agent. And also, Malov founded the Magazine and New Energy Foundation in 2003. Keep the time frames in mind. Malov was murdered in May 2004 due to, quote, robbery. Hashtag don't you believe it. Not for 1 second. And Michael Zabor's uncle, William, or Bill Zabor, was the chairman of the New Energy Foundation. And Michael, which was Dr. Judy Wood's student, was murdered in 2006, shortly after disproving almost certain government-controlled agent Stephen Jones' claim that aluminum doesn't glow when heated, in order to push the bogus thermite distraction. And then Dr. Judy Wood received a threatening email shortly after her student was murdered, and then Dr. Judy Wood published her groundbreaking work Where Towers Go in 2010. Yeah, and here also, I forgot to include this, Jones helped create AE911Truth in 2006, very shortly after Zabur's murder. Hashtag you can't make this stuff up. And I'll be going over this in detail in a later video, so stay tuned for that. So yeah, cold fusion and 9/11 are very intertwined, and at the cover-up center of all of it is Stephen Jones, pure evil psychopath, in my opinion. So note the quote, the hashtag free energy issue is, again, intertwined with 9/11 right from the very beginning, which explains explains why Stephen Jones is instrumental in both the cold fusion cover-up and the founding of the pathetic controlled opposition architects and engineers for 9/11 quote truth. So had Malov and Zabur had they not been murdered, or quote murdered, i.e. almost certainly assassinated. In my opinion, it would not have taken long before they joined forces with Judy Wood in connecting the dots between hashtag free energy and 9/11, something which the establishment were not willing to gamble on. And now imagine if Malov and Sabur had not been murdered, and if Bill Cooper had not been allegedly or quote allegedly assassinated by quote cops, as I illustrated, I believe it was a part 4 video in my hypothesis that he was almost certainly assassinated, and that they were invited to Bill Cooper's popular radio broadcast along with Dr. Judy Wood, the world would be a different place if they just stopped murdering people. So anyways, look at now that you have some context, let's look at that Infinite Energy magazine to see infinite-energy.com to see if what kind of contributions they had. I mean that Stephen Jones has. If you go there, breaking through editorial and then ethics in the cold fusion controversy, published January of February 2001. Number 9/11 is on 2001. This is by Eugene Malov. There, and if you search Jones, only appears 4 times. Let's see what he says about him in those 4 times. So he says, Chubb introduces the series of papers by some of those who participated in or have reviewed the cold fusion controversy. Martin Fleischman, Reflection on the Sociology of Science and Social Responsibility in Science in Relationship to Cold Fusion. Stephen E. Jones, Chasing Anomalous Signals, the Cold Fusion Question. Signals out of heat. John O.M. Buckrus, Accountability and Academic Freedom, the Battle Concerning Research in Cold Fusion at Texas A&M University. And so that's the number 1 part, he says it. Let's see another part where he includes his contribution. Dr. Martin Fleischman in his essay provides a comprehensive historical review of the thinking which led him and Stanley Pond's experiment with a deuterium-palladium system in the mid-1980s. He touches on social and media questions, though not heavily, and he addresses the role that the military security issues may have played in the controversy. At one point, he makes a very pertinent remark. One outcome of this research has been a demonstration that scientists have developed a blindness for accepting unusual results. No doubt this is due in part to an excessive faith in invalid paradigms. And Dr. Buckrus makes an equally compelling comment. A comfortable illusion of the 20th century held not by scientists themselves but by the taxpayers is that scientists are somehow above the fray and highly honest. What a lot of nonsense this is. I absolutely agree with that. Yeah, the term experts, consensus, scientists is one of the most highly manipulative terms ever used. So Dr. Stephen Jones, in his skeletal 3-page commentary, confirms that he still trusts his sparse cold fusion neutron measurements. Fair enough, but Jones, the egocentric denier of excess heat, claims from day one, apparently has learned nothing and still knows nothing about the process of science. This is Eugene Malov literally ridiculing Stephen Jones as he should be. And then Wikipedia says, if you want to learn about contributions, Jones, check out this Infinite Energy one. So someone just reads it, they think, this guy's contributing stuff. And he says he's an example of the kind of scientist identified in the Buckrus quote above right here. What a lot of nonsense Stephen Jones is. So he's not above the fray and he's not honest, according to Eugene Malov and according to me. So Jones writes disingenuously, it is high time to strongly question claims of cold fusion based on crude techniques and to demand tests at a rigorous scientific proof level. I've not seen any compelling evidence of any cold fusion effects to date. So he's literally saying Jones is lying to you. If you only read the Wikipedia page about Stephen Jones, you would think he actually made quote contributions to cold fusion. Malov makes his views about Jones pretty clear, and that Jones was just part of the pathetic, quote, scientific takedown of the new, promising areas of energy research. If only Malov had realized that Jones almost certainly was a government disinfo agent, that he in fact knew full well of the real possibility of cold fusion, things would be different. Hashtag RIP Malov. So now let's get back to the pathetic mainstream, quote, truth movement of 9/11. If you look at Wikipedia here, it says 9/11 movement. Adherents of the 9/11 truth movement are conspiracy theorists. Oh man, it's like the CIA just like writing all this. Who dispute the mainstream account of the September 11th attacks of 2001, referred to as the truthers, sometimes pejoratively. This is just ridiculous. The group disputes the commonly accepted account that AI Al-Qaeda terrorists hijacked 4 airliners, crashed them into the Pentagon and the New York Twin Towers, whereupon the crash led to the collapse of the Twin Towers. Truthers This is ridiculous. Primarily focus on misinformation that isn't explained in the official NIST theory, such as the collapse of World Trade Center 7. Why is it not including that anyway? Again, that's probably on purpose. They suggest a cover-up and at least complicit by insiders. Look at these fake quotes or fake sources there. And look at this, government-controlled opposition. World Trade Center 7 didn't just blow up. It didn't blow up. And why talking about World Trade Center 7? Why not just talking about every part of it? The towers, where are the towers? That should be the question. Not what the F this trash is. So supporters of the 9/11 Truth movement at an anti-war demonstration in Los Angeles, October 2007. MES note, noticed a well-orchestrated, quote, protest. You got your camera, you got your kind of flag, you got your investigate 9/11. Not open your eyes and then impeach these presidents and throw every single one of them in jail, the politicians. No. Investigate it. You want the government to investigate something that you're insinuating that the government did. They're not going to investigate themselves. Just forget that. And I'll get to that strategy of the AI fake truth movement. Or architects and AE, AE. So basically, notice a well-orchestrated protest to push in the public's mind that Building 7 is the main area of concern, quote, people are wanting, quote, investigated. It's a perception management game. So architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth, and again, put the quotations mark on this trash. So architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth is an organization of architectural and engineering professionals who support the World Trade Center controlled demolition conspiracy theories and are all calling for a new investigation into the destruction of the Twin Towers and World Trade Center 7. The group is collecting signatures for a petition to the United States Congress that demands, quote, a truly independent investigation with subpoena power of the September 11 attacks, which, according to the organization, should include an inquiry into the possible use of explosives in the destruction of the World Trade Center buildings. And Richard Gage, a San Francisco Bay Area-based architect, founded Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth. They don't even mention Jones in this article. It's just ridiculous. And look, two people holding a banner of Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth. Notice how well orchestrated this is. Look at this. Look at the writing, the poster. Oh man, this is like too professional. Obviously, it's super professional. So Scholars for 9/11 Truth, the original is another group. The original Scholars for 9/11 Truth was founded by James H. Fitzer, a former philosophy major. And physicist Stephen E. Jones. Oh yeah, there's a mention of Stephen E. Jones, but they don't say that he started Architects and Engineers. Yeah, which is just ridiculous. I don't know why they don't say that. So in December 2005, it was a group of people, varying backgrounds and expertise, who rejected the mainstream media and government account of the September 11 attacks. Initially, the group invited many ideas and hypotheses to be considered. However, leading members soon came to feel that the inclusion of some theories advocated by Fetzer, such as the use of directed energy or miniature nuclear bombs to destroy the Twin Towers. Again, notice about this that they're talking about ideas, hypotheses. They're talking about now that anytime you hear directed energy weapons, they're going to include miniature nuclear bombs, as if those are just two competing theories. or CIA created theories. And then Fetzer, what about Judy Wood? We're insufficiently supported by evidence and we're exposing the group to ridicule. Absolutely ridiculous. What is Wikipedia doing here? By December 2006, Jones and others set up a new scholars group, Scholars for 9/11 Truth and Justice, whose focus is to use scientific analysis. Scientific perception management analysis is my term for it. The original members took a vote on which group to join, and the majority voted to move to the new group. So yeah, see the pattern here? The obvious, quote, mini nuke disinfo is used to cloud over and cast aside the only true explanation for 9/11, which is directed free energy technology. So now let's go further. Scholars for 9/11 Truth and Justice, another group they mention here. Scholars for 9/11 Truth and Justice, STJ, formed in January 2007, is a self-described group of scholars and supporters endeavoring to address the unanswered questions of the September 11, 2001 attack through scientific research and public education. The group is composed of more than 900 members, including Richard Gage, Stephen E. Jones, Jim Hoffman, David Ray Griffin, Peter Phillips, and former Congressman Daniel Hamburg. Yeah, Jones is like in every one of these groups founding these. Most members support the conspiracy theory that World Trade Center towers and a third skyscraper, World Trade Center 7, were destroyed through explosive demolition. In 2008 and 2009, several members of the Scholars for 9/11 Truth and Justice published essays in science and engineering journals. In April 2008, a letter by some of its members was published in the Open Civil Engineering Journal, In July 2008, an article by Stephen E. Jones and others was published in The Environmentalist. In October 2008, a comment by STJ member James R. Growley describing what he considers fundamental errors in Bassinet and Verdue paper was included in an issue of the Journal of Engineering Mechanics. I believe there were mainstream people there, mainstream narrative people. So in April 2009, Danish chemists and STJ scholars, what was the name for this? Scholars for Truth and Justice. And so much, let's put this quote, scholars are more like trash. And basically, yeah, right here. So in April 2008, Danish chemist and STJ, social justice award, SJW, no, STJ member Niels H. Harrit of the University of Copenhagen and 8 other authors, including some STJ members, published a paper in the Open Chemical Physics Journal entitled Active Thermitic Material Discovered in Dust from the 9/11 World Trade Center Catastrophe. The paper, which caused the editor and only peer reviewer, Professor Pellini, to resign, claiming it was published without her knowledge, concludes that chips consisting of unreacted and partially reacted nano-thermite or super thermite appear to be present in samples of the dust. LOL, this is so much for peer review. Hashtag science. I'll look into this further, but it's just so much ridiculousness going on here. Notice the constant push of World Trade Center 7 or quote Building 7 being quote demolished with quote explosives, so that people are seemingly forced to either believe the official story or that unprovable, it's literally impossible to prove, explosive did the trick, while completely ignoring that there were a total of 7 towers that turned to dust in midair, leaving barely any rubble or seismic impact. Hashtag where did the towers go? Also note the constant obfuscation of, quote, mini nukes whenever mentioning directed energy weapons. The cover-up game is on point. It's actually one of the most phenomenal things I've ever experienced. It's absolutely amazing. The level of detail and layers like an onion of disinfo being spread everywhere. And as usual, the pathetic government-controlled Wikipedia leaves out Dr. Judy Wood, which I view as the most feared person in the world, but although after being banned from Reddit's subreddit 911Truth subreddit, after just a few weeks of me looking into 9/11 and creating my own R911Truth MES and votes, subvote V or subverse 911Truth MES on vote.co, I think I may start catching up to her fear factor level. Hashtag stay tuned. So I might be able to take the mantle from her as the most feared person. And yeah, if you look at Sir Judy Wood on Wikipedia, his screenshot, absolutely nothing there. Oh, so much for truth in here. It's just ridiculous. And then they even mention directed energy weapons, but they write that Fitzer guy, that other disinfo guy, I believe. And then they include mini nukes in there, and they say, the engineer guys already says it's impossible. The conspiracy guys, the 9/11Truth, and so on. So let's go further. Architects and engineers for 9/11 quote truth equal definition of controlled opposition. I'll go over it. So if you want to understand what controlled opposition is, then look no further than AE for 9/11Truth. So if you look at over here, Architects and Engineers for 9/11Truth on the Wikipedia page, Architects and Engineers for 9/11Truth, or AE911Truth, is an American non-profit organization of architects and engineers who dispute the results of official investigations into the September 11 attacks, including the 9/11 Commission report. Founded in 2006, the group demands that the United States Congress pursue a, quote, truly independent investigation into the September 11 attacks, as they believe government agencies' investigation into the collapse of the World Trade Center have not addressed what it calls massive evidence for explosive demolition. And now here it is, Richard Gage, founder. What about Stephen E. Jones? Right here, and this is AE911Truth.org. And there's that same orchestrated photo there. Here's another one here, Richard Gage, second from the left with, there's the Richard Gage. This guy should be in jail, or underneath a jail, or just somewhere not near people. This guy is a pure evil psychopath, in my opinion. Richard, second from the left, with 9/11Truth activists at the World Trade Center in New York. This is 2010/9/11. So now let's go look at what they say about World Trade Center 7. According to Richard Gage, 7 World Trade Center, or 7 WTC, a 47-story high-rise building that was part of the World Trade Center complex and collapsed in the afternoon on 9/11 is the smoking gun. No, there's like 1,000 smoking guns of September 11. Provided the most compelling evidence that something was suspect about the building's collapse. that had not been told to the public. Now, look at this write-up by Wikipedia about Richard Gage and 911Truth, or AE911Truth. And again, the smoking gun, you'll see this all the time by disinfo agents or ignorant people about World Trade Center 7. And yeah, it's not the smoking gun. It's one of them. In my view, it's actually a very, very tiny part of it. There's so much more. Just towers turning dust is this, and then where do they go? The question is the smoking gun. Where do towers go? Yeah, so Gage, also described W7, WT7, World Trade Center 7. I don't know why they put the 7 in front. So 7 WTC as the most obvious example of controlled demolition. According to Richard Gage, the only way to bring a building down with free fall acceleration would be to remove its columns, which provide resistance to the force of gravity. Scott Granger, a fire protection engineer and a member of the group, told the BBC. See, notice how they talk to the BBC because they want people knowing about this fake disinfo. That the evidence that the evidence he had seen indicated the fires in 7 WTC were scattered about on the floors and would have moved on as they would have found no more combustibles. He thus claims that the fires could not have developed enough heat to cause the collapse of the buildings. And there's very little heat in the whole World Trade Center 7. The whole area was barely any heat, as I'll get to. The actual smoking gun is in the fact that there was barely any rubble at any of the 7 towers. Also note how the Building 7, or quote, Building 7 demolition disinfo makes an appearance on BBC. Almost as if they want people believing it could be demolitions. The mainstream media steers the alternative media as well. Hashtag genius, hashtag reverse psychology. So they put the conspiracies that they want you to know about, not the ones they don't want you to know anything about, like Judy Wood. Now just think about what AE911Truth are advocating here. As they want that independent investigation. They want the government to conduct an independent investigation in hopes of proving that the government was behind 9/11 or some parts of it. Hashtag WTF. If this is not the definition of controlled opposition, I don't know what is. It's literally like asking the prison guard to please release you from prison, or asking the dictatorship that is the United States military to stop bombing the world's poorest countries. Hashtag it won't happen. You're asking a dictatorship to do stuff. You're not going to get it done. Also note that the only mention of Stephen Jones in that Wikipedia page of the group he helped create was in the bottom next to his good old pal, good old controlled opposition pal Alex Jones. As I'll get later in this video, 9/11 is so big that anyone who says anything horribly wrong or horrible lies about it is controlled opposition, including Alex Jones, as I'll get to. Yeah, so here, if you go search architects and engineers there, if you just search for Stephen, the only part of Stephen is over here at the part of a series on 9/11 conspiracy theories, and they have Alex Jones, Stephen E. Jones, James Fitzer, and everybody here, except they don't have Judy Wood. And note how Dr. Judy Wood is nowhere to be found. Hashtag I wonder why. They even have a Million Muslim March. To give the indication that, the Muslims, they're trying to say, it was just a radical part of it. It was not Muslims that did it. Okay. Anyways, let's just jump right in here. And this is the way AE911, quote, truth, controlled opposition group strategy works, and it is as follows. So let's look at the steps they do. So first, what they want to do is they convince people the official story is wrong in some way or another. That's not hard to do. Propose a phony possible explanation like demolitions. Demand an independent investigation from the government. Get signatures from architects and engineers that agree with their proposition. Architects and engineers now feel like they are part of a real movement for change. So it's a lazy one. It's like putting a like on a charity on Facebook. You're not doing anything. Like solely liking something does not mean you're an activist. You got to do something more. So architects and engineers, so they feel like it, so then they're going to, basically pacify them. So now they're just there thinking, oh yeah, I signed up for this thing, so this is going to do anything. Now collect as much information as possible about these professionals. Make sure that none of them deviate from the scarce evidence supporting demolitions. Identify future professionals that may expose their lies, ensure that the movement, and one of the ones that they were trying to, they initially had was Andrew Johnson, then once you realize that now he's a huge proponent of Dr. Judy Wood, as everyone in the world should be. And so now ensure that the movement does not get too much traction so the public demand actually gets an independent government investigation. Again, quote, independent. Government's not going to do independent ever. If the miracle happens, let's say, and it's right now it's 16 years, it might be not 11, so it's 2001, it's 2017 right now, it's 11 years and counting, and there's still none of this independent and government investigation. It will never happen, in my humble opinion. So if the miracle happens, 6 years and counting, and that an investigation actually happens, then the results will simply prove controlled demolitions were not used. That's obvious. They'll say, okay, this is not used, there was none. So thus leaving the door open for more controlled opposition debate over how, quote, truly independent that investigation was, and or new controlled opposition speculations. All the while the United States, AL or AND Company and others continue to bomb the world in an ever unfolding police state. Hashtag wake up people. The overall goal, make people in the truth movement politically impotent, so that they can't change anything politically. It's just, that's straight up what they're doing. That's AE911Truth. It's the perfect definition of controlled opposition. So instead of asking the prison guards to let you out, just do your own investigation and just escape somehow. So, or save time and buy Dr. Judy Wood's book, Where Do Towers Go? And you could buy it here. I get a cut. It will help out at mes.fm/Judy Wood book. So now back to the AE911 logo. Hashtag you can't make this stuff up. You go to AE911Truth.org. This is their website. It's actually pretty damn good that they made it. They even have a beta site. This is a beta site. See what's coming. And look how it is. Everything is moved around. There's AE911. There's the compass. There's the ruler. That is the Freemason logo. That's not Freemason. I don't know what it is. Damn, their website is well made, but looks a little too professional. Now, if you go to the Facebook pages to get the better logo, but big size of it, notice what you have here. You got some controlled opposition people giving controlled opposition theories about this. Quote, demolition. There's architects, engineers that are over there. See what the number they have there. Oh, this is 2,750 engineers and architects that think that they're doing something good. Now, if you look at over here, they have over 400,000 likes. This is giant number of people. They're literally collecting. Look at their post right here. In a world of denial, fighting for the truth isn't easy, and you will often pay a price for doing it. But if you care about the world and about people, it is always worth doing. These people are disgusting psychopaths. How dare you basically use the goodness of people and trap them in this trash. So 400,000 people plus whom desperately seek the truth, getting misled by the psychopaths running this pathetic organization. Now if you go into that profile of that photo right here, there's the square, there's the compass, there's the plane, and then here you got people saying, yeah, keep the great work, AE. But this guy says a good comment, just for the fun of it, could one of the actual architects and engineers from AE911 Truth please estimate the size of the rubble piles? If you go over here, that would be left by a, quote, standard demolition of the 2 World Trade Center towers. I wouldn't think it that hard to estimate. I'm sure controlled demolition experts do it all the time. Looking at the pics, it seems that the piles are very small compared to 110 stories all falling into their footprint. Yeah, and no, I'm not satisfied into the, quote, weight of removed materials. I would like just a rough calculation of height, diameter of a pile, approximate size and characteristics of pieces. And then this person says, there was no rubble, just tons and tons of beams and concrete. Further, was trucked off pretty much immediately after. Literally, even as the search for survivors was happening. There are plenty of photos, though. Not sure what you're getting at. Look at this controlled opposition troll, making sure nobody, questions too much about where the F is the rubble. I'm not sure what you're getting at. You are thinking too much. What was obliterated for the government's explanation, perhaps? The obliteration aspect pertaining to interior walls, superficial structures. The WTC towers were mostly steel and glass. And he says, I was hoping a real engineer could estimate the size of the piles had the buildings been brought down by, quote, conventional controlled demolition. To me, it seems the piles and common pictures found in Google Images show way too little debris. I do know a bit about heavy construction, not on WT scale, but I would think the rubble pile should have been way bigger and spread out deep. The fact that almost no objects other than, quote, dust remain is very suspicious. I don't think now that the buildings were brought down by known CD methods. Seeing the small piles leads me to believe an unknown force turned everything to dust. You got that right. It says, I would think to be difficult to really estimate with much accuracy considering hundreds of dump trucks, that's the fake dump truck story, started hauling off the material damn near right after it hit the ground. Wait, what? There's dump trucks seconds within the buildings fell, that they're already there moving everything? It's so much BS, it's ridiculous. They seemed to be in such a hurry, I wonder how many humans they scooped up with the debris. And the person goes on, Christopher Paul, eventually only 10% of the bodies were found. The rubble was just dust and steel. Everything went to a landfill for screening. The more you look at this, the more questions come up. Still no answers that make sense. You got that right. So, well, the answers are Judy Wood's book. Just go to buy her book, Where Towers Go. So this person says, please do something with the plane until there's evidence that 767 flew in the Manhattan airspace. This image is contributing to the myth that planes were used. So one says, almost no one thinks that is a myth, all from live video and eyewitness account. The idea that there was no plane in NYC, there's two, is preposterous in the face of every item of evidence and eyewitness accounts. So it's BS here. Glad to see someone like Christopher Paul. Yeah, over here, Christopher Paul. And also, yeah, I believe this guy is also questioning as well. But yeah, I don't know about this guy. But yeah, Christopher Paul, it's a good thing, but people like him are questioning how conventional CD, a controlled demolition, can turn everything into dust. Or questioning how this, conventional one can turn nearly everything into dust. Hashtag free energy. Just buy Judy Wood's book. And also note that the troll's always there to comment nonsense such as trucks carried off the rubble, i.e. as the towers were turning to dust. Are these some mystical nano-sized drones taking up all of the dust and floating them upwards to the sky and all over the Manhattan? Because that's what happened. They turned dust. These aren't trucks. These are dust. And then also, just because something looks like a plane doesn't mean it is a conventional plane. When someone says no planes, just say, my view is there's no a conventional plane did not hit a conventional wall. And nothing was conventional in this whole magic trick show. So here's a logo from Facebook there of AE911Truth. So recall from my eye-popping video on the Vizzini Jesus sculpture at the Vatican Pope Audience Hall and the many connections to the occult Freemasonry stuff. So yeah, if you watch, if you go to my Steemit, I did a post there with all the notes there, video notes. And this is actually, yeah, so this is right here, Pope Paul VI Audience Hall, Vizzini Resurrection Sculpture, plus Vatican Obelisk, plus occult, plus more. So again, yeah, if you don't want your whole worldview to blow up, just skip this part. It's pretty fascinating. So this looks like a Baphomet character. Note, this is a mirrored image with the contrast modified to better see the Baphomet-like figure. So yeah, recall from a video, it's a must-watch. If anyone tells you large-scale conspiracies don't exist, just show them any of these images, literally mind blown. This is behind the Pope. I just mirrored it, so now it looks like Baphomet over there. Over here I upped the contrast so you could see the difference. What does that look like to you? That does not look Catholic or Christian in any normal sense of the word. So look at that. I don't know what this is over there. So like it's a giant boss fight or whatever. And then if you look at Baphomet, it looks like, yeah, if you look at over here, the Vizzini sculpture looks like Baphomet. Now if you go up here further, this is why I'm showing it. This is Baphomet. This is the Baphomet drawing, and there is George Washington. There is Zeus. So Baphomet, George Washington, Zeus, all doing the same pose. This statue of him in the U.S. This is just ridiculous. And now if you go up, if you go further here, this is a monument to George Washington, Freemason and first president. Freemason is above the first president. This is unreal. So note how Freemason is listed above first president. Hashtag not America first. So he's a Freemason. Now recall also the Freemason logo is this. It's a G with a compass and square. This logo sure does look familiar. So you got George Washington doing the Baphomet pose, same as Baphomet there. Zeus is similar, the finger up. This one's shirtless. And that is very similar to the Pope's one mirrored. The Vizzini sculpture is supposed to be Jesus, but now when you mirror it looks like the Pope or a person, a shirtless person. Now you got the Baphomet there. It's combined. I don't know what this is. This is just ridiculous stuff. So it's all intertwined. And there's a Freemason logo. And go make sure to watch that video. Your mind will be blown. Well, if you don't watch it, if you want to keep your sanity. So after listening to the popular YouTuber Titus Frost, he pointed out how the architects and engineers logo for 911 Truth looks awfully like the infamous Freemasonry square and compass logo. Let's investigate further. And this is where I kind of go a bit AWOL. So here's the Photoshop link here. I used it's a XCF file, and I used GIMP, just a free one there. You can download it. You can see just how he moved it around. And basically, he just put them next to each other. And notice this is the logo, and there's the Freemason one. Notice this is exactly like that, the compass, and then you got the ruler here. And then what's interesting is if you overlap, this actually looks. This looks pretty cool. Like this one actually looks pretty cool. I actually like this one better. And just note that I like this logo, bottom left with the G. Well, yeah, without the G, better than the original AE logo. It looks pretty cool like that actually. So you have that. There's a plane in there, and now for you, rotate the square. Rotate the square. It goes directly in the middle of this. This is absolutely fascinating. I believe there's, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and this goes 6. So the plane goes through directly through the middle of the square. This is not random. It's not coincidence. These people know what they're doing. This is so ridiculous. And as I'll show you, this goes beyond just AE911Truth. It's everywhere. Now, if you overlap like this, and if you overlap and only the squares rotated, so this one I rotated both just to show that. But enough, you just do that alone, and there it is. You just rotate it. It's like pretty much aligned to it. This is see-through to see it. I don't know about you, but I think we've just unlocked something here. It's absolutely amazing. Also note the square has 12 units on each side, in the plane, contrail or chemtrails, whatever you want to call them, line up to the 6th unit, i.e. perfectly in the middle of the Freemason square. Hashtag you can't make this stuff up. And note how the quote plane flies through the tip of the letter G. That's actually over here, right here. When you put the G in there, it goes through it. Oh man, this stuff is amazing. So let me know what you think, and which of the above designs was used as a template by the A architect and engineer designer. Hashtag not random. My view is it's not random. So now which one do you think it is? I think it's probably this one, but I do like which logo did I like? Oh yeah, I like this one actually. This one looks pretty cool like that. And then that's probably part of the design, is just turn it around. You'll see a lot of this once you open your eyes. And now that I think of it, even the Apple App Store icon looks like the Freemason logo. Hashtag not surprised. If you go and look at the Apple App Store, it's the this is the compass. There's the square over there. Do a Photoshop comparison like this. The G over it, overlap. It's pretty much very similar. They might as well just straight up use the Freemason logo, and it's pretty much hidden in plain sight. But then again, this is not surprising, at least, especially given my groundbreaking Pope Vizzini sculpture. You all must watch it, in which I covered possible genetic manipulation in ancient human history. It's actually so fascinating. All of which may be tied into the biblical tree of life and other, in my opinion, esoterically coded myths and legends. Everything's tied in together. If you look at even the Apple Forbidden Fruit logo plus Newton plus Apple, I'll just make this bold. It's just a section there. So from Adweek right here to the story behind Apple's logo, you notice everything is combined with the serpent, tree of life, and it's just ridiculous. And the Freemason logo and so on. This was actually the original logo there. Now notice what you have. You have an apple right here. This was, and then it changes like that from here to this one here, and also, what does it look like? This is literally the the forbidden fruit, where Eve took a bite out of it, and even Newton one. Everything's connected. So when Apple Computer debuted in 1976, co-founder Ronald Wayne, so the co-founder, that's a very unwell-known person, or less-known person, I didn't know about him, designed the first logo, a larger version here, I'll show that, which resembled a Jethro Tull album cover, a wood cutout of Sir Isaac Newton with an apple dangling over his head, and a tagline, "A mind forever voyaging through the strange seas of thought alone." Sound like freshman poetry. It's actually Wordsworth, and someone believes he's a popular poet or whatever. Jobs reportedly thought... So Steve Jobs reportedly thought the logo was too arcane. The man was undoubtedly right, and he scrapped the medieval oddity just a year later, 1977. The logo job then fell to designer Rob Janoff, who would give the House of Jobs its prettiest present, the famous rainbow apple, while the bite mark was supposedly a reflection of Apple's tagline at the time, "Bite into Apple," with the BYTE, the memory unit for digital memory. Janoff would say in a later interview that his primary aim was to prevent the apple from looking like a cherry bottom. I'm pretty sure it's about the forbidden fruit. I guess this is not about, these are just fake storylines they put in there. Now if you go here, is the original one, look at the logo over here. Let's make it smaller. There's Apple, computer, there's Isaac Newton, there's the apple, is tree of life, and gaining knowledge. Is all intertwined. Everywhere you go, you're going to see it. Again, as I illustrated in my Vizzini sculpture video, the elites in all aspects of life keep using the tree of life and or forbidden fruit or snakes, serpents, and almost always alluding to uncovering some hidden knowledge, i.e. knowing good and evil in the Bible, or know how gravity works in the case of Isaac Newton. So it's as if someone's giving him knowledge. It's crazy. Again, you have to watch my Vizzini video to try to wrap your head around all of this symbolism. Ancient genetic manipulation, possibly? I don't know. Something's going on. And now let's take a look at Apple's biggest, or at least public competitor. I believe everyone's intertwined, which is Google. One of Google's logos, or favicon, just so happens to be a G. Different colors there. This is not random. It's like that Freemason G in there. Also, let's take a look at Google's Chrome web browser right here. So if you look at this one, this is Tech Norms, the new Google Chrome logo, boring or sensible. This is the old one, it's like 3D, now it becomes new logo. What do you see here? It says it's been a while since Google Chrome was released, and since then there have been no changes in the logo itself. The browser, however, has gone through 10 updates and is now in its 11th version. Yeah, so then this is, how old is this one? This article... Yeah, actually, it doesn't say what date it was, but anyways, this is the logo like that, and now that new logo looks very interesting. Well, both of them. Look at this. Here's this old logo right here, Google Chrome, and now here's the Google Chrome new logo. And notice what you have. You have the 6. You have a 6 across there, 6 across here, and a 6 across there. And this is not a coincidence. So you have it like this. It's 3 6s. All right, I think I've had enough symbolism for a day. Who runs the world? Actually, there's way more symbols I'm going to go. So if you think it's just random, you'll see everything's combined. There's 6 everywhere, and even in plain sight, Simpsons tells you. Yeah, so let's play this clip. It's pretty funny.
They're all covered with filthy germs, aren't they, Smithers?
Why, what do you mean, sir?
Freemasons run the country!
Yeah.
They sure do. All right. So going further, so he says Freemasons, yes, sure do run the country. That's what the germ says. Sometimes the truth is hidden in plain sight with a guise of humor. Hashtag excellent strategy. Hashtag perception management. And let's throw in some more symbolism and numerology in there. And now if you go, this website is talking about the Hebrew English number table. We believe that the letters in English alphabet correspond to different numbers in different numbers and letters in the Hebrew alphabet. So Vav looks something like this, and it's a V or W, and it's number 6 if you look at it numbers. And then if you scroll over here, the English equivalent is below the Hebrew in parentheses. The number value of the Hebrew letter is below the English. The Vav or English W or 6 is highlighted in yellow. By the way, Hebrew reads right to left, Vav, 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 just www or 666, or World Wide Web or www like over here. So that's 666 apparently. Going further, Monster Energy drinks, this looks, what does that look like over there? Monster equals Vav, 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 or 666. Looks very similar to this one right here. And think about it, even says monster. And inside the article there, it literally says Unleash the Beast. So what are they trying to tell you? Number of the beast is 666. So if you go to gematria.com as a gematria calculator, I'm new to this gematria game, but one of them I'd like using is a Sumerian one. It's pretty interesting right here. So if you look up computer, it goes to 666. There's different values for different letters. And if you go internet, reverse one is 666. So yeah, note this is a reverse one. So I like using the Sumerian one for right. Pizzagate, 666. Mark of Beast, 666. Donald J. Trump, 888. Emmanuel Macron, the French president, I had a guess he's going to win just because of this. It's 888. Jesus is 444. Lucifer is 444. Nuclear is 444. Energy is 444. Yeah, very interesting. Let me know what you can find in there. Maybe I'm looking too into the symbolism and numerology. Also, I'm new to the gematria game, but I have not found anyone that uses a highly scientific method to analyze any alleged patterns. Maybe I should get on it. Let me know if I should, because nobody does videos like how I do it, just like in-depth to the max. So now also recall from my video Pizzagate Part 26. and you can watch those video series at mes.fm/pizzagate-vote, that even the Washington, D.C. has some strange symbolism. If you go look from above Washington, D.C., there's the White House somewhere. I think it was over there. Yeah, this one was the White House, I believe. You literally have an upside-down pentagram, like this, if you highlight around. And then if you move all the way across, you have an owl over there on top of a pyramid, actually. So there's an owl on top of a pyramid there. I still have to look. I believe there's some other Freemason compass logo there. But anyways, there's an owl there. And also from part 19 on Pizzagate, the elites, or all right here, Pizzagate part 19, the elites meet every year at the Bohemian Grove in San Francisco to perform, fix this, to perform a, quote, mock, I don't know if it's mock, human sacrifice to a giant owl. And there's the owl there on the Washington, D.C. You can't make this stuff up. Hashtag you literally can't make this stuff up. Actually, I might not be looking into this enough. This is literally a giant owl. There's footage inside, and you got people burning a effigy of a human or a real human. I don't know. These are the world's most powerful elites meet every year, not just regular your schmoes. So basically, democracy. This is their view of what democracy is. We don't know what they're doing, so there's no such thing as democracy, in my opinion. And in the making of this video, I just realized that the very same Pope Paul VI behind the infamous serpent snake audience hall and Baphomet-like sculpture also has a signature which contains 666 when flipped upside down. You literally can't make this stuff up. And I tweeted it here, and I tweeted at Esoteric Ed. It was Ed from the Outer Dark and Outer Light YouTube channels. I wrote, remember Pope Paul VI's serpent audience hall with Baphomet-like when mirrored sculpture? Well, Paul VI's signature upside down or further down contains 666. Hashtag you can't make this stuff up. And there's a signature from the comments on Wikimedia, and all audience halls might post there on Steam. So you gotta make sure to watch it. And there's Paulus PPVI. So you go with Paulus PP, it might be pontificate. I'm not sure what the PP is. I'll have to look into this. So VI, if you flip it upside down, you get 666 in there. Combine them together, you get 666. And remember, this is, I also tweeted this out. Remember, this is the audience hall of the Pope. It's literally a giant snake's head. You can't make this stuff up. And there's the inside, looks like a giant snake's head. You got a tongue, I believe close there it's a red tongue. There it is, a fangs. There's the slit eyes, and inside is that when you mirror it, you gotta just always mirror it. This is, I can't get this out of my head. Alright, I'm done. My apologies if you just wanted to watch just watch a 9/11 video and not have your mind blown too much. Well, we live in a strange world. Actually, just a few more symbolism. And now even further, if you look at Pope St. John Paul II, or Ioannis Paula in Latin there, the second, and going on, and he was, I believe he died in 2005, was head of the Catholic Church from 1978 to 2005. He is called St. John Paul the Great by some Catholics. There he is, Pope John Paul II over here, and papacy ended 2005 from 1978 till then. Now if you scroll up on this numista.com, which deals with coins, and you can buy them, and they collect all the different kinds. I believe you can buy them there too. And if you go to the 500 lira or other types of it as well, Ioannis Paulus Pavelis is Latin II. I think it's a V or U they use. But this is Pope John Paul II. If you look at the coins that they had in Vatican City, notice what you have right here. This is year 1995, common coin, and lettering inside there says this stuff. Engraver Enrico Manfrini, but now if you zoom in, what do you see here? Do you have, there's Pope Paul, there he is, Pope Paul, Pope John Paul II, so many John Pauls. And notice what you have here, this is a star, three-sided star, six-sided stars, three of them. So notice the three six-sided or six-pointed stars, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and three of them on the front of the coin. This one, I don't know what's happening, it's beating someone down, i.e. 666. Alright, I'm done. This is not random. You literally have three stars on the Pope's coin. And this is, I believe this was like shortly after the Pope Audience Hall was built. And where you had that other Pope Paul VI with the upside down 666. Now you have his coin 666 in 1995, but this is the same Pope from 1978. Now if you look at the last one, this is pretty interesting. If you go to the Trilateral Commission, the Trilateral Commission is a non-governmental, non-partisan discussion group founded by David Rockefeller in July 1973 to foster closer cooperation among North America, Western Europe, and Japan. So if you heard of David Rockefeller and the Trilateral Commission. These are both big names in this world government plan or whatever. So look at the logo. What do you notice here? It's literally 666 here. David Rockefeller, 1973 built, so keep that date in mind. Who else is in here? Some other people right here. And go to trilateral.org. And now if you look, so this one here, if you flip this around, it's literally 666. I don't know anymore. But really, was there any surprise that the infamous billionaire David Rockefeller would be part of this NWO type organization that just so happens to have 666 incorporated in their logo? Hashtag, are you awake yet? Some more symbolism. Also in the 1970s, a similar logo was created that you may all be well aware of, and that's the recycling logo, the universal recycling logo right here, or universal, or this type, black universal one over there is internationally recognized over there. Look at it. What does that look like to you? The universal recycling logo here rendered with a black outline and green fill. Both filled and outlined versions of the symbol are in use. History: worldwide attention to environmental issues led to the first Earth Day in 1970. Notice similar to the 1973 Rockefeller Trilateral Commission. It's all about a global world, whatever they're trying to do, enslavement. Container Corporation of America, large producer of recycled paper board, sponsored a contest for art and design students at high schools and colleges across the country to raise awareness of environmental issues. It was won by Gary Anderson, then a 23-year-old college student at the University of Southern California, whose entry was the image now known as a universal recycling symbol. The symbol is not trademarked and is in the public domain. Yeah, notice you got the 666. This is not random. Everything combined. If it's just by itself, you're like, oh, okay, it's just one off thing. But once you open your eyes, everything, symbolism is everywhere. Given the fact of free energy and its use on 9/11, the entire, quote, recycling, quote, sustainability, and, quote, climate change, misguided nonsense is clearly not actually about protecting the environment, but rather furthering the enslavement of humanity. That's what 9/11 proves. Thus, symbolism being used here by the current world government is not random and should be studied very, very closely. And I'll explain later some alternative media that actually talk about this in truthful fashion. Anyways, now the main reason I made this video, controlled alternative media. So I was asked on Twitter about what I thought about the possibility of, quote, mini nukes being used on 9/11. So here I tweeted by my Part 8 nuclear physics overview, which I literally go 8 hours on it. It's absolutely ridiculous. And then Joseph McCafferty tweeted, what do you think of the possibility of a suitcase mini nuke in the bottom of the lift shaft? I'm like, which lift shaft do you mean? I wasn't sure what he's talking about initially. And then he says, the one that goes all the way up from the bedrock. It's a claim by Perloff that explains the molten state of the bedrock and lasting fires. I've seen no indication of that, but what was molten hot? Also, the fires weren't burning paper. And he says, James Perloff explains it in this video, which I think contains an image of the cool down bedrock from ground zero. So he shared SGG Report's interview. Here's what really happened 9/11. And then, yeah, so author James Perloff interview with Sean from SGG Report interviews him. So then I wrote, I've seen that video. So much disinfo there that I barely watch SGT Report anymore. The ground, the train station, bathtub were barely damaged. I'll eventually be covering nukes and the whole rest of the controlled opposition theories in my ongoing video series, so stay tuned. So yeah, that's why I'm doing this video now, because this video came out, people telling me to check it out, so I gotta check it out, I gotta set some facts straight, because this is just disgusting disinfo. That video shared above is from SGT Report and their interview of James Perloff. Until now, I had thought that SGT Report was pretty decent, quote, alternative media, but this video alone made me rethink all of that. Here's the video, there's a screen capture on the 14th minute of this nuclear demolition. But yes, here's what really happened. Put that in quotation marks. And going further, he says, on the 16th anniversary of 9/11, author James Perloff joins me to explain what really happened 9/11. Oh my goodness, this is so much BS. So this interview by Sean from SGT Report and James Perloff is one of the most pathetic, dishonest, and disgusting pieces of disinfo I've ever seen. This video alone has made me completely lose trust in SGT Report. I've seen many of their early videos, some of which I find very informative. However, this video is a complete disgrace. Imagine telling people by 9/11 and that Israeli nukes, I'll get to, that's pretty much saying, took them down, or imagine getting an interview on CNN and telling them nuclear bombs were used on 9/11. They would think you are completely mad, hashtag as they should. This is just a pathetic attempt to further fragment the 9/11 truth movement and to intellectually weaken the many people desperate to make change in the world so that they are politically impotent. Yeah, so basically, that's pretty much what the goal is. You go tell someone Nukes did it and be like, what's the proof? There's molten. And they show you, no, they weren't hot. There's literally people standing on top of these like molten steel, whatever this trash is. So again, note, most of the video involved trying to connect, quote, Israel to 9/11, which is something I'll look into later videos. But for now, I'll focus strictly on the facts of what happened to the World Trade Center towers and the almost certain purposeful, disgusting distortion of those facts by both Sean and James. Now, to illustrate some of the absolute garbage in that video, here are some screenshots. Here's that 11445. So what is this? No, here's a higher image I found online above. Screenshot: nuclear demolition of a tall building. This didn't happen. Look at this. Apparently, it goes from the elevator shaft goes up, and there's a giant hole in the ground or something. What is this? And it's supposed to be really, really hot, and then stuff returning to dust, some debris, complete dust, and it's supposed to be warm. Okay, so you could go read that. Here's the other one, because this is combined, two of them together. This drawing is just ridiculous. This illustration of a nuclear demolition completely ignores the fact that all 7 towers were literally turning to dust gradually. There's no explosion or whatever the hell over a period of several hours, as well as the quote bathtub or just that whole embankment around the tower so that it doesn't get flooded because they're below sea level, as the rivers or the seas right beside, with a large body of water nearby. So yeah, the ground level, train station, and surrounding buildings were barely damaged, including the ambulances I'll show. Also, people stuck at the bottom of the towers survived, i.e. the bottom was barely damaged. Hashtag not news. Not to mention Hurricane Aaron was literally steered towards NYC and cars randomly experienced weird fires. The paper and trees were not. Hashtag need to explain this. And again, you gotta watch this video. This is ridiculous. It's steered towards, not just steered away, and then it flips over and turns around. You gotta literally see this. This was on the day of 9/11, December 6th, 7th, and it's like category 3. And then they call it category 1, but still, I don't know what they're talking about. It's huge. And it's literally next to NYC, and then it leaves. You gotta watch this video. Once you watch a video, you realize it's just ridiculous. This is Check the Evidence, Andrew Johnson's site. Yeah, our YouTube channel is amazing. Yeah, so he's right. If enough people talk about this weather, there will be a revolution. And with wind speed, pressure, and size and position precisely correlated to the destruction of the World Trade Center 7. It's the best evidence for weather control. This is what you need to see. So again, why doesn't James and Sean talk about Hurricane Aaron? They don't even mention it in the video, as I'll explain. The hurricane was literally heading towards NYC before making a sharp turn away after the buildings turned to dust. Hashtag unbelievable. I'll go over the Hurricane Aaron in a later video in extreme detail. Stay tuned for that. It is the best evidence that the entire mainstream media and the world global human perception is controlled, and that weather control technology is much more advanced than we are told. Like, I had literally no idea there was a hurricane there until like a couple months ago. This is just further evidence that you need to be careful when listening to such pathetic disinfo, quote, alternative media outlets such as SGT Report. And I value 9/11 as it's literally make or break of the entire civilization of the world. So anyone lying, regardless of how you view them, is about 9/11. It's trash. That's it. So that's your SGT Report disinfo video continued. Now let's watch a few of them right here. Yeah, all right, so let's just play some clips of it, and I'll show you some of the my commentary on it. Let's click it here. All right, so here it is. Let's just play.
Our next phase of this conversation, we're going to talk next about what happened on 9/11. And Sean, I want to break this down into 3 parts to keep it organized. Number 1, how the Twin Towers were destroyed. Number 2, what actually hit the towers. And number 3, what happened to the original planes and passengers. And we're going to have some fresh takes on this. Now, I'm well aware of the nano-thermite and directed energy theories, and I have friends in those camps, but with the help of people who are experts in nuclear weapons, I have written an extensive post called To 9/11 and Beyond. I do believe this was a nuclear event, surely involving conventional explosions as well. But as far as what took down the towers, we believe that there were 2 suitcase nukes in the service pits of Elevator 50. Bear in mind there were 6 basement levels below each tower. Elevator 50 was the only elevator that ran the full length of each tower. It was in the center of the building, and it was the only elevator whose service pits were carved into the bedrock beneath the Twin Towers, which made this an ideal launching pad for a nuke because the bedrock would contain the sideways and downward force of the nuke, allowing it to go straight up. We're talking about a suitcase that's small enough for an Israeli agent to carry in his backpack. Now,
okay, this is just ridiculous. Let's see my notes that I made on this. Yeah, all right, so I copied the transcript auto-generated ones on YouTube over here, and then I wrote one of the notes here. Notice the typical association of nuclear weapons and nano-thermite to disinfo, the cover-up of the fact-based evidence of directed free energy technology. Because he literally just says, I'm well aware of the nano-thermite directed energy theories, and he says, I have friends in those camps. Also notice how he believes there was also conventional bombs or conventional explosives are right here. And so he believes, notice the use of the word belief, that this was a nuclear event surely involving conventional explosives as well. As if he's trying to combine a bunch of random theories to cover up of the facts of 9/11. Hashtag free energy is the actual one. And scroll further. I mean, just notice the pathetic use of the word believe, because he knows full well that he is talking BS, and to make it appear that people are just randomly speculating about 9/11. Anytime they say belief, all this stuff. Where's that word? Yeah, it says, yeah, so over here, we believe. You can say I, because he knows he full well doesn't. So belief. When I talk about 9/11, I'm not talking about belief. I'm telling you straight up, towers turn to dust. That's a fact. What can turn towers to dust? That's a good question. It's not technology we know of. And then notice again near that end of that bit, he says Israeli agent, small enough for an Israeli agent to carry in his backpack. Notice the pathetic claim of an Israeli agent. How the F do you know? He should, just because he sees some other Israeli people part of that possible connection. You can't just go and say this random trash. This is just ridiculous. Because my view is the whole world is controlled. It's not just some Israel's control. The U.S. is part of it, not just parts of it. It's the whole government just crazy. So now anyways, and here's another part that he never mentions. 14 people survived in Stairwell B in the North Tower of WTC 1, and I just got to see this clip first because it's just a bombshell. And this is like a thing, but there's a nuke. There's a little ambulance not touched over there. Let's just watch this over here first. Yeah, and here I want to play it, but first, just keep this in mind. He's saying a nuclear blast, and as I'll show you later, he's saying it's molten hot, millions of degrees, all this stuff flying around. And now put this in your head. How does this happen?
By 11:30 a.m., the survivor...
Yeah, this is from a documentary on I think Channel 4 or something. The Miracle of Stairway B, full documentary on YouTube.
...had been trapped for an hour in the smoking remains of Stairway B under a pyramid of 50 feet of twisted steel and concrete. They were in total darkness, and with no radio contact, they had no idea what was going on in the outside world.
We're trying to figure out what exactly.
Yeah, there's literally people walking on the ground there, and they just fell. Look at what's going on. There's an ambulance right there.
Has happened to us. We survived some sort of catastrophic event.
And remember, the ambulance is at ground level. How are these at ground level? Where is everything?
But we don't know how bad it is. Did the top of the building fall off?
Yeah, just pause it. Let's just listen to this part. It's pretty interesting right here.
The top of the building fall off. Couldn't be the whole building collapsed because we're still there. We're in this stairway. It's
so yeah, it couldn't be the whole collapse. They're still alive. I just wanted to put this note right here. Remember, there's an ambulance right there. There are literally survivors walking about an ambulance with extremely little damage here. What's hot over there? This alone proves that Sean and James are absolute pathetic disinfo agents. Wouldn't a nuclear blast be extremely quote hot? Also, where did the towers go? Those are ground level. Why is there so few rubble left over? The survivors are literally walking at near ground level, right next to the towers. The ambulance is virtually undamaged, so it is at ground level. Yes, the ambulance. Nothing moves the ambulance there. There's a bunch of debris. How is it there? That shouldn't be there. It's just ridiculous. And so those are survivors walking around, and there's also 14 survivors at Stairwell B. Let's just show that. Yeah, and that part's actually from the beginning, and let's just play a couple minutes here.
When the South Tower of the World Trade Center collapsed on 9/11, every person still in the building was killed. But incredibly, when the North Tower fell, there were people inside who lived to tell the tale. As the building disintegrated, it left a pocket of survival between the first and...
Look at the little debris here, literally turning to dust. That's a thick cloud right there, and there's nothing underneath. Look at what's happening.
the 6th floors
It's
in
literally
Stairway
turning away.
B. The 14 people who happened to be there heard hundreds of floors falling on top of them.
You could actually hear the floors hitting one another. Boom, 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 boom. And I remember thinking to myself, I said, oh shit, this is it. We didn't make it.
I rolled to a corner and basically went into a fetal position and just waited for the end.
I thought I was going to be dead in a few seconds. And I remember feeling, I hope this is fast.
I pretty much saw my funeral, so everybody's at the wake, and my parents and family there.
To survive this avalanche of 500,000 tons of steel and concrete seemed like a miracle. So how did they survive? And what does it feel like to be the ones that got away? This is the untold story of the most dramatic near-death experience in recent history. The Miracle of Stairway B. September the 11th, 2001 was a day that would change the lives of the 14 survivors forever.
Yeah, so there's 14 survivors. I just want to show that part. So yeah, also 14 people survived from Stairway B in the North Tower. That's the World Trade Center 1. How did this happen? Why didn't the super hot nuclear blast kill them all? Also, why didn't 110 stories fall down and kill them? What the F is this sorcery? Where did the towers go? And also, most of them were firemen looking to save others. The note there. And also, here's some transcripts of it. Also, the firemen had been in Stairway B for at least 3 hours. Right here, we go to the 29-minute mark there, been in there for at least 3 hours, but even longer. So yeah, the firemen are literally walking inside to see after it falls. The first one falls. They're walking inside. The second one to look for survivors. You can't make this stuff up. It's not hot there. There's no blast. There's no So maybe Perloff bases his pathetic nuclear bomb disinfo by the word of one of the survivors. Well, let's just play that part over here. Actually,
People walking out of this spot, it's just so dangerous. And where did they come from? Where were they?
After being buried for over 4 hours, the firemen were astonished by the scale of the devastation surrounding them.
I looked around and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. You know, all I could see is fire and smoke and twisted debris. And it looked like we had just been hit by a nuclear bomb. Yeah, I says, wow, I can't believe I survived this.
Okay, yeah, so maybe that's where he got his nuclear bomb theory over there. And also, again, if you look at the FEMA.gov, photographed by Andre Boer, this was taken on 9/13, so still there. 2 days after, it's still there. I thought these bunch of dump trucks were picking up everything away right away. It's literally undamaged. The window's not even broken. This is New York City, December 13th. Urban search and rescue specialists continue to search for survivors among the wreckage at the World Trade Center 7, World Trade Center Center. And here actually says September 12th is the photo taken. Okay, anyways, yeah, so it looks like 12th or 13th, I'm not sure, but anyways, it's still there. Where's all these dump trucks taking steel away? But notice that I believe that's World Trade Center 7 behind it, and the stairwell should be around there. And notice it's not hot. It's still not hot. There isn't these lasting fires that are so hot and molten steel forever. And where's the towers? There's literally nothing over here. How is it not damaged? Note, behind the ambulance is Stairwell B, located in the North Tower, World Trade Center 1. And now, how come the nukes didn't vaporize this ambulance? Why wasn't the window even broken? Why are there unburnt paper all over the ground? And why is there so few rubble? There's paper everywhere here. So it's not hot. I can't emphasize this enough. Not hot. When someone says there's molten whatever, it's not hot. Okay, let's keep going further. Daily Herald right here. Suburban firefighters recall time volunteering at ground zero. Notice this part right here. I just wanted to illustrate this. I don't know what this is. So emergency vehicles were crushed by debris after the collapse of the Twin Towers on September 11th, 2001. Wait, why is this back tower not crushed? Why is this weirdly crushed? Why is this window not broken? What is this? And now it's like, I believe it's about to be moved out of there. So what the F happened to this car? This is not debris, quote, crushing it. And again, where's this mystical debris? Why are the tires barely damaged, especially the back tire? What kind of sorcery is this? I don't know what this is. This is not debris hitting it. Because remember, the ambulance is not hit. There's no debris anywhere. Like, there's barely any. This is not crushed right beside it. And you're telling me this happened to this one? How was the top part of the truck, fire truck, all twisted up and distorted? What debris could do this? Or better yet, what kind of technology can do this? Literally, what does this? Why is this part clean? And this all just weirdly crushed. And the tire, why is it not flat? Even this one, only the bottom is a bit squished. And everything's just ridiculous. Okay. Also note the glass window still intact in the back. How much there was... Yeah, it's reworded that actually. Why didn't this mystical debris even scratch those windows? Hashtag WTF. Literally, what is this? I have absolutely no idea about this. Yeah, look at the windows. It's clean there. Okay. And now also, we also think about that ambulance. That ambulance is a smoking gun. Why wasn't that ambulance next to the tower quote crushed by this non-existent debris? Why was its glass window not broken? Open your eyes, people. Think for yourself, despite what any news outlet or controlled opposition YouTube channel like SGT Report tells you. And let's just continue further on to that SGT Report disinfo video right here. Alright, so we're back here. Skip just a bit. Just go to this part.
Reason number 2. The World Trade Center dust samples examined by the United States Geological Survey found uranium, strontium, thorium, cadmium, and other products of nuclear fission, which can only be explained in those correlations by a nuclear fission event. Number 3, all that molten steel, Sean, the fires that lasted for over 3 months. A nuclear event is extremely hot. You're at the epicenter of a nuclear bomb. It reaches millions of degrees, and it provides the heat that explains that molten steel. Number 4,
okay. So the millions of degrees. Did you see that ambulance truck not damaged? Let's go back. See the millions of degrees. Is this millions of degrees? Is there fires lasting for 3 months? Why is nothing? This is 2 days after. It's still, there's guys just walking casually on it. The ambulance is not damaged. The window of the ambulance is not damaged. Go back to this. There's people walking around. Where is this millions of degrees? What is he talking about? Stop believing this trash. Go on further. So I wrote, and this part where he's talking about the residue right here, uranium, strontium. As will become evident in this video, I don't have time to fact check all of these James Perloff's BS, so I'll look into that further. But again, I'll look at the ones that's easy to easily to just look at that he's lying. And again, hot fires lasting months. Where does this guy get his BS from? What is this hot fire? Here's Ground Zero recovery hero helped clear 9/11 wreckage. Now he's facing deportation. Notice this info there, propaganda. Yeah, so yeah, moving forward, look at look at this over here. Does this look hot to you? This was October 11th. Remember, the guy saying there's fires for months. People literally walking on the rubble. A fireman walks amongst the rubble and the smoldering wreckage of the World Trade Center on October 11, 2001. There's even this fire or oxygen hose or whatnot. Why is that not burning? What? This is not smoldering. He has even his jacket open. It's not really hot. I mean, yeah, it's not like, yeah, burning or whatever. This firefighter doesn't find the ground too hot and note the oxygen or water hose not being burnt either. And now let's go further in this disinfo. Is just too much disinfo. Yeah, let's just play this again.
And it provides the heat that explains that molten steel. Number 4, the buildings didn't collapse, they exploded. And I've sent you a picture of a piece of the World Trade Center weighing multiple tons. The steel just embedded itself in the American Express building across the street, and there's a lot of examples of that. And now what's the most powerful explosive known? It's an atomic bomb.
Yeah. This is what is this? This is not proof of anything. Okay, anyways, let me just see what my notes were. It's hard to keep track of all this. So it's American Express building. Look at that flying debris on that. So let's see what he says. Make this a bit smaller. So yeah, I mean, it's not so much pathetic disinfo here. What does your eyes tell you? Stop listening to these idiots. Does that image of the American Express building prove that there were explosives? What do you think? Saying that this was shot all the way across, and it's saying that it exploded right here. Look at that. Look at that debris flying there. Let's see it more closely. Here, if you go to Google Maps to see the location, this was the memorial to them. There's the north one, there's the south one. There's the American Express building right next to it. Notice this building right very close as well, even closer. This is American Express building for reference. Interesting use of the, again, yeah, interesting use of this black cube symbolism is everywhere. At the location where the towers used to be, need to decode the symbolism. Now also note the North Tower WTC and the South Tower WC2 are lined up as above. So this is the north is 1, this is 2. North and south. Like that. And here's a photo from Metro right there. And notice this photo right here. This is undamaged. Where are these projectiles flying? There's nothing flying anywhere. Where is it? Look, this is clean there. The tower's like right across here's 1. And then 2 should be somewhere across over there. Let's just see how that map looks like. So there's this one, the round one. There's 1, and then there's right behind it. It's ridiculous. Where are these examples of stuff flying across the screen? Why are the surrounding buildings barely damaged? Why is James Perloff lying to our face? Because American Express has a little debris in there. Even most of it's not even touched. It's like the towers were cleanly removed, not exploded. Hashtag where did the towers go? And the North Tower, WCD1, was barely damaged by the, quote, exploding debris from the South Tower, WTC2. So if you look at this video right here, yeah, so let's just watch some of this video. It's fascinating stuff right here. Yeah, so if you look at here, that tower came down, and there's literally nothing here. There's nothing there. Let's just click this to watch over here, and let's just play this like here. Notice what's flying? It's just literally turning to dust. It's ridiculous. Look at these beams just turning to dust. Look, it's not even flying. It's not exploding to the side. Wait, nothing's happening on this side.
That was another bomb, guys. That was definitely another bomb. Yeah. But that was definitely...
Yeah, definitely not a bomb.
That was definitely not a bomb.
This guy is literally saying it's not a bomb either. What is this?
They took it down, man.
Then all the dust starts rising up. It's crazy. Look at this.
Sebastian, let me get the walkie. Sebastian, let me get the walkie.
Now look at this dust pouring out of this on the left. What is this?
That's a bomb.
On one side. Look at that.
Definitely a bomb. Oh, fuck this.
Look at that, it's being processed out. Look at the dust coming out of the sides everywhere. What is that? Holy cow. Look at this.
The other side of the building is definitely going down. So I'm going to watch the setback out.
Look at this clean moving from the right to the left. There's nothing on this side. Why is it always pushing across the switch? And how is it this thick dust? You can't even see through it. You can see it's gradually turning to dust. This is actually an amazing process. Look at this. It's like the entire insides are being processed outward. Look at that. And then they skip later. This video skips a bit. Look at this. It's still going on. I don't know how fast they skip, but look at this. It's pouring out of everywhere. Even the top is... dust is coming up. It's not smoke. It's not fire. Where's the fire? It's literally dust pouring out. Holy cows. Does this look like a nuclear explosion to you, or a thermite, or a demolition? What is this? Look at that. Okay, now they skipped to when it was about to fall. When pretty much all the dust is gone. It's literally nothing now. There's no energy. Then it falls down. Because it's pretty much lost all its mass. Let's keep skipping. Let's see. Look, there's still some of it coming down there. There's like, it's like a hollow now, like just all filled with dust inside. Yeah, is that the American Express building or something? Actually, that might be, yeah. All the dust is still coming out a bit. But remember, beforehand, everything was coming out, and then they skipped the video. I don't know why they skipped. I believe this one here is World Trade Center 7. This one right in front. Dust still coming out from the top. That's dust. That's thick dust with some weird explosion there. Earlier. There's a side, still dust coming out of one side and one side only. Even this is all pushing at one side. Oh, now it's, I don't know why they cut it. Oh, there's that spiral, which that part turns to dust. Look at that, now it's like, even that's gradually being pushed to the left cleanly. Look, there's like nothing coming out this way. This is some absolutely fascinating stuff. Then dust is going up. Wow, it's like a magic trick. Alright, just want to show that. So does that look like explosion too? Look, there's nothing damaged here. And he's talking about projectile stuff shooting up. So WTC1 is literally standing there undamaged by WCD2. So yeah, so much for Perlov's disgusting exploding debris nonsense. Also, WTC1 literally pouring thick dust out from just one side of the building. Look at this. This is pouring out all through this one. It's all throughout. There's like hours of this actually. And then when it eventually fell was like when there's literally no support inside. It's pretty much all turned dust, and when it finally falls, it's just pretty much exploding inside, or the dust pushing outward everywhere. And so it's dust, not explosions. It's just compressed dust, whatever it's inside. I don't know. It's ridiculous. What the F is this? Is not smoke. It is literally being processed to literally turn most of the insides to dust. Thus the eventual collapse is just the building losing enough mass that it can't support itself anymore. Hashtag free energy. Yeah, and also earlier in that video, actually, yeah, even well before WTC2 or the South one collapsed, both buildings were pouring thick fumes / dust, not smoke. It's like super thick pouring out, and so you can't see through it up over the towers. And this video doesn't show it too well. But then once Tower 2 lost its support, it released a giant dust cloud, which almost certainly was building up inside the structure of the building. As it's less dense, it's going to push out. So look at this. This is not flying out. What is flying out here? Nothing. This is clean. So it's not some sort of explosion. No explosion. No explosion. This is clean. And the guy shows that one photo of an American Express building. Look at this. This is evidence. This is proof of there's no explosions. This, let me show that screen grab. This is trash. This is nothing. You have one little debris hitting that. That doesn't mean anything. I expected a ton more. Not one piece. Or examples of, what are these examples? Since it's pretty much dust, it explains WCT1 is not getting damaged much by WTC2, especially now when compared to a nuclear blast or even conventional controlled demolitions. This is just ridiculous. Here's another view over here, and this is also part of that video of the Miracle on Stairway B. Let's just click. This one is absolutely fascinating right here. So let's just play here.
In the back of my mind, I thought that a piece of our building had fallen off. So I looked at Billy Burke. I said, all right, Billy, you go check the south windows. I'll go check the north windows. We'll see what we can see. And I couldn't see anything. All I saw was the white dust pressed against the glass. I looked at Billy Burke, and I asked him, is that what I thought it was? Thinking he'd say that part of our building collapsed. And he just looked at me with a straight face. He said, the south tower's just collapsed.
It was a disaster on an unimaginable scale. The streets around the World Trade Center had been engulfed with debris and dust, leaving the command structure of the fire department in tatters. It was now only a matter...
Look at that. That was the South Tower. There's literally nothing, and this is the guy with the camera right here. Where is the hot heat? This is seconds within it falling.
Of time before the
or minutes, I don't know how long ago, but look at this. This is ridiculous. This is not damaged at all. This is you just saw the South Tower. Let's just go back to that South Tower earlier. Let's click this again. Let's pause it once it's there. Yeah, there's the South Tower. Where is it? And the guy's standing right here. There's a guy standing. It's not hot. Where did it go? And
it was now only a matter
you can see there's no damage to it.
Before the North Tower would also fall.
This is ridiculous. So yeah, this is just absolutely ridiculous. This is not exploding anything into it. I don't know what this is. What device is doing this? The North Tower. Let's go back. Scroll too fast. The North Tower is literally standing there without any of this mystical quote exploding debris from the collapse or quote collapse of the South Tower. Also, the person filming this is at ground zero, so why isn't he burned or hurt from the very quote hot nuclear blast or quote falling debris? What is falling? Nothing's happening. Hashtag turn to dust gradually. And now even Freemason AE911Truth admit that the tower's not exploded, although not technically admitted. Oh, that's a bit of sarcasm, but here's pretty much the only thing they write about, one of the few things they write about Judy Wood, and it's actually released so much later. This was on May of 2014. Like, how many years is that later? 13 years after 9/11 is one of the few mentions of it. And someone says, FAQ number 3, what's your assessment of the directed energy hypothesis? Not hypothesis, this is fact. It was fact being used. And this one, they used the fall of the Spira. And let's see what they write first, and then I'll show you the clip. It's literally, all they're doing is telling you, don't believe your eyes. That's all it is. So Wood asserts that the steel turned to dust. One of the key observations that she uses to support this conclusion is the dust that appeared when a portion of the North Tower's core finally came down about 12 seconds into the destruction of the North Tower. Here it is. Here's the top. And then it literally turns around dust. They literally tell you it's turning to dust. Why is this dust here? This is clean, crisp edges. And then why is there dust remaining? Because they turn to dust. There's nothing on there. They think it's shaken off. This is just ridiculous. What is this? Look at that. This is bombshell. This is a smoking gun. Just don't believe what you read. Just look at your eyes. What do they tell you? Turn to dust. That's irrefutable. And let's go over here. So several seconds after the floors that used to surround that core structure had been pulverized, turn to dust, or had fallen to the ground, upon studying the video of the Spira. However, we find that the steel did not turn to dust. See, for example, the next to last segment in this video. I'll show you the Spira clearly, simply, what the hell does this mean? Fell after being, quote, shaken. Most likely by explosive charges leaving behind in midair the pulverized concrete that had been resting on. Pulverized concrete. Can you see any pulverized concrete on these giant steel columns? No, there's nothing. Why is it? If there's dust on it, it's not going to leave it. If it's that stuck on it, yeah, or statically stuck to the steel. As is well known, air resistance causes dust to fall slower than structural steel. Not if it's sticking to it, as these lunatics are thinking. Note the final remaining column falling faster than the dust in the third photograph of the sequence. It's turning to dust. What are these people talking? Where is it? Where is anything? Okay, let's just... Haha, what a load of mental gymnastic BS. Let's take a look at this, quote, clearly, simply what the F grammar is. This is spiral falling after being, quote, shaken by, quote, explosives, right here. Yeah, so here is that spiral. And what is all this dust moving around this way? Why is it all being pushed that way? Thick dust. Let's go and click this clip right here. It's at the 1:10-minute mark. Let's watch the whole thing. It's absolutely amazing. This is bombshell info. Let's see what we see. What is this happening here? Zoom in. It's crazy. This is one of the videos I saw that I'm like, okay, this can't be real. Look at this thick dust flying upwards, and it's not hot. Remember that. Look, it's like peeling like a giant banana. And there is the spiral. Look at this is thick dust. Look at how dust, everything's starting moving to the left. Okay, and then see another area. Look at this crisp, clean. We'll soon, let's move that out of the way.
You can see large pieces of the building falling. You can see the smoke rising. You can see a portion of this.
This is World Trade Center 7. This is taller than it. This is about 600-ish feet. And this is about 700 feet tall. A steel column. If it's standing there, why would it fall down? Why would it not stand there? And if it's going to fall, it's going to lean and crush something.
The side of the building
holy cow, just turn it up.
Just being covered on the right side as I look at it. Covered in smoke.
There's so many sensitive issues to be dealt with, not the least of which will be security for the participants.
Look, it's peeling like a banana. Absolutely amazing.
In those marketplaces downtown, the New York Stock Exchange being the principal
look at the dust being pushed across on the left.
Exchange in Lower Manhattan. It is likely one would...
Look at the crisp edges. Is that dust on it? Where's the dust? This mystical AE telling you, ignore your eyes.
Because of the worry that disrupting the financial markets could be worse than letting them open up and respond to the situation, that tomorrow may be the
it's just turning to dust
only day on which the various exchanges are closed. That remains to be seen.
Adopted Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, which is just where Arkansas and Texas and Louisiana all come together at an Air Force base out of the way, and he maybe...
Look at that, just falling. Where's it falling? Is there a 700-foot hole in the ground? Is that what they're saying? It's literally falling down? What does that mean? Unbelievable. Do you see these explosive charges that they're talking about? When I first saw this, I was absolutely amazed. The entire building literally turned to dust and peeled like a banana and, quote, and not, quote, exploded. The giant steel column standing as tall as some of the skyscrapers, about 700 feet tall and taller than World Trade Center 7, literally turns into dust in midair. AE911Truth thinks it, quote, fell. Is there a 700-foot hole in the ground? Where is it? I don't know what it is. If the giant steel column was standing perfectly fine, then why did it have to, quote, fall? And if it were to fall, why didn't it fall over on its side and crush multiple buildings outside the WTC complex? And where is this mystical superfine dust before it, quote, fell? The sky's crystal clear behind it before it falls. And if this kind of superfine dust was stuck to it, then there's no reason why it should be, quote, shaken off. You don't see it just falls down. This is the smoking gun. At least one of the billion others that are just absolute smoking gun. Open your eyes, people, and stop listening to the psychopath liars telling you what you are seeing or what you should be seeing. Just ignore your whatever this AE911Truth is. Ignore what you're reading. Look for yourself and think for yourself. Now let's go further into SGD report disinfo video by psychopaths Sean and James. Because remember, they're psychopaths in my opinion. Because nobody could be this blatantly stupid, putting this kind of disinfo and causing, in my view, millions being suffering because of 9/11. And gatekeepers like this and disinfo agents don't tell you the truth. Alright, so let's go watch some more of this clip, disinfo.
May I jump in and just back up to number 3 real quickly, James, just to point out, and I'll show pictures of this, the molten rock below, the bedrock, was turned to liquid, and then, of course, as it cooled, it reformed. So whatever happened in those buildings down in the sublevel of the basement, I tend to agree with you, it may have been some sort of nuclear device, because how do you turn rock into essentially molten lava? And that's exactly what happened in those sub-basements.
It was an extremely strong explosion, and that brings me to point number 5, which was the inner contents of the towers were vaporized. You know, no furniture, filing cabinets, toilets, computers survived. They all turned to dust. Now, a nuclear explosion can do that because it's not like a stick of dynamite that goes boom and it's done. A nuclear explosion keeps on exploding. It endures, and it will deliver that level of energy. Number 6.
Okay, let's just. This is the most ridiculous thing. This is not proof it's molten. This is nothing. This is just an image. Doesn't mean anything. Let's just go back to this info. So back here. So there's that image of a molten bedrock. Is that molten? An image doesn't mean anything. This is how do you know it's molten? How do you show you that the ambulance is barely damaged? There's people walking on top. It's not hot, and also the ground level was fine. This is some other work later that they're doing. This is not. This is not the day of or whatever. It's literally the ground. There's no hole. There's nothing. And the bathtub was unbroken, as I'll show later on, maybe in a later video. So again, let's see that molten rock. This is not proof of anything. How does Sean or James know it was molten? Or it was hot and it solidified? How do they know this? What the F is wrong with these people? Why don't they provide any other images or a reference point? How do you know they weren't like that before, that bedrock? Why are they in so much of a rush to push their pathetic disinfo? Remember, this is just one image, and then they talk for 1409 to 1436, and that's what, you're supposed to believe that? And then this image of that molten steel, like here, look at this part over there as undamaged, the hydraulics should be burnt. And how do you know it's molten? As I showed, people are literally walking on top. So, MES note, how do you know it is molten? And this is the meteorite, this is the filing cabinet in there, and again, you'll have this paper inside here. It's undamaged. You can't make this stuff up. Like burnt. So how do they know it's molten? How do you know the steel is molten? You can't just judge it's molten by an image. Molten means heat, so heat probably is not what making it look like that. So molten heat, molten steel implies there's high heat, which is not what happened in 9/11. Also, the excavating equipment and especially the hydraulic system would have been damaged if they were in fact, quote, molten metal. I'll more on this later. Also, that image below of the meteorite contains the only filing cabinet found in 9/11, which they agree that everything turned to dust, so this is right. But now nuclear explosion can do that because it's not like a stick of dynamite that goes boom. It's a nuclear explosion that keeps on exploding. You saw in those videos that nothing's exploding. What is these nutcases talking about? I mean, Snowd, why does James leave out the hundreds of thousands of or millions of unburnt paper flying around all over Manhattan? Filing cabinets can be, quote, vaporized, yet paper can't. What does that mean? The unburnt paper alone proves that Sean and James are nothing but pathetic gatekeepers. Also, what the WTF? What the F happened to this file cabinet that I'll show? Yet the paper is not burnt. What sorcery is this? I don't know what this is. And you have some paper in there, and I believe there's receipts and stuff. They might have ripped it off after, but there's like unburned paper inside and contains receipts of ice cream shop. It's inside the basement of it. Let's click and listen to this part here. This is from History Channel. So yeah, this is from History Channel, a documentary on stuff that was found and relics from the rubble 2002. Let's see this. This is a filing cabinet. What is this? It's not heat because there's paper unburnt. Let's see this.
Perhaps the most astonishing object Shade found is something there should have been thousands of. This one probably only survived because it was in the basement. It belonged to an ice cream store.
I'd pretty much given up trying to find some sort of intact file cabinet. But while I was at the compound for the Port Authority Police, this ball of metal about the size of a basketball was delivered to them. You can see what remains of the file folders that were inside. These were the day's receipts. These were plans for upcoming birthday parties, flavor mixes for the ice cream.
Because the Smithsonian is a branch of the federal government, Shade was able to collect evidence from the FBI that normally would not be released. These are...
So yeah, you can see, what is this? What is being done to this? And it's in the basement of an ice cream shop at like the bottom. And then this, and the paper's not burnt. What is this? Yeah, note, relics from the rubble is a 2002 History Channel documentary. This completely distorted filing cabinet was the only filing cabinet found from the remaining 7 office buildings, and it was located in the basement of an ice cream shop. Yet the ambulance right beside WTC-1 had very little damage and windows intact. How can that happen? Why is the outside one undamaged, and then you have inside there weird distortion? Seriously, if this doesn't convince you some sort of top secret technology did this, or magic, whichever one, pretty much advanced tech is magic, then I seriously don't know what's wrong with you. And stop listening to fake, quote, alternative media outlets like SGT Report that cover up this bombshell smoking gun evidence, but instead focus on, quote, Building 7 disinfo, as I'll show later, and also this nuclear bomb disinfo is so much ridiculous. And most people, when everything's talking about Building 7, you know it's just ignorant or the CIA shills or whatever. Now let's look at some weird fires and weirder paper. This is from International Business Times. Remembering 9/11 photos show devastation of New York's World Trade Center's attacks 14 years ago. Look at this fire right here. The Al-Qaeda assault. So much BS. So right here, a New York ambulance burns in the street near the World Trade Center. Notice this is unburned paper. Right beside, why aren't the paper being burnt? This is like weird fires. Why is the car on fire, the paper now? What kind of sorcery is this? And I'll go further. And let's see Disinfo agent Perlov's explanation of these, quote, toasted cars. Actually on his website, jamesperlov.com, on 9/11 Simplified. He says, yes, Virginia, there really were hijackers on the 9/11, but not the ones we were told. Let's see what he says here. It's updated, and again, 2017 is updating, so he's keeping up this disinfo. He says, how were the towers destroyed? Within alternative media are three major schools of thought about this. Of thought. One is nano-thermite, largely advocated by architects and engineers for Untitled Truth. Another is directed energy weapons, whose foremost advocate is Dr. Judy Wood. The third is nuclear devices. Notice that they combine all these together, and they're saying there's schools of thought. And this is so much BS, which I and a few others support. Let me be clear, I have friends in all three camps and differing opinions on this. Don't impede our friendship. They better impede them. If I know someone that's pushing this kind of disinfo like nuclear device or thermite, they're not my friend. MES note, again, notice the same pathetic disinfo strategy of mixing and disgusting disinfo such as thermite and nuclear devices with the only fact-based directed energy tech. The only one real and directed free energy tech. And notice the pathetic sentence about having different opinions now downplays what actually happened on 9/11, as if people were merely speculating as to what happened instead of a coordinated, multi-layered CIA deep state disinfo campaign. Campaign to discourage people from looking at the monumental work by Dr. Judy Wood. So yes, this different opinion trash is another strategy to get you to think it's all just speculation. Please don't befriend people that think non-existent nukes or thermite took down the buildings. Please don't. This is probably disinfo agents. Probably. They're disinfo or just ignorant people. Continuous flow of nuclear smoke. Again, this is where they talks about the toasted cars. Continuous flow of nuclear smoke from the sewers might account for the toasted cars. Later notice along the side street. You can't make this up. He literally said continual flow of nuclear smoke from the sewers might account for the toasted cars. You can't make this stuff up. I'm sorry, you can't. This is the most disgusting, stupid disinfo. Like in this paper. Apparently this nuclear smoke or something. What is this? Hashtag BS Perlop. Let's see what Freemason AE911Truth has to say about this. And again, it's in their assessment of directed energy by Richard Gay, Jonathan Cole, these other guy, Greg Roberts, these horrible human beings. What is this part here? Is this sewers in here? Is there sewer smoke? We'll see what they do. Partially unignited thermite, and other or nano-thermite or thermite falling through the air as it continued to react would have produced molten iron droplets. A still reacting thermitic mixture drifting down onto the cars in the dust plumes could easily account for the singeing of their paint and even igniting the cars, since a highly exothermic reaction can quickly reach temperatures exceeding 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A reporter and a firefighter. See the last two links at the end of this article, and perhaps others describing the dust cloud as feeling hot, whereas Wood claims that the dust clouds were cool. The paper's unburned. Let's see these papers again. Notice it sees 4,000 degree exothermic thermite, but doesn't burn paper. And where are these non-existent thermite he's talking about? Where is it falling? These iron droplets falling. What is this? This is not thermite. This is not sewer nuclear smoke. Now let's see what a fake scientist has to say about this. This is from the University of Wisconsin, Green Bay .edu actual website. This is Pseudo Science. Well, he's got right, Pseudo. And this guy is Stephen Dutch. What's all up with all these Stephen names for these horrible human beings? Really Nutty 9/11 Physics, Stephen Dutch, Natural and Applied Sciences, University of Wisconsin, Green Bay. First time visitors go there, blah, blah, blah. So in response to Nutty 9/11 Physics, he wrote one earlier. I got some righteously, he was writing it, trying to debunk 9/11 conspiracies. I got some righteously indignant emails telling me to check out Jane Doe 09911.tripod.com. I believe this was Judy Wood's original blog website she wrote, and that's where she put her info for reals. So that was the original one. So again, he's trying to debunk some of her quote debunk, and it says you got emails for really compelling evidence. I wasn't expecting good science, but I was completely unprepared for the total lack of everyday common sense of knowledge on that site. Look at them. He's literally disparaging Judy Wood's work. This guy is a sick man. Below are some sample pictures and captions with commentaries in blue. Let's look at this one. What he says: why doesn't the paper burn? Okay, so this is, what is this? Look at this tree right here. This is like, why is only a bit of it on, like barely on fire or whatever? Yeah, there's like no fire here. The tree's like perfectly fine, or overall, just the leaves are a bit gone. I don't know what happened there. And then look at this weird fire. Now you have paper all over, unburnt. See the fire, and then he says, this was Judy Wood's remark earlier. So the fire hasn't reached it yet. Actually, there's a fire on the ground around the burning vehicle, so the paper nearest the fire is burning. But overall, there isn't enough paper to sustain a spreading fire. Anyone who's ever tried to keep a fire burning knows that it's very hard to keep a fire going from the sides or top. If the fire isn't under the combustible material, it's awfully hard to keep it going. So how did the car catch on fire, but not the paper? The cars were set on fire first, probably by jet fuel from the plane crashing. Jet fuel? Where is this mystical jet fuel? What trash is this? The paper fell when the towers collapsed. You can see falling paper in many videos, and the paper in the tree branches is very informative. Okay, yeah. Yeah, there's paper there, okay. Jet fuel is mystically burning cars. Oh, by the way, all the paper pretty much demolishes the idea that passports and other personal effects couldn't have survived. Demolishes. If anyone that looks at the images of 9/11 knows full well there was no passport found, like inside the tower. You just look at the images. You literally saw this giant explosion hit the tower. So anyone that tells you a passport survived is an absolute, I don't know what it is. It's an idiot or brainwash or just an agent or psychopath. This is some of the stupidest explanations ever put forth about why the cars are burning and the paper and trees aren't burning. Where is this mystical jet fuel? How did this mystical jet fuel turn a car on fire? Besides simply saying the word probably, what evidence is there of this non-existent jet fuel setting cars on weird fires? Anyway, anyone that sees the plane, the quote plane hit and explode inside the towers and thinks any part of the quote passport could survive is an absolute effing idiot or blatantly lying to you. That's what I believe this pathetic Stephen Dutch is doing. Also in that article, the fake scientist Stephen Dutch simply cherry picks just a few photos of Dr. Judy Wood's toasted car section while completely ignoring the bulk of the section, as well as the point of her work, which is pointing out where the F did the towers go, #free energy. That article was one of the most pathetic and disparaging pieces of blatant cherry picking lies. Yeah, basically that entire quote article, I don't know what that was if you read it, it's so pathetic. It's one of the most pathetic and disparaging pieces of blatant cherry-picking lies I've ever seen, and Stephen Dutch should be absolutely ashamed of himself. #disgrace to humanity, #psychopath. He literally is a psychopath. Anyone that does not understand the implications of these kind of lies. So furthermore, he even cherry picks which parts of individual photos he quote debunks, as in this photo where he talks about this one right here. Yeah, Judy Wood wrote, I believe earlier, is there something attractive about engine blocks? Why not gasoline fuel tanks? That's a good question. Look, what is this weird fire right here? Look, well, yes, there is. There's grease, oil, gasoline, and once the fire gets going, rubber hoses and tires. If the fire gets to the gas tank, the tank will go. If it doesn't, it won't. But engine fires are pretty common in cars, and they don't always involve the gas tank. And look, this is interesting. Tire, it's not that much burnt, but look at the paper literally there. Unburnt paper right there. This is a perfect example of listen to what your own eyes and brain tell you instead of the pathetic words of this quote scientist and the lack of work. For example, there is literally unburnt paper underneath the fire is like right there, unburnt paper. Did this fall afterwards? I don't know. It's just a weird fire right there. What sorcery is this? Hashtag not conventional fires. Again, no, Jane Doe 0911.tripod.com was the site Judy Wood used before switching to drjudywood.com. And here it is. It can't archive because it automatically redirects to drjudywood.com. It goes to that Star Wars Beam 5. So to illustrate such blatant cherry picking, notice the fake quote scientist Steve Dutch completely avoids trying to explain this particular photo. And if you scroll in here, the Star Wars beam weapons and Star Wars directed energy weapons, I'll explain later. Star Wars program used to be a U.S. government program to develop space satellite type directed energy weapons from space. I believe it was in the 80s or 90s. I'll get to that later on in this video. It's pretty fascinating stuff. So yeah, so here's some weird fire. This one here, a minivan is consumed by the flames. The fire rages inside the vehicle contained by the remaining windows. The fire appears more intense in the front where this engine is. Let's go over to this photo right here. This is a very interesting one. So again, there's unburned paper. Figure one, the tires and even the pavement under the car are on fire. What is burning there? The windows appear to be intact with no visible interior flame. There's line of fire along the truck lid. The right front fender is deformed, is turned white. This is white. Does that actually happen? Why is this one turned white like that? It's like perfectly white. And notice how the car above had fires burning inside and the car below has fires mainly outside. What the F is going on? Oh yeah, it's weird, but this one's outside. Also, the red van is unburnt along with the paper. Look, unburned paper and then unburned this one. So what I'll show later is this one gets toasted too. This one gets just like pretty much destroyed or like burnt. But then, so doesn't reach this far. But then or more jet fuel hits it. Let's see this one right here. This is from this is loc.gov. Yeah, loc.gov, that's actually a Library of Congress right there. Notice this all turned white. It's very interesting. I didn't know the cars turned white. There was look at the color here. It's like dark, it's like black or whatnot. The front fender here is, turning white there. Windows intact. Just a weird looking fire. And then look in front. This is like toasted. You had it on fire, so it jumped from here to there, or did some mystical jet fuel or sewer, nuclear smoke, or falling, raining falling thermite, reactive thermite or whatever. This is how does it get to here? But then you got to get to the fire. To the paper. This is ridiculous. There's still paper there. Yeah, I literally have no idea what's happening right here. Yeah, this is just crazy stuff. These are actually the same two cars as in Dr. Judy Wood's page above. There's the exact same ones there. There's that front one. There's the white one there. Exact same thing. Yeah, so it's fire's jumping from it. And how is it again? How are they burning? Notice how the entire car is turned white and the red car appears to also be toasted. Look at it over there. It's like weird fire around it. I don't know what this is. How did the fire from one car get another yet paper nearby is not burnt? Or did the mystical jet fuel land on the red van too? And just that, okay. There's some crazy stuff. Now let's look at a witness statement. It's from New York Times. They had witness statements collected. And let's go right here. It's file number 9110453. Now, World Trade Center Task Force interview. Fighter Patrick Connolly interview. It's January 13, 2002. If you go on page 11 of that, and he says, as we came out, we started to walk north and slowly but surely and up and over and under steel, and cars with tires and cars were popping, and they were just starting to light up spontaneously. What about this mystical jet fuel? He's literally saying it starts to light up spontaneously. And there was zero visibility at the stage. It was better, though, than it was right after the collapse. And then we walked up 2 blocks. We walked up and there was a hot dog stand there. We broke the window in the hot dog stand, took bottles of water, and we were washing our eyes because our eyes were burning. Very interesting. Why are the eyes burning? Well, very interesting. Very interesting how the firefighter Patrick Connolly said he witnessed cars spontaneously lighting up. Why doesn't Dutch Perloff and the Freemason AE911Truth ever bring up these types of witness statements? Hashtag disinfo agents, or that's what these controlled opposition people are. Also, interesting note about burning eyes. Very, very interesting. So it's a hot around there, but only their eyes are burning or something. These are not conventional fires. To give you even further illustration, this is from the Morning Call right here, mcall.com. December 11th, 2016, that was the post. And his World Trade Center, Peter Foley. He's walking literally in this fire right here. And there's paper. These are paper, unburnt. This firefighter is walking over fire. Why is he not, not afraid of being hurt? Afraid of being burnt. Why is the paper not burning? This is not regular fire. This suggests that the fires are not, quote, hot in the conventional sense. Now the question is, what can produce fires like this? It's clearly not that mystical jet fuel, whatever they're talking about. So notice that microwave, steel, paper, and combo. Yeah, actually, this was notes I had I was trying to find a combo of steel, paper together, but I'll do that later. But let's just see what example of what can do this. So if you microwave metal right here, so this is right here. I believe it's aluminum foil. I don't know what they're using, but again, if you just put anything in the microwave that's metal, like a fork, a knife, or whatever, a spoon. If they're metal, you're gonna see some weird stuff happening in a microwave. It's weird stuff. Here, at least it's aluminum foil. See this?
The whole thing.
Holy cow! Look at that. Wow, look at that fire. That's amazing. I gotta do some experiments with microwaves, and I guess if you put dry paper in there, it doesn't burn. It was just amazing. If you put glass in there, it won't burn, it won't get heat up much at all. So interesting. Note that glass, such as the ambulance with the window intact, and dry paper, such as thousands, millions of unburned paper all over Manhattan, don't heat up, or not much at least, inside a microwave. That's literally what they don't, when you put paper in there. And then notice the metal gets these weird, like, fires there. It gets on and off like that. That's amazing. It's so this combined with Hurricane Aaron, you can't stress that enough, literally creating an electric field around Manhattan, may help explain just what the F happened on 9/11, because it is clear that the thermite and mini nukes and damn sure was an official pancake collapse that turned the towers into dust in midair and set cars on weird fires, but leaving paper unburned all over the city, all over New York City. Now let's see if that fake quote scientist has attempted to debunk other work of Dr. Judy Wood. If you look at Judy Wood, oh man, was there any doubt on there? If you look up that University of Wisconsin Green Bay.edu, look at Judy Wood, literally nothing. Not even the entire university is talking about. It's because that's ridiculous. So now let's just continue into the SGT report disinfo video right here. Alright, so we're back to the that disinfo video. Let's just play this one and see what they say here.
I'll send you another graphic on this. The seismographs at Columbia University's observatory in Palisades, New York, they had 2 off-the-chart spikes when the buildings collapsed, and that would indicate a huge explosion, not merely rubble collapsing. Number 7.
Oh, look how quickly this is not proof of anything. It goes a 10-second clip of saying seismic data had the big blast. This is absolutely disgusting trash. Okay, let's just keep going further. And so he's saying that he had 2 off-the-chart spikes when the buildings collapsed, and that would indicate a huge explosion, not merely rubble collapsing. What a load of BS. A 10-second audio clip with a random seismograph and zero explanation is not proof of anything. Not to mention, quote, proof of a, quote, huge explosion. Let's take a look, or let's take a look closely at these, quote, off-the-chart spikes. And they're talking about this Columbia University Observatory in Palisades or whatever. Let's go over that. There's Columbia University, and to show you where he got this seismic graph from. Let's look into it and look further into this. This is a seismology of 9/11. Seismologist Won Young Kim heard the first reports of the September 11, 2001 attacks on the World Trade Center as he drove to his job at Columbia University's Lamont Doherty Earth Observatory. And there, over here, this is interesting. Visitors to the underground September 11th Museum view part of the massive retaining wall that surrounded the tower's foundation. And this is a retaining wall. I thought there's a giant nuclear bomb that created molten lava or molten rock. This is undamaged. This is undamaged. This is a smoking gun equals smoking gun. Not that other Building 7 trash. It's a smoking gun like that. So yeah, seismic waves from the plane impacts and tower collapses first pass through this wall and into the Earth's crust. And MES note, the retaining wall doesn't look damaged at all, yet somehow the bedrock was turned into molten lava? Stop listening to such disinfo garbage by pathetic, quote, truth outlets. This is ridiculous. So over succeeding weeks, Kim and his colleagues worked with federal investigators, the New York Fire Department, the Port Authority, and others to provide seismic records that could be combined with photos, videos, and eyewitness reports. Their first product, co-authored by 12 Lamont seismologists and grad students, was a November 2001 paper published by the American Geophysical Union describing the waves generated by the attacks, their potential effects, and the precise timing of each event. And so there is that exact same chart that he used. So if you scroll over here, you can see this exact same one that he used. Here, that 4,545 nanoseconds. It's very little. 4,545 nanoseconds. Now the distance from here, this one is talking about this, and although I believe is just expanding it, I believe. And then look at the total distance. It's only like a few seconds. This is about 8 seconds. This is ridiculous. I believe that's about 8 seconds. So let's just keep further. This is how much it shook for, and then this is, so right now, the first impact of the plane or whatever it is. And then you have the first collapse of World Trade Center 2, the South Tower, then the North Tower is the second collapse over here. Magnitude 2.1 earthquake. This one magnitude 2.3. Let's see. Seismogram of the plane impacts and subsequent collapses of the World Trade Center Tower is recorded 21 miles away at Lamont Doherty Earth's Observatory. The records help pinpoint the exact time of each event. And yeah, so it helps the time when it was exactly. And this is the times over here, universal time. And this is 1340, and then you have 1410, and so on. So MES note, the first collapse, quote, shaking just lasted 8 seconds only. That's that distance across there. So you have over here, this is about 18, and somewhere around there. Actually, somewhere around here. It's hard to pinpoint, but it's about 8 seconds, 10 seconds, or whatever this distance is. I'll analyze this in extreme detail in later parts. But I just wanted to show that it wasn't shaking much. The first collapse of the South Tower generated seismic waves comparable to a magnitude 2.1 earthquake. The fall of the North Tower a half hour later generated the most powerful wave, corresponding to a 2.3 earthquake. This was recorded by 13 seismic stations in 5 states, including one at Lisbon, NH, New Hampshire, I'm not sure, 266 miles away. Again, Kim calculated that most of the energy did not reach the ground as seismic waves. He's literally saying it's not much energy. It was mainly used up by converting steel, concrete, and humans to dust. Did he read Judy Wood's book or something? He said the event greatly resembled energy released by pyroclastic flow, a lethal explosion of hot gases and debris. Hot, never, it's not hot. Running down the slopes of an exploding volcano. MES note, the seismologist Won Young Kim literally states that the seismic waves were less than he expected. He's literally saying that most energy did not reach the ground, so it didn't actually hit the ground. Because most of the energy was used up before it reached the ground by turning the steel, concrete, and humans into dust. Yeah, notice he doesn't talk about a giant nuclear explosion or whatever. It's just so much trash, that SGT report. The nearby 7 World Trade Center came down at 5:33 p.m. and the seismographs picked that up too. It was more gradual in the big towers. Kim said there was some speculation that this building and others nearby were fatally damaged by the earlier strong ground shaking. But the seismic analysis suggested otherwise. The ground shaking didn't do anything. Modern New York structures are built to withstand much stronger natural kicks up to magnitude 4 or 4.5 magnitude. Holy cow. Way higher than that World Trade Center 1 or 2 falling. The seismologist said the weakening of adjacent structures was more likely caused by the sudden air pressure of the volcano-like debris flow. Volcano-like debris. It's not hot. Not ground shaking. Suddenly. These findings help engineers more confidently judge which other still standing buildings were weakened and which were not. This completely overturns James Perloff's bogus 10-second audio garbage over its head. Why is he? Let's write that here. Yeah, why is he purposely lying about the seismology report? All right, so now let's look at this pyroclastic flow, just get an idea what they're talking about. That looks pretty cool, actually. It looks similar to 9/11, but these are like gases or whatnot. A pyroclastic flow, also known scientifically as a pyroclastic density current, is a fast-moving current of hot gas and volcanic volcanic matter, collectively known as tephra, which reaches speeds moving away from volcano up to 700 kilometers per hour. Holy God, this is like much faster. 9/11 it's like gradually, and it's mostly just straight up dust. This is just hot gas, which also show it's not hot in any way in 9/11. The gases can reach temperatures of up to about 1,000 degrees Celsius. Holy cow! Pyroclastic flows normally touch the ground and hurtle downhill or spread laterally under gravity. So pyroclastic flows sweep down the flanks of Mayon volcano, Philippines in 1984. It's pretty cool stuff like that. And then it rolls down like that. So yeah, basically Kim makes the argument. Yeah, let's put it over here. Kim makes the argument that the less than expected energy, we'll put energy right here, is akin to a volcano releasing fast-moving hot gas and volcanic matter, because although there's a lot of energy released, the seismic readings wouldn't be able to pick it all up, i.e. it's not directly affecting the ground as would an earthquake, a building collapse hitting the floor, and especially a mini nuke placed an elevator shaft to the bottom floor. If it was actually going to affect the bedrock and shake it, then the seismic reading would pick it up, but it didn't, because as Kim says, it's less energy than expected, and they all turn to dust. The humans, the steel, concrete. It literally says it. Now if you go over here, Seattle Times, look at the Kingdom, basically the demolition right here. Where were you when the Kingdom blew? Implosion was 15 years ago, just to show you the size of it. Look at the size of the people here. Compared to this rubble. This is like magnificently higher. The ribs of the dome's roof can be seen amid the flattened remains of the dome. Go on, notice how tall the rubble is compared to the tiny people. Why doesn't the rubble at 9/11 look like this or more? Hashtag turned to dust. Hashtag not demolition. If you go further, just to see this kingdom, just to show you a comparison. If you go to this is the USGS. I believe it's the United States Geo Survey or something like that, but it's the government website, and it goes over the seismic readings of the Kingdom's implosion, earthquake, and explosion recordings from the 2000 Seattle Kingdom seismic hazard investigation of Puget Sound, and then Washington right there. If you go to the Kingdom implosion, so the Seattle Kingdom was a domed concrete sports stadium approximately 192 meters wide, 73 meters high, and weighing approximately 100,000 kilograms. The Kingdom site 4005, the SP tables 1 and 3, anyways, was located near the northernmost strand of the Seattle's fault in Seattle's downtown area. The Kingdom was imploded at 8:32 a.m. local time on March 26, 2000. The over 4,000 pounds of demolition charges, this is a ton of the stuff right here, were detonated in hundreds of small shots over an approximately 15-second interval. These charges weakened the Kingdom's arches and the vertical supporting columns, keeping the central compression ring intact and allowing it to pull the dome structure inwards and downwards. Although the demolition contractor attempted to minimize the shaking produced by the 7, actually got that wrong. The 7 is the page number. When I copy and paste, page 6 is that one, and then page 7 goes in here. So right here, although the demolition contractor attempted to minimize the shaking produced by the implosion by piling concrete debris from the Kingdom beneath the compression ring, the impacts produced by the implosion of the Seattle Kingdom yielded signals equivalent to those of magnitude 2.3 earthquake. So again, 4,000 pounds of demolition charges. That's ridiculous. And then for the World Trade Center, it would be way more if that actually was demolition, which is the logistics is quite near impossible, especially for no dust, no debris, barely any debris showing, and it's all turned to dust. So it's magnitude 2.3. Now from Dr. Judy Wood's book, so you can buy it here, mes.fm/Judy Wood, book published 2010, Where Did Towers Go? So I posted this whole page here. You can page 74 of this to show the readings here. And here is a seismic reading here. This is from Geophys, Washington, EDU. I couldn't find it anymore. I think they changed where its location or whatnot. But here it is in Judy Wood's book. Here's a 52-second shaking. 52, because it's actually a demolition. There's like, it's actually collapsing, gradually hitting the ground. It's actually hitting the ground. The 9/11 didn't hit the ground. And now I must note the Kingdom seismic reading lasted 52 seconds, much longer than the World Trade Center towers. In fact, longer than the 7 towers combined. Because remember, 8 seconds about 8 second-ish was the World Trade Center 2, and then the 1 is probably similar as well. So this combined total of you're not going to get anywhere near this 52 seconds. because that's an actual demolition. And here's a size comparison. This is from her page. Yeah, so yeah, this is, again, MES note, just buy the book already and stop listening. It's page 75. Yeah, this, stop listening to evil disinfo agents all over the internet. And what I want to make a note here is there are, however, other factors to be considered in our analysis. Bedrock conditions are important in affecting earthquake equivalent Richter readings. If a structure is anchored directly into bedrock, its demolition will yield a higher Richter rating than if it were not anchored this way. Why? Because if a structure is not anchored into bedrock, the energy released by its demolition is dissipated via the Earth's cushioning materials. However, if it is anchored into bedrock, the released energy directly impacts that rock, pinging the Earth directly without any dampening, thus allowing the signal to carry more efficiently to recording stations. It is like hitting a hammer against, scroll it over, against it's over here, against your mattress instead of hitting a tuning fork. So that's the thing with the cushioning ground if it wasn't bedrock. Now if you go over here, scroll down here, the kingdom was not anchored in bedrock. Consequently, if the kingdom Richter value was a 2.3 reading transferred through soft material, a building with 30 times the potential energy, as she illustrates in her book, and I'll go over in great detail later videos, anchored directly in bedrock should have transferred a much higher signal to earthquake monitoring instruments. Amazingly, however, the south tower reading of 2.1 was lower than the kingdom's 2.3, despite the tower having 30 times the potential energy and being anchored in bedrock. The difference between these Richter readings implies that the tower had only 60% of the potential energy of the kingdom instead of the real range of 3,000, as explained by Kim, the seismologist, because all the energy was transferred to turning the concrete and steel and people into dust in midair. Basically illustrating that it's like a volcano, but it's not like a volcano, but just a similar idea, where there's more energy released in the seismic reading would show. The fact that the towers were anchored in bedrock means that the energy release should have run through to recording instruments loud and clear, but notably did not. To put it succulently, once again, the physical evidence, in this case seismic evidence, is inconsistent with the official explanation of a pancaking building of approximately 500,000 tons slamming into the ground, and similarly it is inconsistent with any theory of a controlled demolition. Just buy that book, it's absolutely fascinating. Her in-depth research is just immaculate. Yeah, it's just perfect. So notice the size difference yet both this kingdom, yes, look at that size difference over here. So even World Trade Center 7 it's like over double the height of this one. Look at these ones way higher. This is ridiculous. And that one has same equivalent as the first one here, the World Trade Center 1. And the World Trade Center 7 has barely anything showing the seismic reading. So notice the seismic difference. Notice the size difference in both the Seattle Kingdom 2.3 and World Trade Center 1 2.1 earthquake magnitude, and WTC 2 2.3. Actually got these mixed up. This one is the first one. That was WTC 2 is the south one, and then this is 1 is the north one 2.3. I explain here 2.1. This is this lower. The south reading is 2.1. And then 2.3 is the other one. Yeah, so also note that they still had similar seismic impacts, but even though this kingdom was way shorter than the other ones. Also note that the kingdom was not anchored on bedrock, as was the towers, yet still the seismic readings were similar. Again, this completely reveals the lies behind James Perloff's 10-second clip claiming that such a large spike, seismic reading or spike, is only due to an quote explosion. Who the F is this guy? Hashtag CIA agent. Probably, because it's so much BS. Let's go further into this info. It's so much disinfo, it's just hard to grasp. Alright, so back to the disinfo video. Let's just play it, see what he's got up his sleeves now.
It's very significant. The nukes explain the damage to the rest of the World Trade Center. Building 5 was ablaze. I sent you a picture of that. Building 6 cratered out. Building 7 was ablaze. Enormous fires in these other buildings. Well, when did they start? Obviously, it wasn't before the towers collapsed, because otherwise the cameras would have panned down to those blazes and smoke plumes. What happened, Sean, and most people don't know this, but underground, the entire World Trade Center was interconnected, not only by the sewer system, but by a stormwater drainage system 3 feet wide, and it connected to those service pits down in elevator 50. So when a nuclear blast went off, not only went up the elevator shaft following the path of least resistance, it also followed the path of least resistance underground, through these underground pipes or tunnels, if you will, and it shot up through these other buildings. And as evidence of that, I sent you a picture of what labeled geysers. You had geysers of steam and then smoke coming out of the ground. That's when these pipes were bursting from overpressure. And also, if you see the clip that I've got on my website, in the article 9/11 Simplified, you see as people were fleeing the big dust cloud behind them. In front of them, there was smoke coming up, pouring out of the New York City sewers. Why? Because this underground drainage system ultimately emptied into New York City sewers. That's reason number 7. Number 8 is the dust cloud itself. You know, if you look at footage of U.S. military nuclear bomb tests, they don't just create a mushroom cloud. They create a gigantic dust level expanding cloud. And if you talk to the people who went through that cloud, as I have, that was a very hot cloud. Number 9.
Oh man, this is so much disinfo. Okay, so geysers of steam and then smoke coming out of the ground. Okay, that blurry image is not proof of anything. This is not proof of anything. Let's just go over. I mean, so this is so much BS speculation. It's getting tiring looking at it. How does Perloff know it's steam or geysers or smoke? A random blurry image doesn't prove much, and certainly doesn't prove that a nuclear blast followed through random elevator paths, underground pipes, and tunnels. So much BS. You can't just say that image proves anything. Please, people, use your own critical thinking skills and judge for yourself, and don't just take the words of pathetic liars like James and Sean. Now going further, he talks over here as the big dust cloud behind. And he says underground, it's like emptied into the New York City sewers. Where is the dust cloud coming from? This is not coming from the sewers. I don't know what he's talking about. I literally have no idea what he's talking about. This is literally the tower turning to dust. And let's just see see what he's talking about. Emptied into the New York City sewers. I mean, it's know that the big dust cloud is clearly coming from the buildings themselves and not the city sewers. Now he's literally making complete BS up. Lock him up. Treason. Hashtag treason. And again, he's talking about, he talked to the people, again, just like the AE911Truth. Exactly. Just like they all use the same, like, notes or the same book or whatever, their strategy guide. And he says that he went and talked to people and they said that there was a very hot cloud. Very hot cloud. What does that mean? Just because even if people felt it was hot, does not mean it was hot. Like, it's not burning them. There's different kinds of heat. It's not conventional heat if it was. But so yeah, basically he's saying comparable to a nuclear blast mushroom cloud. What a load of BS. Hashtag BS Perloff. And now if you go here, CTV, just mainstream Canadian news, remembering 9/11 dramatic before and after images. Look at these people all covered in dust. They don't look like they're burning or anything. And this is before after. And yeah, again, this don't look like they're burning. People covered in dust walk over debris near the World Trade Center. Again, look at the paper, not burnt. There's nothing hot going on. The dust doesn't look like it was too hot, at least not hot enough coming from a nuclear blast. Here's another before-after image. It's pretty cool. Here's the before. Where is anything? There's literally nothing here. And this is World Trade Center. Yeah, this one right here is the Building 7. Where is it? It's just so small, nothing, like barely hitting it over there. This is ridiculous. Before an aerial photo, aerial view shows parts of the crime scene where the World Trade Center collapsed following the September 11th terrorist attack. Surrounding buildings were heavily damaged by the debris. Surrounding buildings were heavily damaged. This is clean. This is clean. This is like absolutely clean. What is this? Yeah, surrounding buildings were heavily damaged by the debris and massive force of the falling Twin Towers. And then here's the after. Oh man, look at their black cube symbolism. So that was the North Tower, the South Tower, North Tower is over there. I believe that's how it works. Unless I got it mixed up around. But anyways, here's the after. Actually, I believe this one's the North. This one, yeah, this one's the North. This one is the South. And then that's the New World, One World Trade Center. Is that what it is? Yeah, that's what it looks like. Yeah, that's actually right. This is World Trade Center 7. I'm not sure which one. This one is either One World or the new World Trade Center 7. But anyways, this is the North, that's South. And yeah, this is getting ridiculous. So the National, this is pretty cool. Black cube symbolism. Again, I got to look into this. The National December 11th Memorial is a tribute to the victims of the attack. Sitting within the footprints where the Twin Towers once stood are twin reflecting pools, each nearly an acre in size. Architect Michael Ehret and landscape architect Peter Walker created the design selected from the global design competition that included more than 5,200 entries from 63 nations. MES note, interesting black cube symbolism Hashtag those are everywhere. They're literally everywhere. You gotta look into the symbols. Also know that there is a new quote Oculus eye-like skeletal or eyelashes structure built right beside the World Trade Center 1 and 2 memorials. Actually, you can't make this stuff up. It's from Inhabitat.com. Get a sneak peek of San Diego's Calatrava's Oculus WTC Transit Hub opening soon. This was 2015. Look at this. This looks weird shape right beside. There's a north, there's a south tower there. Let's go NY Times. Retractable skylight in World Trade Center. Oculus takes final form. Santiago Calatrava said the roof would open, and eventually it will. So he was the architect. On Friday morning, a 5,700-pound glass panel was hoisted into place as a 355-foot-long operable skylight took final form in the Oculus Pavilion of the World Trade Center Transportation Hub, designed by Mr. Calatrava. Another panel went up in the afternoon. Each September 11th, the skylight would be opened to the elements for 102 minutes. Eric Dumas, a spokeswoman for the authority, said that is how long the 2001 terrorist attack lasted, from the time the first jetliner hit the Trade Center at 8:46 a.m. until the collapse of the second tower at 10:28 a.m. So yeah, it opens up. It's a retractable roof on top, and then opens up for the sky to come in. So then here's from curb.com. See the skylight of the World Trade Center Oculus open as a 9/11 memorial, and notice how it opens up here. The 330-foot long skyline opened to commemorate the anniversary of 9/11. So notice when it retracts, it opens up so the light comes in, and I'll show you some of the lights. Pretty cool. So for the second time, the skylight that crowns Santiago Calatrava's Oculus, again, it's like eye or whatever, at the World Trade Center Transportation Hub opened for close to 2 hours on the anniversary of 9/11, allowing light to flood the main hall of the transit hub at 10:28 a.m., the moment that the North Tower of the WTC collapsed on September 11th, 2001. A beam of sunlight shone across center of the majestic space. So there's how the skylight goes in. These are some interesting skylights that these world powers are doing. Look at how it opens up like that. There's a One World Trade Center. Yeah, so that's the One World one, the new one. So notice how it turns into the One World. So the World Trade Center complex turned into the One World. Now you got the eye opening in there. One World, Trade Center. It's just the symbolism is ridiculous. Very interesting. Also interesting is that the architect Santiago Calatrava has designed other eye-like structures. Hashtag why? Because remember, these elites or whoever's running this always use eye-like structures. If you put his name in DuckDuckGo, because it's better than Google. If you search it, look at the eye there. I'll show you some. There's some very interesting shapes right here. But here's another one. If you look, type eye, shows the one with the reflection. It's literally an eyeball inside. So this guy, and then there's some designs that he's doing. It's an eye. I might look into this further, but it's clear that they're like these eye, the eye of the pyramid and the Illuminati eye or whatever this stuff is. The elites sure do like their eye symbolism. Definitely will investigate this further. Hashtag stay tuned. This stuff is getting ridiculous. And speaking of, quote, skylight, note the peculiar tribute of light. If you go to Wikipedia, tribute in light, I mean. And let's write this one down. This one reckon do any Mandela effect. The tribute in light is an art installation of 88 searchlights placed 6 blocks south of the World Trade Center, so not exactly where it used to be, to create 2 vertical columns of light to represent the Twin Towers in remembrance of the September 11th attacks. It is produced annually by the Municipal Art Society of New York, and look at what we have. This whole talk of space beams, directed weapons, and the tribute is exactly, arguably what happened on 9/11. It's absolutely amazing. In 2017, as seen from Brooklyn Heights, here's One World Trade Center. You got the 2 in there. And then you have this right in the center, the Statue of Liberty. It's like they've all planned this. In 2014, as seen from Bayonne, New Jersey, here the tribute in light is not located on the former site of the Twin Towers, but is projected from further south in Manhattan, as indicated by the One World Trade Center's placement at the left. Here's another image right here. And let's get this out of there. But look at this giant. It passes through the cloud. 2010 as seen from Brooklyn. Absolutely fascinating stuff. Again, it's like they're literally telling you this is what we did on 9/11. These lights look super cool, but given the advanced technology used on 9/11 to turn towers to dust, I think they may be telling something. These people are at least they got some sense of humor. So Washington Times, if you go to there, if you look at how the lights look up, the searchlights inside, look, those are some pretty cool wow Cool stuff. Intriminating light will aim skyward at 7:11 p.m. This was on 2012, just to show that a close-up of there. So notice you got the two towers, and then in line with the new one world, and in between you got the Statue of Liberty, also has its occult origins and other stuff like that. It's a very interesting picture of the Statue of Liberty in the middle of a new one world trade center, and the tribute and light beams pointing towards space. It's as if the destruction of the old World Trade Center complex ushered in the one world trade center. Hashtag NWO. They aren't even being subtle anymore, in my opinion. It's ridiculous. Now, SGT report disinfo video continued. Or more specifically, in this case, actually, it's disinfo, quote, hot dust cloud analysis continued. Now, if you go to ibtimes.co.uk, it shows some of the dust clouds that were obviously not hot. Remembering 9/11 photos showing devastation of New York City World Trade Center attack 15 years ago. The Al-Qaeda. Oh, so much BS. It's not Al-Qaeda. Okay, even Al-Qaeda is just another government, U.S. government or world government institution. So here, look at this. What is this dust? Look at that. Dust and debris fill the air as one of the World Trade Center towers collapses. That's unreal. Look at this guy. Doesn't look too hot. A man walks in the street after the collapse of the World Trade Center. Was there jet fuel hitting him? Thermite? Was there nuclear sewers? Whatever the guy's talking about. Doesn't look too hot. Dust cloud is not hot. Get that through your head. And now here you got one of the most evil people ever born. September 13, 2001, U.S. George W. Bush's eyes well up with tears while speaking in the Oval Office at the White House. Psychopath GW looks like he's holding back a smirk or a smile. This doesn't look like crying, or I don't know what this is, in my opinion. Now here's what real tears look like. This is December 19, 2001. New York resident Jenny Lalette cries at seeing the remains of the World Trade Center for the first time. This is what real tears look like. Just look at the difference. How about that? This guy's like trying to hide a smirk. Now let's continue back to the SGT report disinfo video. And talking about that melted steel BS. Alright, so back to the disinfo video. Let's play this and listen.
Thanks, Sean. And I just also want to mention, I do believe there was thermite at the level of the alleged plane strikes, whatever struck it. I do believe there was thermite there. And one of the pilots pointed out, and I thought this was a pretty good theory, that the reason they wanted that melting steel you can see dripping for the South Tower is that they wanted to advance that theory that they were going to use that jet fuel does melt steel beams. And that's probably one reason why they use the thermite. I also go into the article on why.
He literally said like 1,000 times. If you believe this guy, you are one of the stupidest people of all time. I'm just going to say it straight up. Do not believe these ridiculous people. Okay, let's so he's saying that this is molten steel. How do you know? Now, this is melting steel. You can see it from the dripping. How do you know? This is aluminum cladding around. Why is that melting? Why is this melting? Like, how do you know it's steel? That's the question. And now he's saying that, let's see, he's saying that they want to advance the jet fuel does melt steel beam. That's why they're using this thermite, okay? He even gets the mainstream wrong. It's like as if he wants the mainstream to debunk him, as I'll show. How does James know that it was, quote, steel and that it was, quote, hot? Why is there very little, quote, steel being melted? And also, why is aluminum cladding surrounding the entire building not melting? I'll be covering that in later videos very in-depth, what the materials are all being made of the buildings. So yeah, you can't have steel melting, yet aluminum, which melts at a much lower temperature, not melt. Why is James pushing this pathetic and easily debunked misinformation? Just because something is glowing does not mean it's hot, and certainly doesn't mean we can state it as being, quote, steel. In fact, let's look at here, and actually before that, this is the glowing part where, Judy Wood thought this was aluminum, and that's even what the NIST report thinks it is. And this is what Michael Zabor was proving, that it was aluminum, or that aluminum glows when heated at room temperature. I mean, at normal room conditions. And that's when because he was debunking the bogus thermite from Stephen Jones, and then that shortly after he gets killed. You can't make this stuff up. This is an epic game we're playing right now. It's a dangerous game. So if you go to NIST.gov, look at their report here, December 28th, it's retrieved then. If you go to NIST report, so here I just quickly added the title of that report. This was Chapter 9, Fire Behavior in World Trade Center 2. And if you go to page 375 or PDF page 79, the composition of the flowing material can only be the subject of speculation. But so they even say it's speculation. But its behavior suggests it could have been molten aluminum. This sentence alone proves that this Perlov is either an ignorant SOB or just a flat-out liar. They're not going to use the jet fuel does melt ceiling. That's not what they use it for. Only the thermite-controlled disinfo piece of trash, like AE911Truth and so on, are the ones that are pushing this. They're the ones pushing it, not NIST, not the government. Government knows full well that you can't judge something just by looking at an image. And it could be molten aluminum because around it's not being melted. So it says, the composition of the flowing material can only be the subject of speculation, but its behavior, this is page 376, but its behavior suggests it could have been molten aluminum. Visual evidence already discussed shows that the significant wreckage from the aircraft passed through the building and came to rest in the northeast corner of the tower on the 81st floor, i.e. at the location where the molten material, molten or whatever it is, it could be, but it's not super hot or hot enough to damage the stuff around it. Molten material apparently originated. Much of the structure of the Boeing 767 is formed from two aluminum alloys that have been identified as 2024 and 7075. Over there's the identification. The melting points for these alloys vary as the materials melts. The Aluminum Association Handbook, the Aluminum Association 2003 lists the melting points ranges for the alloys as roughly 500 degrees Celsius to 638 degrees Celsius and 475 degrees Celsius to 635 degrees Celsius for alloys 224 and 7075 respectively. These temperatures are well below those characteristics of fully developed fires, i.e. 1000 degrees Celsius, and any aluminum present is likely to have been at least partially melted by the intense fires that have been in the area for nearly 48 minutes. There's aluminum cladding not being damaged much. So this is another one. This view of the northeast tower of corner of WTC2 is a frame capture from a video at 9:51 a.m. The intensity levels have been adjusted. Why intensity? Why are you changing the intensity levels? And column and floor numbers have been added. The arrows highlight a hanging object that is visible through the windows of the 82nd floor. I think this is a hanging object that was there. So yeah, this could be aluminum. I don't know what it is. It's probably aluminum or whatever it is. But it's not steel. Remember that. During the period between 9:45 a.m. and the start of the global collapse, this page 396, global collapse of WTC2 at 9:59 a.m., there were numerous indications that significant changes taking place within the tower. These included, 1, repeated pressure pulses that push smoke and/or dust, and in some cases flames from multiple open windows simultaneously over multiple floors. Flows of molten metal assumed to be aluminum. How many times did they say it? It's aluminum, or at least their assumption. So even if it's not aluminum, they're not pushing that jet fuel melts steel based on those images. Remember that. So you never lie about what the mainstream media is saying, because then they can easily spin it. And that's, I believe, what James Perlov is doing. He's making himself easily debunkable by the mainstream. That's how pathetic and evil he is. From the tops of the windows, visible changes in the location of hanging objects, sudden changes in fire and location, inward bowing of exterior columns, and a large number of pieces of debris falling, turning dust, from the northeast side of the east face just prior to the collapse. The available evidence suggests that many, if not all, of the hanging objects were possibly floor slabs that had become detached from and settled down below the spandrel to which they were originally attached. Going further, see what more they read. As discussed above, the sources for the pressure pulses. So yeah, some pressure pulses. There's a bunch of stuff happening. It's not explosives. You're gonna see some random stuff shooting out and pressure pulses or gas or just dust compressed and pushing. That created the widespread smoke and/or dust puffs. It's mostly smoke. Well, I mean mostly dust. Observed on multiple phases of WTC2 are unknown. Yeah, the sources of that's very interesting. There are numerous possibilities. However, it is possible that some fraction of these pulses could have been associated with structural changes in a tower. So, even though definitive visual evidence is not available to support such hypothesis. There's evidence that some of the puffs were correlated with releases of molten aluminum, which could possibly be associated with the local floor slabs movement. The sudden release of molten material, possibly aluminum, they keep saying aluminum, it's not jet fuel melting steel according to this evidence, or those images, that began pouring from window 80-255 on the north side of the 80th floor at 9:51 a.m. Provides evidence for the extensive heating that had taken place from the fire that had been burning in the area for nearly 50 minutes. The melting point range for the relevant aluminum alloys varies from 475 degrees Celsius to 635 degrees Celsius, and a great deal of heat would have been required to melt the large volume of liquid metal observed pouring from the tower. A great level of heat. or some sort of other technology. Note that even the NIST report doesn't make any claims as to what the glowing metal is, but instead argue it might be aluminum. They don't say it is, they're just assuming it to be it, and you could argue that it is. They're not making a blatant claims like a molten steel James Perloff. Thus, James Perloff is horribly wrong about what the official mainstream narrative is. The NIST report never makes they never make the easily debunked claim of, quote, molten steel flowing from the World Trade Center 1 and 2, as claimed by Perloff. It, quote, appears, i.e. almost certainly is, and not just appears, that James is purposely trying to make claims that are very easily disproved by even the pathetic, quote, official mainstream version of events. There are layers to this psyop. Also, the only people using this image as quote, proof of molten steel are the quote, thermite disinfo branch of the elaborate cover-up. The rest of the video covers the unconventional planes hologram tech theory. I'll cover those in later videos, so stay tuned for that. But in the entire video, Perloff does make some good points, interesting points, about the aluminum wings of the planes, or the quote, planes would have broken up and not sliced through steel like butter. Also, he has a good possible explanation of the question, but what about the passengers? He says there may actually have been a hijacking, but by a special ops or operations unit pretending to be, quote, Muslim terrorists. And then the passenger can call their loved ones as expected because they think it's terrorists and so on. But the plane would then, the plane could then cut off the phone lines, fly out of radar to a high altitude, and then depressurize part of the plane, thus killing all the passengers because of the lack of air to breathe. Is this some inside knowledge to mix in with the nuclear disinfo? Hashtag maybe. This actually seems very plausible. Again, I will look further into this, so stay tuned for that. But this is very interesting, that question, what about the passengers? Because I believe it wasn't a conventional plane hitting a conventional wall. That's my current statement on it. Anyways, let's go further into James Perloff's website, and then this one question I'm asking is, now why is James Perloff making himself out to be a pathological liar, in my opinion? If you go to 9/11 and beyond on his article right here on his website, jamesperloff.com, his implications for the truth movement, Mike Hill's work on nuclear demolition have alarmed the 9/11 perpetrators, resulting in alternative theories of the WTC collapse for the purpose of creating cognitive dissonance. So much ridiculous. I don't know when in 2006 the Hill's book was published, but in late 2006, Dr. Judy Wood proposed directed energy weapons, and Architects Engineers for 9/11 Truth was established, proposing nano-thermite again. Once someone's finding the truth, they're going to mix, and then obviously the deep state, CIA, whatnot, are going to start intermixing these fake these controlled opposition groups, like this Hill guy with the nuclear demolition, with this thermite AE911Truth BS, to cover up and muddy the waters of the actual truth, directed energy weapons, and Judy Wood. Right here, so 9/11 Truth was established, proposing nano-thermite. In making this remark, I intend no insult to followers of either camp. Again, so much BS. Who include many sincere, intelligent individuals. And yes, notice again the grouping of disinfo, thermite, and nukes with the truth of DEWs, or directed energy weapons, as well as, once again, the downplaying of 9/11 as just people speculating. And I mean all insult to anyone pushing nuclear demolitions and this bogus nano-thermite or thermite trash. I purposely mean insult. Like, if you feel insulted by it, you better should be. Because you should not be posting this kind of disinfo trash. Smarten up if you are just ignorant of it. Or please just go away if you're actually pushing this trash. So this summer, during his book tour, I had the pleasure of meeting Chris Bolton, one of 9/11's best researchers. In this interview, starting about the 42-minute mark, Chris states a Mossad agent approached him in Germany and tried to sell him on the beam weapons thesis long before Judy Wood got on board with it. Dr. Wood's DEWs, or direct energy weapons, which she initially called Star Wars beam weapons, took Israelis off the hook for 9/11, since they wouldn't have had a space-based weapon. This guy's obsession with Israel is absolutely disgusting. So Kevin Ryan, who along with Dr. Stephen Jones is a leading nano-thermite proponent, exonerates Israel as well. What is wrong with this guy? Unbelievable. So much projection by Perloff, suggesting that Dr. Judy Wood may be an Israeli Mossad agent. What the F is wrong with this disgusting man, and why is he so obsessed with Israel? My view is that Israel, Saudi Arabia, Russia, China, and the rest of the world are almost certainly being governed by a single entity, because if any of them were truly, quote, separate, they would have blown the whistle 9/11 free energy, tech, and false flag terror a long time ago. But they wouldn't, because It's obviously control. And also notice the subtle jab at Dr. Judy Wood for calling dues the Star Wars beam weapons, as if some sort of ludicrous topic. This was because the United States, she initially called this was because the United States literally had a Star Wars program focused on directed energy weapons in the 1980s, at least publicly. Why doesn't the pathetic Perloff state this? If you go to Wikipedia, the Strategic Defensive Initiative, the Strategic Defensive Initiative (SDI) was a proposed missile defense system intended to protect the United States from attack by ballistic strategic nuclear weapons or intercontinental ballistic missiles, and submarine-launched ballistic missiles. This system, which was to combine ground-based units and orbital deployment platforms, was first publicly announced by President Ronald Reagan on March 23, 1983. The Strategic Initiative Organization, SDIO, was set up in 1984 with the United States Department of Defense to oversee the Strategic Defensive Initiative. Reagan was a vocal critic of the Doctrine of Mutual Assured Destruction, or MAD, which he described as a suicide pact. In his 1983 speech, he called upon the scientists and engineers of the United States to develop a system that would render nuclear weapons obsolete. Now, SDI, and I believe they are obsolete. They talk about nuclear weapons in the media. This is just trash. They're trying to scare you when they have way more advanced tech, like directed energy weapons and so on. SDI was an important part of his defense policy, intended to end MAD as a nuclear deterrent strategy. A wide area of advanced weapon concepts, including lasers, particle beam weapons, and ground and space-based missile systems were studied, along with various sensor, command and control, and high-performance computer systems that would be needed to control system consisting of hundreds of combat centers and satellites spanning the entire globe. Holy cows, 80s. A number of these concepts were tested throughout the late 1980s, and follow-on efforts and spin-offs continued to this day. The ambitious initiative was criticized for allegedly threatening to destabilize the MAD, or mutually assured destruction approach, and to possibly reignite an offensive arms race. SDI was nicknamed largely in the mainstream media as Star Wars. There's where you get it from. And after the popular 1977 film by George Lucas. In 1987, the American Physical Society concluded that a global shield such as Star Wars was not directly feasible for operational status using existing technology, and that about 10 more years of research. Research, the word that all encompasses all money, and you don't know where it's going. It's all black budget. Was needed to know whether such a system was plausible. Strategic Defensive Initiative. You gotta look at the symbolism of this. This symbol is pretty interesting. And look at that. It even has like satellite in the air and is shooting laser beams from space. It's 1984 and dissolved or renamed. It's ridiculous. Superseding Ballistic Missile Defense Organization, and afterwards, what does it become? What is that? It doesn't name after? I don't know. Anyways, if you look at the table of contents, it literally has directed energy weapons, X-ray laser, chemical laser, neutron particle laser, laser and mirror experiments, and hypervelocity railgun. So yeah, and so on. Other kinds of stuff like space-based programs, space-based interceptor, SBI, brilliant pebbles. I don't know what those are. You better believe directed energy weapons are available, and the nuclear weapons are almost certainly obsolete. They're old tech. They are old. This like burning fossil fuels. Old tech. Also, what kind of, quote, Mossad agent gets their Wikipedia page deleted and put on their block list? Recall from Free Energy Part 1, in which I explained how Dr. Judy Wood has her Wikipedia page deleted, and almost all mention of her has been removed, so make sure to watch that. Here's a short clip explaining how her name is also flagged and put on block list for both the Freemason AE911Truth and Wikipedia. This is ridiculous. Go here again. This is from Check the Evidence from Andrew Johnson, one of the greatest researchers on the planet on topics that are censored everywhere. So a page deleted within hours by Wikipedia. Let's play this. Where did Howard's go? Implications of a forensic study and cover-up. And you better watch this. Let's go. And yeah, watch the whole video when you have time. Alright, so here it is. This is the Where the Towers Go implications by Check the Evidence by Andrew Johnson. Wikipedia censorship of 9/11 evidence. In 2010, Wikipedia bluntly admitted to researcher at Abraham Rodriguez they blocked certain aspects of 9/11 evidence along with Dr. Judy Wood's study. In this next segment, Rodriguez talks about how this disclosure came about. Display it. Let's move it on.
Part of my story that I'd like to really emphasize is the involvement of Wikipedia in the censorship of this evidence and what is going on. Not only are they not sharing the evidence, but they're actually actively preventing it from being shared on Wikipedia, despite the fact that it is a public forum and a public place for discussion. I signed up for an account on Wikipedia so that I could edit it because it's available to be edited by the public. And I created a page devoted to Dr. Judy Wood. Talked about her academic credentials, talked about all of her peer-reviewed publications, major engineering journals, her efforts as an academic professor, as a scientist, as a researcher. They are just unbelievably powerful in and of themselves, aside from all of this 9/11 effort that she has also put forth. So I thought that she is well deserving of a Wikipedia page. And so I created a page, put a lot of her information on there, and in one small section of the page, I mentioned her efforts in the 9/11 Truth community. She has assembled with facts. I mentioned that she has taken these facts and actually sued the private corporations that were involved in the phony 9/11 investigations and the science fraud that occurred during those investigations. She actually sued them based on scientific merit, based on the Data Quality Act, trying to hold them accountable for the science fraud that they have put forth that continues to affect the world to this day. And I put some documents from her court case on there, and it was just amazing because within a few hours of creating that Wikipedia page, someone had already deleted it. Some moderator with higher powers had already deleted the page. I tried to recreate it, and that moderator would not allow that to be done, no matter what reasons I gave. My next step was to try and insert her name and website into the Wikipedia page called 9/11 Truth Movement. They even have a page called the 9/11 Truth Movement on Wikipedia. So I thought, well, if I can't have her own page, then of course I can stick it in there. And I'll stick a link to her websites and mention her court case there. We'll bring more attention to the facts that she has discovered and assembled for us. Unfortunately, someone was even moderating that page very, very closely because within a matter of minutes of inserting one or two sentences about her into one of the paragraphs and inserting a link to her website at the bottom of the page, someone had detected that and had deleted out those sentences I had added and deleted out the link to her website that I had added.
It seems like her name might be flagged on Wikipedia.
Yeah, the actual proof came during the appeal. The public policy of Wikipedia, I believe, is that public appeal discussions are meant to stay open for several days. I believe it's like 5 to 7 days, so that enough public moderators can log in, look at the debate, weigh in, give their vote, and then a decision is made after several days. Within something just like 12 hours, my appeal discussion was closed and locked down so that no one else could comment on it or edit it. And so that was a violation of Wikipedia's own policy in the way that this was addressed. I started actually individually messaging the moderators and saying, look, you have violated this website's policy, to try and censor this information that is completely appropriate for this page, and more important than anything that's currently on this page. That is when two very, very important things happened. One is that my account was banned. So they completely banned my account because I was pointing out that they had broken the rules of the website to try and censor the information that I had put on there about Dr. Judy Wood. And then number two, that's when I got a message from one of the moderators. His user account was named Hoogabloob. Ultimately, it's what he said that is the second and most important thing of what happened with the Wikipedia exchange. He literally said to me, he said, I would give up on this topic. I would give it a rest. It's a waste of your time because even if you came up with good reasons that she should be mentioned on this page, they wouldn't let you anyway because she is on a block list. Her name is blocked. And so he admitted to me that there is a block list that Wikipedia has, and her name is on it. And so moderators are instructed to reflexively just block any mentioning of her or the material that comes with her name.
Wow, they have a special flagging specifically for Dr. Judy Wood. That's amazing. Wikipedia censors Dr. Judy Wood.
Yeah, and on the other side of things, there's full-fledged discussion about Richard Gage and Thermite and Alex Jones and Dmitry Kalazov, but no mentioning of Dr. Judy Wood. So it's okay to talk about everything else, thermite, bombs, explosives, nukes, jet fuel, whatever, But don't you dare talk about Dr. Judy Wood, otherwise we're going to freaking block that and they're going to ban you. It's just amazing. And it's all documented in screenshots and actual snapshots of what actually happens. You can read the exchange for yourself. You don't have to take my word for it or anything.
President Eisenhower.
This is just ridiculous. That's what happens. Judy Wood is the most feared person in the world. This is the greatest hero we're currently living right now. Wikipedia literally told Abraham Hovis Rodriguez, as he was trying to create Dr. Judy Wood's Wikipedia page, as well as insert a section of her work in the 9/11 quote Truth movement page, that she was on a block list so that any mention of her gets automatically removed or severely censored. Hashtag unbelievable. Also, Rodriguez was banned from Wikipedia, so he can't edit anything anymore. Hashtag NWO. And this is this is Abraham Hovis Rodriguez, and he literally goes to Richard Gage of AE911Truth and literally tells him, "Why did you ban me?" They literally banned him because he was talking about Judy Wood on his profile and trying to get others involved. They literally banned people. This is AE911Truth. This is Richard Gage, the pure evil. This is a psychopath. How is this person? Why is he covering up 9/11 and free energy? This guy is nutcase. So let's go further. Yeah, let's go further. I just want to show. So he asked him, everybody, but you banned me from your petition, you silenced me, etc. And then going further, AE911Truth literally banned Abraham for asking why they didn't include Dr. Judy Wood's brilliant work in their pathetic disinfo website. And then he goes, going to present every piece of evidence out there that I can't explain. He says he's actually not going to do that. You listen to him. This is the pathetic Richard Gage response, that they aren't going to present evidence that they can't explain. He really said that. Really. He's saying he's not going to look at evidence he doesn't have an explanation for. This is AE911Truth. And I'm just going to show you a clip of him bringing up Judy Wood stuff. And here, just listen to the end part of it. And let's see what happens here. Alright, so let's just play it.
Next question. Okay, last part. I just want to know, do you ban all your members that just message you sharing evidence, asking? I honestly want to know.
Be quiet.
Let him talk.
Sit down.
Let him talk. I'll answer your question. Let him talk.
So, now Abraham was banned because he put on his profile information which we find confuses and distracts people from the evidence that we believe is most solid. We don't want every theory out there on our website in people's profiles. So we do censor the profiles. So that's what's going on.
Completely banned. And I just wanted to say, if anyone really wants an investigation, please read this book. It is the most important book I've ever read in my entire life. And just take it for yourself and please just read it.
Thanks, Abraham.
Where Did the Towers Go by Dr. Judy Wood, please. Like, we're all on the same team.
Appreciate that very much. Next question.
Yeah.
Right here.
As you can see there, he literally says they censor people. This is absolutely ridiculous. And then, basically, Abraham Hovis Rodriguez, very, very true. Dr. Judy Wood's most important book you'll ever read. So Freemason AE911Truth's Richard Gage literally said they ban and censor people for putting information on their profile they don't like. Hashtag disgusting. That's AE911Truth. They're one of the most evil organizations ever lived. And it says right here, most important book he's ever read. This is Where the Towers Go by Dr. Judy Wood. It is a must read. I was right. I was right. A must read for everyone in the entire world. So now let's go back to SCT report. This info is near the end. That's talking about the buildings. I only focus on the buildings and not the plane stuff or some Israel stuff he keeps bringing up. Yeah, so alright, we're back into the disinfo. Let's just play this last clip to see what he says. As again, it's going to be that smoking gun, Building 7 nonsense.
And in flight to develop the scenario. And what I've told you today is, again, an extremely condensed version. So I would just encourage people, if they are interested in some of this, to go to my articles at jamesperloff.com. Again, it's 9/11 Simplified, and the other article is called Conversations with an Airline Pilot About 9/11 for details, photographs, video clips, and citations and documentation.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Do check out jamesperloff.com. You may also want to read the article To 9/11 and Beyond, the Rothschild-Israeli Obsession with Nuclear Weapons. You know, James is not afraid of talking about those things that will most assuredly get this video demonetized by YouTube and may well result in a community guidelines strike for, I guess, discussing what YouTube and Google deem unsafe material. Right, James? I mean, what we're talking about right now is unsafe for the establishment. This is not what they want people talking about, and they certainly don't want people knowing that the University of Alaska Fairbanks report has concluded that World Trade Center 7 did not collapse due to fire, as NIST has claimed for so long. And that's why World Trade Center 7 is the smoking gun of 9/11.
Sean, there was a massive attack on alternative media. It seems to have been long.
Okay. Oh man, pretending to be the alternative. So yeah, so for so long, that's why World Trade Center 7 is a smoking gun. He's got the WTC7evaluation.org, which is just part of the AE911Truth bogus controlled opposition. So again, this is just getting absolutely ridiculous. Let's scroll all the way back. And again, notice how Sean brings up the same smoking gun talking point of architects and engineers for 9/11Truth and their obfuscation with WTC7. That's not the smoking gun. It's one of many, but even then now they say it's demolition. It's all fake. Note that the Alaska University report, or Fairbanks report, 16 years after 9/11, and the killing displacements of millions in the Middle East, concluding that fires didn't bring down WT7 is just another almost certain pathetic CIA deep state continuation of perception management strategy of, quote, building 7 as a smoking gun instead of the towers literally turning to dust in midair. Hashtag wake up, people. I'm talking about all the towers. I'm talking about all 7. So now let's look at this WTC7 evaluation that he shared. And again, it's, if you go to their website, it's the Freemason AE911Truth. The typical A&E Freemason Building 7 disinfo. Now I'll go over a more complete analysis of the Building 7 in a later video, but here's a quick rundown. So if you go to World Trade Center 7 on Wikipedia, 7 World Trade Center 7 or 7 WTC, I'll just call it WTC 7, refers to 2 buildings that have existed at the same location within the World Trade Center site in Lower Manhattan in New York City. The current structure is the second building to bear the name that and address in the World Trade Center complex. The original structure, part of the original World Trade Center, was completed in 1987 and was destroyed in the September 11th attacks. The original 7 World Trade Center 7 was a 47-story building designed by Emery Roth and Sons with a red granite facade. So that's like the red one over there. And the building was 610 feet. Yeah, 610 feet, 110 meters tall. Actually, I want to go back to this granite. That might have been affected if it had more debris than actual both World Trade Center 7, both World Trade Center 1 and 2. Maybe because the granite is affected differently by the affected differently than the aluminum facade and the steel and all that. So maybe that's why it might have had like an outer shell that was more resistant to whatever the energy weapon there was being used to make it look like it was a controlled demolition. As I'll show you, looks can be deceiving. It's literally I wouldn't rule it past that they might have even designed this years ago for that specific purpose because of the advanced tech. But anyways, I'll go over that in extreme detail in later videos. But it's very interesting as I try to figure out what kind of technology they use. So the building was 610 feet, 190 meters tall with a trapezoidal footprint that was 330 feet and along, or 100 meters long and 140 feet or 43 meters wide. And yeah, Tishman Reality and Construction managed construction of the building, which began in 1983. The building opened in May 1987, becoming the 7th structure of the World Trade Center. So there it is, original 7 World Trade Center from the WTC observation deck. It's over there, location north of the North Tower, South Tower there, and there's the other buildings around. The position of Building 7 in relation to the other WTC buildings before September 11, 2001, and then here's demolition after. Literally, it's like everything's gone. What is everything? But notice what you'll see is there's more stuff here than here. This is greater. This is less than here. Nothing makes sense. So, aerial view of WTC-7 remains and neighboring buildings after 9/11 with original footprints of the Twin Towers and 70 WTC-7 outlined over there. But also what's interesting is, notice how Wikipedia, whenever they present an image of the rubble at 9/11, they either do extremely zoomed in close-ups or, as in this case, extremely overhead so that you can't get an idea of just how much rubble there actually is or lack of rubble. So this is hard to tell. Again, what's this hole doing there? That's just ridiculous. I believe that's WTC-6. Yeah, it's got a giant hole in there and nothing's inside. Nothing makes sense anymore. So if you go here, World Trade Center right here, just show you the size and where it is relative to it. So it's over there. So at the time of their completion, the Twin Towers, the original 1 World Trade Center at 1,368 feet, and 2 World Trade Center at 1,362 feet, so about 6 foot shorter than the first one, were the tallest buildings in the world. So the tallest one's there. Notice how close it is there. Remember, this one has 0 damage here. Yet somehow this quote collapsed. So think about it. Why does this one not fall? This one not fall? Why is not even damaged? This one, top of our was not damaged. You can't make this stuff up because nothing fell. Like nothing like conventionally fell. It would just turn to dust. So what's hitting it was dust. The original World Trade Center in March 2001. The tower on the left with antenna spire was WTC1. So that's the big one, the one. That's the north one. The other one's the south one. Over there, and then over here, the tower on the right was 2 WTC. All 7 buildings of WTC are partially visible. Refer to the map below. The red granite clad building on the Twin Towers was original 7 World Trade Center. In the background is the East River. Where's the East River over there? And then over here is even closer to water over here. This is actually below sea level. And there's WTC 7, right there. Okay. Now, if you go to Seahawks.com, see that height in feet. Actually, I said it over earlier in my other one, but if you go to Kingdome right here, home of the Seahawks is set for playing in November 1984, just to show you the comparison. The Kingdome was originally located on 35.9 acres. Due to construction of the new parking garage and event center, the acreage is now 23.9 acres. The Kingdome had the largest concrete roof in the world at 7.585 acres. A new roof and ceiling was completed in 1994. The new ceiling had improved acoustics through the use of a spray-on cellulose material. The building itself contained 52,800 cubic yards of concrete and 443 tons of structural steel. It was 250 feet high, so 250 feet as opposed to the 1,000 for the World Trade Center one. I'll list them all together soon. And 660 feet across the inside walls, making it wider than the Space Needle is tall. Very, very interesting. Here's the demolition over there, and to show you the major difference. So if you go here, scroll down Judy Wood's book, see the size comparison, where the towers go. There's WTC 7, there's Kingdome, there's 1, 2, there's the size difference there, and it's about this tall compared to it over there. Very, 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 very small over there, but it has way more rubble than all of these. It's just ridiculous. So heights over there, Kingdome 250 feet, WTC 7 610 feet, WTC 1 1,368 feet, and another one 1,362 for the South Tower. Now if you go to Seattle Times again, going back to there, where were you when the Kingdome Blue implosion was 15 years ago? So here it is, and again, notice the tiny, tiny people there compared to the giant, massive rubbles. The ribs of the dome's roof can be seen amid the flattened remains of the dome. Let's go and look at the Kingdome implosion video right here. Again, look how small the people are compared to the rubble. This is absolutely tiny. These are massive, massive. And remember, it's only 250 feet tall. Let's play that video. I'll play it soon. So here's the video over here, and let's play it and see what we find out. Alright, so here we are. Let's play this.
Replay. This is from Harborview Hospital. You can hear the shouting with all the crowd that had gathered there. I love watching how the different slices go off, just as they said. If you numbered the slices 1 to 6, they had a particular order that they would go down by.
All the cheering you hear, I don't think people are so much cheering that the dome itself is going away, but they're cheering for this show, the sight of watching such a mammoth structure come down, and they will really cheer when they see what a great job CDI did in bringing this building down just exactly where they wanted to.
Okay, so that's pretty interesting stuff, and I don't know if you could hear, but some rumble noise in there. So notice a loud rumbling as it fell down, and now let's go to this. Yeah, let's go to here's another witness statement in the New York Times, and I'll show you some video comparisons of demolitions with the World Trade Center 7. So if you go over here, is the New York Times, NY Times again has a Trade Center witness statements over here. So World Trade Center Task Force interview, EMT or the emergency medical team, Michael Ober, October 16th, 2001. So page 4, if you go in it, and look what he says, some epic stuff here actually. As we were walking into the building, we just heard a huge bang. As we looked up, it was someone who had jumped God knows how far up. We got into the lobby of the building, and it was like chaos. There were people everywhere. Once we got in there, I don't remember exactly who it was. I think it was one of the fire chiefs who said, you know, it's not safe. We gotta get outside. So we left to go outside, and as we stepped out of the building, it was like raining people. People were just jumping from everywhere, just all over. It was bodies and parts just scattered. We walked across, I believe it was West Street, and we set up the command post over there next to the fire command post, just trying to get everything in order. At the same time, we're trying to watch to see what's going on. The only thing that was going on was you could see the buildings burning and people just jumping. You could watch them fall from like 90th floor all the way down. It's like you go to school for so long to be able to take to take of people or take care and treat them and be able to fix them when there's something wrong with them and there's nothing. They hit the ground and that's it. I saw one guy split in half by a light post. His torso and his legs weren't together. You just feel helpless. There's nothing you can do. This is one of the, this is one of the saddest things I've ever read. As will be explained in later parts, they weren't jumping because of, quote, fire or heat, but rather that there was some extremely painful energy field or unconventional heat. Something was forcing them to throw themselves. Because, as many firefighters will tell you, they don't see people just jumping randomly like this. Usually they go into the washroom or make sure that they're in the shower, put water on them if it's fire or anything, so that there's a chance you might survive. But these are literally people just throwing themselves up. Some of them were even taking their clothes off, as I'll explain later in what's called the jumpers. Now if you go to page 10, it says, I don't remember exactly what we did once we got down there. It was weird. It was probably the most devastating thing I've ever seen in my life, and so much of it I can't remember. I don't remember where I parked the car. I don't remember the people that I saw. I saw so many people, and it's like a lot of them I know by face, and I will never forget faces, but I don't know names. Both people that I work with and both victims that I saw parts from were like someone's face that I saw them jump, and they landed 5 feet from me. So remember, he heard a huge bang when people landed. Now we'll see what he says about the towers. I don't remember the sound of the building hitting the ground. Somebody told me that it was measured on Richter scale. I don't know how true that is. If the building is hitting the ground that hard, how do I not remember the sound of it? And this is, I'm assuming it's for the entire one, because this is an EMT the whole day there. This is a very interesting observation from EMT Michael Ober, witness testimony. About not hearing the sound of buildings, I'm assuming any building throughout the whole day, quote, collapsing and not knowing why he couldn't remember something that seems like it should have been obvious. Likely because there just wasn't much of WTC-7 left over when it, quote, collapsed. And now let's see some WTC-7 footage from our Freemason pals at AE911Truth and the way they put it next to it. First of all, just look at this right away. Look at the dust behind us. Nothing in the outer sky. Look, keep that in mind. Let's go and play this. This is a 17-second clip. See the difference in every single one of these? Let's go again. I'll go slowly. Pause it. Look at that. Look at this. Literally a square block. I mean, literally a square block across here, and then this one's like literally nothing behind it. The dust is coming from the bottom. See more? Again, nothing in the background. The dust is coming from the top, from the bottom. Look above. You'll see a square above because it's dust is coming out of the top everywhere. It's just leaving it now. And notice this. The sky is still blue. Dust is pouring out of it because that's what's happening. Literally, dust is being poured out because it was internally turned to dust, and I believe that granite might have helped keep in place just to make it look more stable on the outer. It's like an empty shell that fell. Look at this. Literally nothing coming, nothing behind it. Let's go back to here now. So notice anything very different between WTC-7 and controlled demolition? Look at the huge dust cloud rising above WTC-7 as compared with the dust forming from ground level of regular controlled demolition. Look at this. Literally blue sky here. Because this is where it's being pulverized concrete at the bottom. This is dust pouring out. It's like, if you look at it, it's literally like an empty, yeah, it's like the former shadow of itself as a giant dust block. It's literally like an empty shell falling, and then this is just inside of it. That's absolutely amazing. And also notice how they don't put any sound on both of them, because if you hear the sound, it's very hard to find a video with sound on WTC-7. If you find one, let me know. Otherwise, I'll be looking that in depth in later videos. So yeah, again, also notice a clear blue sky behind the controlled demolition. Note, the super thick fumes dust of WTC-7 is not just smoke from fires. This is super, super thick dust. And here is from Dr. Judy Wood's Breakthrough Energy Technology video. Yeah, I don't know why the recording just got cut off for a tiny bit there. But anyways, let's go further. Yeah, go back to here. Look at this dust pushing outwards on this tower here, and this thick dust as this debris is falling behind and turning to dust in midair. This is thick dust. What is this? Like an Alka-Seltzer tablet when you put it in water. I got one of those calcium tablet stuff. And again, pouring out. I'll show some clips, and we'll also include the WTC7. Look at this one pouring out of it. That's building 7. Let's just go and play this over here. Alright, so here's some other stuff just falling with huge dust. I don't know what these are. Let's play it.
There's a reason why it didn't. You didn't hear the thud when it hit. Lather is a term I use when it looked like another unique behavior pattern, but I think lather is just the part doing the same thing that this is doing, but doing it in place.
Also, notice here's that building. Here's the American Express one. Here's that other WFC, this World Financial Center building. This is why there's no damage on the top. This is dust hitting it, not some sort of debris projectile or whatever. This is dust. That's why it's not being damaged. Look at it being pushed across on this one way. But then there's dust all over the ground here and everywhere. But notice it's all being pushed one direction. Unbelievable. It's being directed out of there.
And this video is of Building 7. The north face, but notice it's one face and one face only that has this lather pouring out of it.
No. Go low to the corner.
Notice it's spiraling around. And if it was smoke from a fire and it really needed to get out, why isn't it coming out these windows? If there's a traffic jam, why does it take the path of least resistance? The wind that day was 7 or 8 miles an hour.
No. Go low.
Look at that.
Now we're going to look at dust rollout.
Yeah, so you can see that. It's just magnificent stuff going on there. It's literally just turning. I don't know what this is. It's all coming out of one way. And even these ones, there's like barely anything there. Just pushing on this side. Everything's coming out of one way. This is unbelievable stuff. This is WTC7. This is Building 7. Why don't they show this? Why isn't the AE911Truth show this? This is Building 7. This is a smoking gun. Not something that just falls. Doesn't mean it's a demolition if it just falls. This is smoking gun. What is this? And it's spiraling around in a circle. This is pouring out. This is for 7 hours it was doing this. So, and let's go in here. So the towers over the top are literally being internally processed and turning steel, concrete, and humans into dust. This is why there's barely any people found. They're all turning into dust. That's why they're jumping. There's people over here just jumping. Because something is hurting them, like severely. It's not a conventional heat or fire. So again, same thing with Building 7. This is the smoking gun. Why isn't smoke coming out of the broken windows? Why is it all being pushed out of one side and one side only? It's not 2 sides, 3 sides. I'll put the regular caps here. Only while swirling up. What is this sorcery? This is magic. When you get the advanced tech certain high enough, at a certain point high enough to the normal tech we're used to, it becomes magic. It's like cell phone. You tell someone 100 years ago you have a cell phone, you talk to someone across the world, they think you're a sorcerer. Well, so why doesn't the Freemason AE911Truth show this clip? Why do they only focus on the 10-second clip of Building 7 collapsing? Why? Dr. Judy's lecture is a must-watch. Watch that lecture on the Breakthrough Energy Conference. It's absolutely mind-boggling. Also, this Global Beam people, I think they're pretty good from what I've seen. Very interesting stuff. And now let's look at another video. This is from Irrefutable that checked out evidence Andrew Johnson shared. This is absolutely bombshell. This is a smoking gun. This is Building 7. Over there, this is the Building 7 you should be talking about. Not that AE911Truth trash, the SGT report trash over there, and the WFC, that brown one there, no damage, because everything's pouring out. Look at it going up and up and up and how thick it is. You can't see through it. It's not smoke. It's everywhere, perfectly lined up on one area. This is mind-boggling. Let's play this. Alright, so let's play this Irrefutable. This is actually absolutely amazing. You gotta watch every single video of this person. Okay, let's click here. Alright, so let's just go over here, start from this minute mark, and it's pretty amazing.
100 feet tall.
So, I mean, how tall was 700, I think, yeah. Just go back to it.
That's about 700 feet tall. If that thing tipped over, it would take out a few blocks worth of buildings. How's it going to go straight down? You got a 700-foot hole in the ground, dropping into?
Holy cow, turning dust.
This video is of Building 7. Notice there's one face and one face only that has this lather pouring out of it. If that's smoke, why is it one face only from ground to roof?
Wow, look at that.
That does not look like a fire pouring out a window.
Holy cow.
Is basically not touched at all. A few little fires. I mean, it was weird. It was bizarre.
It blew out of one face of the building,
Holy
one face
cow.
of the building only, from bottom to top. These windows are broken. If it was smoke from a fire and it really needed to get out, why isn't it coming out these windows? If there's a traffic jam, why does it take the path of least resistance?
Holy cow.
Notice it's spiraling around. And the wind that day was only like 7-8 miles per hour. It's not pushing out, it's being sucked out, it looks like. And that poured out of the building all afternoon for 7 hours.
Wow.
That's a lot of material.
This is the smoking gun of all smoking guns. Holy moly's. Let's go back. That's Building 7, remember that.
So basically it was disintegrating from the inside.
By 5:20 p.m. there wasn't enough mass left to
Yeah, look how it's just like falling. It's like as if it's just like losing all its support, just gradually falling.
The walls were like an empty shell.
Yeah.
I wonder how many people out
And
there listen.
look at this over top here. It's like stuck there. It's like just a box of dust that's leaving behind.
To us right now.
Holy cow. And it's like
just
quiet too when you
dumbfounded,
hear it.
Looking at each other.
What just happened? Not a collapse.
Here was these huge buildings that turned.
Let's just watch a bit more. It's pretty
turned to
fascinating.
dust in midair, right in front of our faces on TV.
This is absolutely amazing.
Why did so few people see that? Because they were told to see a collapse, maybe?
Look at this. That spiral
It does not fall within their learned parameters. Conventional wisdom
What
kicks
is
in,
this?
and it says that it's impossible to dustify a building.
Look how this is twirling in a spiral away. Look at this.
The buildings turned to dust before they even reached the ground. You can actually see this happening.
Holy
You
cow.
can watch any of the videos from the news channels. They all show the same thing.
Look at it just spiraling away.
We thought we knew what we saw.
There's that spiral.
A plane hitting the building
What is this?
should not turn the buildings into dust.
We've got to start looking at this whole situation a lot differently than we have up until now.
This is bombshell. Alright. It's like the Matrix. Anyways, now you understand that is what we're dealing with. This is absolutely amazing stuff. So yes, dust pouring out of Building 7 for 7 hours. This is smoking gun. Look at this. Just open your eyes. What is this? Why is nothing on this side? Look at over here. It's pouring through. Look, that's a fire. This is not a fire. That's a fire. This is something else. And again, just like Tower 1, lathering up. Holy moly's. Pushing out. Oh, what is this? Going back, look at this giant column of dust, and everywhere it turned out. The eventual collapse was due to Building 7 literally losing most of its mass so that it could not support itself. It collapsed like an empty shell. Now this is one of the many smoking guns, not the fake collapser. If we go to Dr. Judy Wood's website, just to see the rubble left over, this is actually more rubble than the World Trade Center 1 and 2, which doesn't make any sense. So WTC7 left a bigger pile than either World Trade Center 1 or 2. Note how small the people are relative to the pile. And this doesn't even look like a demolition. This just looks like weird. It's like dirt compiled together. It's like a pancake on top of each other. Really weird. These stuff just look. I don't know what this looks like. It just. So interesting. Building 7 was 47 stories tall and had more rubble than 210-story buildings. WTF. Remember the ambulance at the literal ground level, at literally, or this one like that, literally ground level beside WTC1. And this one, look how much taller they are than these people. That's really weird. And again, next to the buildings, it's just, I don't know what this is. Also note that 250-foot King Dome, which was less than half the 600 feet tall WTC7, still had a taller pile than Building 7. I put them both combined together. You can see this person, there's like a giant, and these are like columns. This one just looks like a pancake or whatever. And it's over there. Try to roughly size it out, just to give an idea. Remember, this is less than half. And it's like about the same, or even this is probably a bit higher if I have to look at it. It's almost as if whoever did, planned 9/11 such that Building 7 was brought down in a much less aggressive manner than for the Twin Towers, i.e. processed Building 7 over a longer period of 7 hours, so that more of its mass will remain before its eventual collapse. So then you could include some time delay effects on the structure, as opposed to just completely dustifying the whole building, and as in World Trade Center 1 and 2. So this method would then serve the purpose of the structure weakening more gradually at a much later time in the afternoon, and thus be used as the infamous Building 7, quote, Building 7 controlled demolition disinfo psychological operation by one of their many government-controlled front organizations such as the Freemason AE911Truth, hashtag genius. Again, this is my hypothesis and my opinion that it's a government-controlled front organization. So it's almost certain it is. Anyways, those that use such advanced free energy, weather control, and global perception management technologies almost certainly were planning a multi-layered cover-up well before 9/11. Hashtag NWO. Building 7 also had an extremely small seismic impact, which I will go through in much more detail in later parts of this video series. So stay tuned. Also, you could see above where even Kim, the seismologist, says this is very, very small. Like, what is this stuff? So now let's go further. I also want to point out, also everyone needs to watch an entire irrefutable video series. This person, creator of this channel, took Dr. Judy Wood's brilliant work and made some truly amazing string of videos together. The evidence is truly irrefutable. I believe he's an engineer that was part of the 9/11 Truth movement, then realized what is going on. This person, why didn't I hear about Dr. Judy Wood? And then has everywhere. Episode 0, irrefutable classified free energy technology exists, and goes on and on. There's a weather control, Hurricane Aaron, turning the dust, everything. You just gotta watch every single video of this. This is absolutely bombshell on this YouTube channel. And again, 1,000 subscribers. This is criminal. 1,000 should be like, think about it, 1,000 then versus all the disinfo sites are like hundreds of thousands. Like SGD report has over 200,000. Think about it. 200,000 for promoting bogus disinfo, and this person presenting bombshell game-changing info. 1,000. Wake up, people. So anyone pushing the Building 7, smoking gun, explosives, demolition, new investigation, BS is a disgrace to humanity and should think twice about any other information they spread. Especially when they're pushing it hard as if it's true. It's just disgusting. And then this goes further. Now we look at David Icke. So yeah, something is up here. Mind control, disinfo. I don't know what this is. Look at what he's posting. This is David Icke's one. He's sharing the mainstream. The AE911Truth, the buildings, and this is the proof of that they use as its demolition. Let's go listen to this trash. All right, so here's one of his talks of 2014, and I'll explain. David Icke has a weird case about this 9/11 one. It's very interesting, though. Let's play.
So, Archon mind games. It's all a bloody mind game, and there are various techniques that are used all the time to push this agenda on by manipulating our perceptions. Order out of chaos, 33rd degree of Freemasonry, order ab chaos. Order out of chaos. Create the chaos, then offer the order out of the chaos, which is what I call problem, reaction, solution. Create the problem, get the reaction, do something, then offer the solutions to the problems you have covertly created. 9/11 led to the war on terror, multiple invasions of target countries, and Orwellian surveillance and loss of freedom at home. Problem, reaction, solution. Here's some words I put in Obama's mouth, some truth for a change. We fund and arm terrorists and then use them as an excuse to take your freedoms away. Works every time. This is how it works. So, 9/11, we have architects at the top of their profession who have joined together in large numbers.
There's the Freemason. He just literally said Freemason, order of chaos. Now he shows a Freemason compass, ruler, or square and compass. Just ridiculous. There's that AE911Truth trash website and organization.
To say, no way did those buildings come down as they were supposed to have come down according to the official story. The same with pilots who got together and said, there's no way.
Remember Building 7. Oh man, the PSYOP is just ridiculous.
Way those planes were flown as they were said to have been flown by, terrorists from the Arabic world based on learning how to fly Cessnas, or in many cases not flying Cessnas. One of their instructors said I was surprised they could drive a car. And this, I'm not going to go into 9/11, but I'm just going to pick out one thing just to show you, for anyone new to this, how this works. Just one aspect, and my goodness, I talked for 9/11 for hours. A tissue, it all falls down. This is Building 7, also known as the Solomon Brothers Building, 47 floors, and this fell not being hit by anything, and it fell in the afternoon, in the late afternoon on 9/11, and it was said that it fell because fire destabilized it and it fell as a result of that. Well, that's the official story, but there's another story I'll come to. Now, this lady is a BBC reporter, and the picture you see is her in a live interview with a newsreader in London, in which she's saying on 9/11 that the Building 7 building has just collapsed, right? And as she's saying it's collapsed, it's still frickin' standing behind her, right? Now, what people say is, you're saying the BBC's in the conspiracy then. Well, or the inner core, yes. Most of it, no. They just don't know their arse from their frickin' elbow. I've been there. Now, what was this all about? What was this all about? When they're unfolding a scam, a manufactured terrorist event, what's running side by side is the propaganda going out in sequence with it. What they did was put the fact that had fallen out about half an hour or more before it actually did. They got out of frickin' sequence. And so it was reported before it happened. Look at this, a controlled demolition. This is Building 7, look at it. Falling in on itself. Absolute classic. And if we look at this one, just watch these red dots here when it changes, those positions. Look, there's the frickin' things going off and bringing it down. It's classic controlled demolition, which they said it was, like the towers, it was brought down by natural, if you like, things that destabilized it. Now, as I said, the official story is Building 7 fell because it was destabilized. But this guy, Liar Silver...
Okay, so that 10-second clip is his proof. That is demolition. So again, notice what they do. They mix in truth with lies. Yes, the BBC did state that building fell, but I believe, yes, CNN may have said Liberty building fell, but it didn't actually. So it's hard to say that was that part of that. But again, yeah, it does look fishy. I'll look into that BBC one later. But again, this is not proof. This is not proof of anything. This is proof that it fell. That's it. These little dots is not proof. Not proof. You see some little dots, some stuff pushing out. Doesn't mean anything. It literally doesn't mean anything. Seriously, what utter garbage is this? Drawing a few red circles around a building means absolutely nothing, and certainly not proof of, quote, explosives. Why is David Icke pushing this absolute nonsense? And not just nonsense, but this kind of misinformation makes his millions of followers literally politically impotent. Because you can see he has 353,000 subscribers pushing this absolute garbage. Because again, debunking demolitions is extremely easy, especially when such pathetic evidence is shown as in this video. The logistics involved in setting up and executing a controlled demolition at the scale of WT7, much less all 7 towers, is absolutely astonishing, not to mention completely contradicts the data, which is the tower turned to dust and there's no seismic impact and no rubble. and so on. I'll be covering this in great detail in later videos or later parts, so stay tuned for that. Not only this, but he shares the Freemason disinfo site AE911Truth after presenting the Freemason motto, order out of chaos. What the F? How does he not know this? How do you not know? He's sharing the order or ordo ab chaos right before he shares the square and compass. You can't make this up. Seriously, why is he pushing this controlled opposition group? This is absolutely mind-boggling. To show you some more mind-boggling stuff. Yeah, and going further into his talks, I've listened to his stuff. Some stuff is interesting, but again, you can't be wrong on some stuff. It's just ridiculous. This one where he's talking about the Earth's magnetic field being changed on 9/11, and let's see what his view is on that. Let's play this clip. Alright, so this is on his David Icke videocast, talks Brexit, election, Donald Trump, and more. Let's listen to what he says here.
Because that's all there is, consciousness. Then you start to see unity. You start to see that actually the divisions are illusory. We're all one consciousness having different experiences. And that unity creates enormous power in the so-called but not external world. There are various places around the Earth where they monitor the Earth's magnetic field. And on 9/11, when people globally were seeing and reacting to that horror on television, there was an enormous spike in that field, impacted by the emotional response of the population. So when we feel emotion, when we think thoughts, they don't happen in a vacuum. They generate electromagnetic energy, frequencies.
Alright, so you heard that. He literally said that 9/11 changed the magnetic field. There's a giant spike. But he's blaming, or he's pointing out to consciousness. So here, there's 9/11, when globally we're seeing the reacting to the horror, there was an enormous spike in the field impacted by the emotional response of the population. So when we feel emotion, it's not a vacuum, and so on. Now the question is, what do you think? Stop listening to people is what I have to keep telling you. Think for yourself. What do you think caused such a change in the Earth's magnetic field? People's thoughts or the advanced free energy technology used on 9/11? This is more evidence to this free energy or this energy phenomenon. Seriously, why is David Icke pushing such unbelievable and easily ridiculed nonsense? No, yeah, literally nonsense right here. But I don't know why they have both capitalized. There, yeah, this is just ridiculous. I'm not saying that people's thoughts don't have profound impacts outside of their own brains, but in this particular case, turning 7 tall towers into dust in mid-air using advanced tech and steering a effing hurricane might just be the best explanation. I'll be covering the Earth's magnetic field effects during 9/11 in later parts, so again, stay tuned for that. So again, when you combine all this together, you can't just say conscious. It's a very easy way out of looking at evidence. So again, what's interesting is that David Icke knows full well about Dr. Judy Wood. Yeah, now if you go to his website, davidicke.com, in fact, he actually has a post saying energy weapon brought down the towers, an interview with Dr. Judy Wood. He posted a link to a video on this, and I couldn't find which video it was, but it's been taken down. This was in December 2012. This is a strange post. Notice how the video is no longer available. It says it's by David, but in his book in 2010, he says it's demolitions. In 2014, he talks about it's still that demolition video I showed you. So it appears as it was posted by David, but given his demolitions, this info may have been by the person administrating his website. It's very, very strange. Now, if you go to Richard Hall, his interview with Andrew Johnson on possible disinformation or mind control being placed on David Icke. Yeah, what's going on over here? 1 second. Like this. Okay. I don't know what's happening here. Just 1 second. Alright, so we're back in business. I don't know. I think it's because the file's getting really, really big as I go in extreme detail. So this is from Andrew Johnson interview with Richard tall. And one of the best parts, or the most fascinating ones, where they talk about how in his book a year after 9/11, they literally mention, David Icke mentions that it was some sort of energy or laser or sound weapon to literally turn towers into dust, and I'll explain that in a bit. But this is a great interview to see how Andrew Johnson convinced David Icke that it was energy weapons, that it was the towers turned to dust, and that how David Icke had Judy Wood's book on his website and then randomly just removed it. This is getting ridiculous. Let's just play this over here. And it's going to be a long video here, but it'll be very, very interesting.
You mentioned 9/11
so
and you mentioned
pause
evidence. Okay, so we're going to come on to that now, because you've done extensive research.
So yeah, I'll just pause this here. So they're going to talk about 9/11 and evidence and David Icke. So you got to watch this whole one. It's very interesting, their take on David Icke and how he shifted into shape-shifting reptilians or whatnot. But anyways, very interesting nonetheless.
Into 9/11 along with Dr. Judy Wood, former professor of engineering mechanics, who has written the world's most detailed analysis of what happened, scientific study of what happened, all of the evidence of 9/11. Where did the towers go?
Right.
Now, a very important book, and just tell us first, Andrew, how difficult have you found it to try and get that book onto the mainstream channels?
Well, I mean, it's kind of impossible, really. I mean, it's not. I wrote press releases about the research before the book was published, because we had the court case before the book was published. So I tried to bring that to the attention of mainstream sources even before the book was published. So, had I been successful in that, then maybe there would have been more interest in the book. But the mainstream media wasn't at that time, so much
up the volume.
Problem as the 9/11
quality.
Truth movement, and we've talked about, so much the problem as the 9/11 Truth movement, and
that is very, very true. The 9/11 Truth movement is a complete and utter disgrace because of the amount of shills, disinfo agents, and so on.
We've talked about that before on this program, and people can go back and watch those programs. But so it's down to other alternative websites, for example, like yours and a couple of others, to actually try and raise awareness of this book. And of course, as David Icke was, we were saying earlier, he was one of the first people to write a book which was skeptical of the official story of 9/11, and that book, I think, was published either very late in 2001 or early in 2002, and it's called Alice in Wonderland and the World Trade Center Disaster. And even in that book, I think there is some mention made, it's on one or two of the pages, of some type of energy weapon. So again, that's pretty extraordinary that David Icke was talking in those terms only, I think, less than a year after the destruction of the World Trade Center.
Yeah, that's 6 years before I even began to question it. So it's excellent. The fact that he's come to the conclusion, probably through different evidence, i.e. his geopolitical analysis of the whole situation, but for him to glean that and put that in a book is incredible.
Yes, I mean he was very much on the ball and still is in many ways. But why I bring that up was he then written quite a lot about 9/11 in some of his other books, as I understand it. But that brings us on to this meeting that I had with him, which was arranged through a mutual friend in 2008. And I met with David Icke at a hotel in Derby, as I said earlier in the programme. And, I actually had a one-on-one meeting with him for 2.5 hours. And we talked about many things. He also told me that story that you'd mentioned earlier about the guy being patched by putting he had to put a tube of chemicals into his chest every 72 hours or something to keep himself alive. He told me that story. But we also spoke at some length about 9/11, because that was actually the main reason for me meeting him, because this mutual friend had suggested that I tell David about Dr. Judy Wood's research. And so I basically told him all that I knew then, and we're talking about April 2008. So this was about 2.5 years or so before the Where Did the Towers Go book came out. And so I had a laptop with me, and I showed him some of the pictures of the destruction of the buildings, as I recall. But one of the main things I definitely showed him was the pictures of Hurricane Erin, which of course was this hurricane which moved across the Atlantic, hit Bermuda on the 7th, moved up towards New York City in the 4 days prior to the events of 9/11, slowed down, and then on the 12th of September it made a right-hand turn and headed out towards Newfoundland. So anybody that's not aware of that information, I would advise them to check it out. There's various videos that Dr. Wood has made and I've made and stuff, and you can find all of that out. So I distinctly remember this. David Icke was sitting on the hotel bed, resting his legs. As some listeners might know, he's got arthritis, so he suffers quite badly on some of his joints. He looked at this picture, and I explained to him what we thought the significance of this hurricane was, and it was to do with energy, basically. Obviously, because this provided the static field. And so he said that. He said, "Oh, this is all about energy, isn't it?" And I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Well, that's what I'm writing about." And I said, "Well, there you go then. This is I essentially implied that this should be really significant to what he was writing about, and fitting that into his whole picture of energy, consciousness."
So at that point in time, he could have incorporated Dr. Judy Wood's work into his lectures, as he incorporated Credo Mutwa or Arizona Wilder or whatever other information is going across.
And I mean, immediately after that, I had no contact from him. I mean, he seemed interested, very interested, but he didn't say, "Oh, can I have your email address and can we talk more about this?" I didn't get any of that, but I felt that I'd made enough of an impression of him, on him, for him to go off and research that for himself, and then he would probably have contacted us if he needed to. I would have thought he had his own research resources that he could have drawn upon to, package that in the way that he would have felt appropriate to his work. But instead, what happened was his next book came out, I think in 2010, which was, I think it was the book Human Race, Get Off Your Knees, and he does talk about 9/11 in that book, but what does he talk about? He talks about controlled demolition of the World Trade Center, which I explained to him was not what happened, and I'd had no contact with him since then, So the next thing to add to the story after that, in relation to this 9/11 issue, was that I can't remember how this happened, but he was interested in getting the Where Did the Towers Go book listed on his own website as part of one of the collection of books that he sold. Because he sells his own books, and then I think he sells a few other books, like Christopher Dunn's book on the pyramids, Giza power plant, and various things like that. And I think the request came from the person that helps to organise his website and so forth, because he doesn't organise the website himself. He does have a number of people helping him. And we made this arrangement that he would sell the Where Did the Towers Go book for a certain price,
as I do on my website,
as we've done with Richard, with your website, and so he got a discount, etc. And I was personally shipping out the orders that came from David Icke. So David Icke would send the orders to me, or not David Icke personally, but the people that run his website would send his orders to me, and I would then dispatch the box to the person concerned, and then we'd bill them for whatever copies were sold. So, and that arrangement probably went on for a couple of years, and then the last time I looked, the Where Did the Towers Go book was no longer listed on David Icke's website, and I'd certainly have no feedback as to say, well, it was too expensive, or we weren't selling any, or nothing. We'd given no reason why this was taken off the website. So I found that very peculiar.
Okay. Now, there's often disagreement on 9/11. In particular, as you mentioned there, controlled demolition. We've got the work of Dr. Judy Wood, which even just the videos, the photographs, we can see the towers are turning to dust in midair. There's so many pieces of evidence which tell you that the towers were turned to dust in situ before they hit the ground. Which controlled demolition can't do that. Neither can a pancake collapse. But the argument rails And some people maybe don't want people who are researching these things to have arguments.
That's it. And I mean, we've got this other clip of David Icke from November last year, which you and I had discussed on the Richie Allen show, saying just that.
Right, we'll take a look at that.
For instance, 9/11. All we need to agree on about 9/11 is that it was created on purpose to provide the excuse for what has followed. That's all we need to agree on. We don't need to agree on whether this substance brought the towers down or these energy weapons. That might be interesting, but we don't need to agree on that. We don't need to argue over it. We don't need to come into conflict over it like children.
Yeah, it's madness.
All we need to agree on is the obvious. 9/11 was created as an excuse for all that's followed. Okay, got there. Let's move on. Again, it's seeing the picture and not getting caught in the dots and the bubble, because 9/11, Rich, in the alternative media has become for many people a bubble, arguing about whether it's an energy weapon or whether it's this very substance that brought the towers down, whether the planes were this or whether it was a bloody holographic illusion, all this stuff. It doesn't matter. It's interesting, but it doesn't matter.
What do you make of that then?
Well, I mean, I was kind of shocked when I saw that, actually, because my immediate impression was that, and feeling from seeing that clip, was that David Icke has spent many years explaining to people how they should think for themselves, and the same as you and I, essentially saying the same as you and I do, Richard, on these programs that we've done. Here's the evidence, you think about it, you make your own judgment, etc., etc. But David Icke in that clip is talking about childishness, and he's saying that we don't need to look at the evidence, we just need to agree that the official story of 9/11 is false. So that in of itself is very strange. The way he's saying it is strange, and he's saying that, on this you don't really need to think for yourself, you can just take my word for it and don't have arguments.
Well, just to expand on that, let's just say there was only one person killed, and let's say it wasn't a bizarre building collapse, it's just a dead body lying on the floor, and you've got some people who suspect it might have been a murder by someone over there, and you've got two groups, one saying, well, I think he's died, he's been shot. The other group saying, well, no, he's been poisoned, and they're arguing with each other over how the person was killed and what happened. They're arguing with each other. And you've got a third person saying, look, it doesn't bloody matter. We know it was them over there. It doesn't matter. Stop arguing. We know it was them over there, and we know why we killed him. So we don't need to investigate it.
That's right.
Now, if you don't investigate what happened and how that person was killed, the exact mechanism, how can you possibly persuade anyone else who's not aware of it that it was a murder? You need to find out what happened.
Absolutely. And
we know that there's not really a court in the world that's going to deal with it.
Yes.
You're not going to get it into court because the people who've probably perpetrated it control the courts.
Yeah, essentially.
But if you could get it into a court, you would have to explain how it was done, and if you couldn't, the perpetrators would get off.
Exactly.
But in order to spread the word that it was a fabricated event and it wasn't terrorists with box cutters, you have to explain how it was done. And if there are people who are diverting from how it was done, then sometimes unwittingly, then an argument must be had.
Yes,
and it's the most important argument.
Yes, and I think to add to that as well, Richard, going back to that meeting I had with him where he said he was talking about energy, and we've talked about, we mentioned earlier how he was talking about perception. David Icke was talking about perception, and how we have this sort of type of reality that we live in, and there's these various dimensions and so forth. So when you start to look into the research, for example, of John Hutchison and how the energy effects that he's created manifest themselves, again, that ties into that territory very, very strongly. So you would have thought that David Icke would have been all over that material, to integrate it into what he was saying about the nature of reality, because basically what I'm saying, you know, in terms of 9/11, is, as I've said before, is that what happened to those towers was essentially engineering the ether, the underlying ether of our reality was being engineered to make those materials do what they did. So that is all to do with energy, it's to do with the underlying sort of reality, the underlying ether of our physical reality, which again is right in line with the sorts of things David Icke has talked about. So why isn't he talking about it?
Right, well let me just give you a hypothetical situation. David Icke's sitting in that TV studio with Andrew Neil, and he asks him about 9/11, and all David Icke does is pull that book out of his briefcase. There you go, Andrew, it's all in there and show it on the screen. Now, we know that that would be edited out.
Yes,
right?
indeed.
But that really is what should be brought to the table in the mainstream if it can be done.
Yes, and I mean, I think, you know, people have heard me say these sorts of things about other researchers, not just David Icke, but the same, in this particular case, can be said of David Icke, you know, as of the other researchers, that David Icke, as far as I'm concerned, has become part of the 9/11 cover-up. You know, he is covering up what has happened on 9/11 because he wants to criticise those who want to talk about the evidence of the destruction of the World Trade Center rather than actually understand the evidence for himself.
People might counter what you and I are saying by saying, well, you're just pushing one argument. Well, the reason why I push that argument and argue for Dr. Judy Wood's research is I've read the book, right? I've watched lectures by Richard Gage and others. I've seen all of I've seen the Russian guy who says it was done by Nukes. I've looked at all the evidence. I've evaluated that evidence, and I think that's what happened, right? So I'm going to argue that way because I think that's what the evidence points to. Someone else has looked at all the evidence and thinks it was something else, then fair enough. But you can't not have the argument. You have to have the argument, and if someone's being unfair when they are debating, in other words, they are a shill put up by an agency in order to disrupt, that must be pointed out as well.
Absolutely.
So you have to have a fair discussion. Now, where's the arbiter? Where's the judge? In this alternative community, whatever you want to call it, there is no judge, there is no arbiter, is there?
No.
There's no one to sit there and say, you've gone over the top with that, or what have you, to say, well, to judge who really is talking about the evidence and who's closest to the evidence. You
know, but I think, going back to that clip, it's unusual that he would describe this as sort of childish nonsense in terms of the language that he was using, and actually it's a discussion of the evidence which is used to establish what happened. It's used to establish the truth. And so that was something that didn't come up in the statement by David Icke, and that was on the Richie Allen show. You know, and I started to talk about Richie Allen, I've also been on his program to say these very things, and he's had this, you know, the Richard Gage character on his programs, both for the People's Voice and his other programs that Richie Allen has done. Yet, you know, he won't accept that is disinformation, and we can prove that it's disinformation.
In summary, if you're going to get the bastards, you have to know what they did.
Yes.
Specifically what they did.
Yes. And we knew what they did by 2007 because that's why it was taken to court. And this is another thing which is often overlooked. You know, Dr. Judy Wood did the research. By 2007, she had enough evidence to take to court. She did. Now, that evidence was never really heard in a court. That's the important distinction that we're making here between, you know, writing a book about possible reptilian influence in our culture and all those other things. You know, like, for example, as I said earlier, we had in David Icke's book a very good discussion of the assassination of Diana, yet none of that was ever taken to court. He never took any of that to court. You know, this was the difference between what Dr. Judy Wood did and what many of the other researchers and authors have done. That's why, you know, every time I come on this program, I want to re-emphasize that point to make sure that I get that point across to people of how important and how powerful that evidence is.
Okay then, Andrew, thanks for joining me today, and I'm sure we'll record some more material on completely different subjects. Thank you. And remember, believe none of what you hear and only half of what you see. I'm Richard D. Hall. Good night.
But yeah, see, it was an absolutely fascinating conversation between Richard Hall and Andrew Johnson, the two of the, in my opinion, the best alternative media outlets in the entire world. So yeah, this is actually an absolutely fascinating interview. And in this part here, where I'll show you the clip where this guy pretty much destroys him. This is BBC mainstream media, Andrew Neil's show, and all David Icke could have shown when he asked about 9/11 was just show him this book. That's it. But I'll show you what happened. Let me just see what my notes are over here. So first of all, this is a great discussion on how David Icke knows full well what happened 9/11. I'll show you the quote about this in his book. It's absolutely fascinating. So he knows full about 9/11, yet still pushes the controlled demolition disinfo, as well as telling people to stop arguing about 9/11. He is part of the cover-up. He's literally telling people to stop thinking for themselves. What did I highlight here? Yeah, he was basically saying it was childish that people can argue about 9/11 and to say, ignore it, we know who did it, and so on. This is ridiculous. Andrew Johnson put it best in that you should always think for yourself, which is in stark contrast to David Icke's philosophy there, and as well as will be shown later down, Alex Jones and Sean from SGD Report, their position on just ignore the 9/11 evidence, agree the official story is wrong, and move on. How the F do you move on when the entire world revolves around 9/11, and more specifically, the suppression of technology used on 9/11? Of like literally free and energy technology. This is ridiculous. So going on further. Yeah, further, also note how Richard Hall shows how absolutely simple it is to get to the point across, or get the point across that 9/11 was a staged event, and that anyone that asks about it, you can just give them Dr. Judy Wood's book. That's all you have to do. They ask about 9/11, you give them this book. That's it. So let's go look at that part where it was in part, I believe that was part 2, where he had the interview with Andrew Neil. So David Icke was on the BBC, literally mainstream media. How is he getting this kind of show? How is this getting this kind of free publicity? So he was on the BBC show, Andrew Neil show, both for getting free publicity for his new tour, but as well as getting absolutely ridiculed for saying the Queen is a lizard and 9/11 is an inside job, but without providing any readily digestible proof of either. And let's go and listen to this. And he's literally saying, question 9/11, but if you also think that Buckingham Palace is inhabited by lizards and so on, it's a disgrace in my opinion. Let's listen to this. Yeah, so here it is. Let me just put the subtitles on, make it bigger, and let's play. And do you understand why I'm making this 4+ hour long video, however long it takes? Whoops.
When we decided to make this program, what kind of sparked it off was David Icke appeared on a mainstream TV program, the Andrew Neil Show. We call it the political late night discussion program called This Week. And I texted Andrew. I said, Ike's, watch this. It's coming on TV. It surprised me that he was going to be on that program, to be honest. I thought he was banned from mainstream TV. So we both watched it, and we'll take a look at it now, Andrew. Let's just have a look at this clip.
The same people that told us there were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq when they knew they weren't, those very same people gave us the official story of 9/11. And what the mainstream media is doing...
Was 9/11 a conspiracy?
Of course it was.
Who was behind it?
Well, what was behind it was...
No, who was behind it?
Well, again, in the time we've got here, it's very difficult. But there is a network that works through government agencies, through organizations like the CIA, etc., to push an agenda on the world which is unfolding by the day. My books in the 1990s laid out what this agenda was, and those books are now being read on the television news in changes in society and laws coming in.
Okay.
And the thing is, this is the point, the mainstream media has accepted that those same characters lied about Iraq, but will not question in any way the same people's version of 9/11. They're journalists, it's their job.
But do you still think the royal family were shape-shifting lizards?
Yes, I do.
You do?
Yes.
And you also want us to believe 9/11 is a conspiracy?
Yes, but the
Doesn't that rather undermine... I mean,
well, no,
I can see the point that you might have some question 9/11, but if you also think that Buckingham Palace is inhabited by lizards, it kind of undermines...
But it's not that simple. There's a whole big backstory before you get to what I'm saying.
All right, so as you can see there, Andrew, he gets in his point about 9/11, but he's what's the word I'm looking for? He's dealt with by this mark about, do you think the Queen is a reptile?
Yes. He does, yeah, and he says, yeah, I do. He says he still thinks that she is, you know.
Or can turn into one.
Yeah, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then, you know, the thing that struck me about that clip as well, a couple of things, was that he was allowed to mention his world tour. You know, when Andrew Neil just casually says, oh, so what are you doing these days? And David Icke says, well, I'm going on a world tour. You know, so can we count that as free publicity from the BBC?
Yeah. All right. Now then, well, as I mentioned, probably the most controversial point about David Icke.
All right, so yeah, you could hear that part, and it's just ridiculous. So just why is it going there? But yeah, I don't know. I just moved over here. There's this Uba Mukta, whatever. Oh yeah, Kridu Mukta and reptilian guy. Anyways, gotta watch this whole thing. This guy might be a CIA plant. I don't know what it is. It's just something ridiculous. But anyways, going back, you saw he's literally getting dealt with. Like you saw, like he didn't say anything about 9/11. He's saying, yeah, it's difficult as a backstory and so on. It's just ridiculous. For someone like David Icke that keeps talking about how the human perception is being manufactured, he doesn't seem to understand just how ludicrous he sounds right here. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Notice how he says how it is difficult to understand who was behind 9/11 and it takes time to understand it, etc. This just serves the purpose of making people put off by looking at 9/11, saying, "Oh, it's so difficult." All you do is show them or ask them the question, "Where do the towers go?" Give Judy Wood's book there. And then let's go further. I did some screenshots of the transcript. David Icke makes a good point about the same liars behind the weapons of mass destruction hoax, how they're telling us the official narrative of 9/11. So you got the same liars behind telling us, but yeah, that's a good point. But then states the easily ridiculed statement that the royal family and the Queen are shape-shifting lizards. WTF. If David Icke really wanted to argue with reptilians, he could have just shown the picture of the Pope Paul VI Serpent Audience Hall and Baphomet Vizzini sculpture and then just ask Andrew Neil, what do you think about this? That's all. But notice, like I'm the one who pushes probably the most convincing argument for any sort of reptilian or whatever stuff this is, or genetic manipulation stuff, just by my 2 videos on the Audience Hall and Vizzini sculpture. Watch those 2 videos and your mind gets blown. All you gotta do is show them that images. That's it. You don't need to argue this reptilian stuff. Just show them those images, let people argue or decide for themselves. And if David Icke wanted to argue 9/11, he could have just followed the advice of Richard Hall and just shown where the towers go by Dr. Judy Wood, and then just sit back as Andrew Neil's mind gets blown while looking at the front and back covers of the book, which soon after BBC would shut down the TV feed, and Andrew Neil suffers from a suicide with 2 holes in the back of his head and attempted robbery. I'll just put a 2 weeks later. Hashtag sounds likely. It's just ridiculous. You can't make this up. This is inexcusable stuff right here. Andrew Neil was literally inclined to question 9/11. He even says here, he has a vibe that you might have some question 9/11, but he fails to think Buckingham Palace doesn't have lizards. And and he's saying, oh, it's not that simple. Just show them the Pope Audience Hall photo if you really want people thinking about reptilians or lizard. So Andrew Neil was literally inclined to question 9/11, but the lizards part scared him off. This is ridiculous. And now going further, he's literally getting free publicity. His transcript, Andrew Johnson talking, and how he's going on his world tours on BBC telling them, and David Icke gets his free publicity by the BBC, and the BBC get their perception management strategy of scaring off research into 9/11 because of being connected to the reptilian theory and so on. If this is not controlled opposition, then I don't know what is. This is absolute disgusting. Controlled opposition. And again, the reason I'm so hard on him is because how ridiculous that sounds, but also he knows about towers turning dust. In fact, and yes, indeed, within just about a year in David Icke's, I got that word wrong. Just about a year after 9/11, David Icke literally writes in his book that an energy / laser, actually no, it's a laser / sound. Just go back, type in here. A laser / sound type or energy / sound type weapon may have been used on 9/11 to turn the buildings to dust. This is from, if you Google, you see a preview of his book. You can see it without buying it. So I might need to buy to see what else he needs. So Alice in Wonderland and the World Trade Center disaster, why the official story of 9/11 is a monumental lie. This is in 2002. In fact, I believe it was September 2nd he published it. in 2002, so just under a year. So then if you look at it, and then if you go to page 365, you just search the word dust in that preview, you'll see page 365, weapon that fires an invisible laser or sound wave. I'll just copy that, put it over here. So weapon that fires an invisible laser or sound wave so powerful it can turn a building to dust. It has been noted by a number of observers that debris was turning into dust as it fell through the air, and not only when it struck the ground. The television evangelist Dr. Robert Scholler said after visiting the site that there was not a single block of concrete in that rubble. Some 425,000 cubic yards of concrete disintegrated, most of it into immense clouds of dust. You literally can't make this stuff up. Why the cover-up, David? He knows what happened. Now he's talking about this BS demolition and nonsense. And also now I tweeted this out. I had to tweet it. Very interesting how David Icke was on right track by 9/11 a year after, but now keeps pushing the the Building 7 and AE911Truth disinfo. Why? Hashtag 911Truth, hashtag free energy, hashtag Dr. Judy Wood. And here's what I posted. The weapons fires an invisible laser or sound wave so powerful it can turn building to dust. This is ridiculous. And then I show the disinfo is over here, and then I show the bombshell one here. You can see those images close up there. This is literally turning to dust in midair. This is bombshell, and there's the Building 7 spiraling out from one side. This is bombshell stuff. So now what's interesting is even Sean from SGT Report knows full well about Dr. Judy Wood. Yeah, so in fact, he even had the guts to get Andrew Johnson on board, because Andrew Johnson, I believe, he's one of the best researchers in the entire internet and world. So just near the end, there was this about UFOs, suppressed technology, and the breakaway civilization. And then when he mentions trying to talk about free energy and Judy Wood, and then he's like, oh, I got to cut it off, got to make a new video for it. So then he cut off for part 2. Let's just see that near ending part and see how he reacts to Andrew Johnson. Alright, so here it is. Let's just play it. And this is from SGT Report. Andrew Johnson.
I understand what you're saying, and I'm not saying that Bob Lazar is, as I said, I don't think his story is a total fabrication, but I think disinformation has been injected into his story deliberately, because those that are in the know can then discredit him. I mean, Stanton Friedman, for example, who I've referred to a number of times, he doesn't believe Lazar's story, or not all of it anyway. Sure. And he's pointed out some of these fallacies. So not everyone accepts it, and I think it's safe for them to disclose this element 115, or apparently disclose it, because again, it's a fuel source, you see. And one of the things they don't want people to realise is that we don't need fuel sources of any kind. Mm-hmm. If we have the right technology, we can run these things essentially without any fuel. The energy could be extracted from, the quantum foam, or the 0 point field, or whatever you want to call it. And maybe we'll get into this, maybe we won't have time, but I think that was demonstrated beyond reasonable doubt on 9/11.
Hey friends, if you're still with us, you're going to want to stick with us for part 2. Andrew took a right turn to talk about 9/11. Where did the buildings go? In the work of Dr. Judy Wood, not all of which I agree with, which makes for a very informative conversation. So stay tuned for part 2. It's coming soon. And thanks for watching. Be sure to visit us at sgtreport.com for all the latest.
Well, yeah, so you can see that you have to cut it off, as if this one include, well, what you'll see soon is a lot of yelling and over-talking of his guest. So again, demonstrated beyond reasonable doubt 9/11, that is for sure line 11. But anyways, so you have very strange from SGT Report to cut this video off near the end when Andrew Johnson wanted to talk about 9/11, and now here is the second part 2, suppressed technology from UFOs to ground zero. Just put 9/11, Dr. Judy Wood. It's like he won't even put that, as if he knows. And this is a screen capture here, but I find Stephen Jones to be a very upstanding guy. I've met him, and so on. This is just ridiculous. Let's just play this beginning part. Is just fascinating stuff right here. Alright, so here's the second one, part 2. Notice the other one doesn't even put part 1 in the other one, as if just don't watch this. Okay, let's listen to this.
If we have the right technology, we can run these things essentially without any fuel. The energy could be extracted from, the quantum foam, or the 0 point field, or whatever you want to call it. And maybe we'll get into this, maybe we won't have time, but I think that was demonstrated beyond reasonable doubt on 9/11.
Hey friends, if you watched part 1 of my conversation with Andrew Johnson titled UFOs, Suppressed Technology, and the Breakaway Civilization, I want to thank you for doing so. This is part 2, and I split the call into 2 parts because Andrew took a bit of a right turn to talk about the 9/11 event and his belief that some sort of targeted energy was used to help bring down the towers, and he mentions the work of Judy Wood. As you'll see here, we don't see eye to eye on everything, but I do have an open mind, and one thing's for certain. We all know the official story about 9/11 is untrue. So with that said, I hope you enjoy this second part of my interview with Andrew Johnson from checktheevidence.com. Thanks for listening.
Because the way that the World Trade Center was destroyed, which has essentially been revealed by my friend Dr. Judy Wood, who I already mentioned, that actually uses a technology which you could see has, a kind of, looking at the characteristics, you can link it to some of the technology that's been talked about in the UFO community, right? Mm-hmm. And why I'm saying that, and then we go back to the gatekeepers. Some of the gatekeepers, and I include in that now, Stanton Friedman, Richard Dolan, and a few others, they will not talk about what is on Dr. Judy Wood's book. Or if they do talk about it, they say that they don't understand it, or it might be wrong, but they don't say why. And that you mentioned that I spoke at the Exopolitics conference in 2012, the 4th one. That is true. And the presentation that I did there goes into what I just said in quite some detail. It's called The Taboo of Disclosure. So if you watch that presentation and look at some of the other videos that myself and Dr. Wood have done, you will see my take on why I think this connects into the UFO question. Right. And I'll give you another quick example. One thing that we can sort of go backwards and then forwards again.
Andrew, if I may, let me just jump in though. You mentioned Dr. Judy Wood, and one of the things that I want to just address for the audience is, in this truth community, in the community of researchers who are honestly trying to look at quantifiable evidence about a variety of different subjects, we don't all have to agree. And I just need to point out, in the interest of full disclosure, Judy Wood, for me, and no offense to you if you and she are friends, I've never interviewed her, but for me, I found her late arrival on the scene in 9/11Truth, and then sort of her bombastic
This is disgusting right here. I don't know what he's talking about here. But anyways,
approach to really, in some of the interviews I listened to early on, degrading, speaking not very kindly of previous researchers who came before her, like David Ray Griffin and Dr. Stephen Jones.
Stephen Jones should be in jail, but anyways.
And his work into thermites and his discovery of thermitic material and in the dust at Ground Zero. She had a bombastic approach that did not resonate with me. I found it very off-putting.
Well, can I also jump in? Because a lot of this is not really true, because...
Well, I listened to interviews in which she did disparage Stephen Jones.
I know what you're thinking of, but I'd encourage other people to listen to those, because what I think people have to realise is that there are dishonest people who are coming forwards and saying things both about Dr. Judy Wood, and they're saying things about what she has said. And what she has said is that, well, what they say she has said is not actually what she's said. And I think the problem then comes is that when you say such and such is wrong, that is then taken to be an attack. And I've experienced this as well. And if you read my free book, 9/11 Finding the Truth, that's essentially a catalogue of just the type of thing that you and I are talking about. And she wasn't really a latecomer on the scene either, because she was actually speaking out in 2006, and Dr. Wood and I came into contact through the Scholars for 9/11Truth group, and that's what I write about. And yes, of course we can make disparaging remarks about other researchers, but
that's me there. But people deserve it. They get their trash talking to them.
People do this. People will accuse me of doing this, but what we have to understand, for example, is that Stephen E. Jones came onto the 9/11 research scene in 2005, Right, that is a fact. He appeared on the scene talking about this idea that thermite was used to destroy the towers, and that happened in 2005. I think it was August or September 2005 to be exact.
Yeah, and just to be clear, just to be clear though, because we hadn't thought that we'd get into this this particular part in the conversation about 9/11, and I do want to circle back. I want to talk about Nikola Tesla. I want to talk about free energy. I want to wrap this thing up. And talk
No, he's going to wrap it up because he knows he's not allowed to talk about Judy Wood.
About a couple of other things to round out our conversation about UFOs, but. I find Stephen Jones to be a very, very upstanding guy. I've met him.
He is a disgusting human being, Stephen Jones. And I'll show you that even Sean has some weird thoughts about him. It's like, it's contradictory, as I'll show soon.
Met so many of the people in that movement, and he lost his job at BYU for...
That's lying there.
For doing that
no,
research.
He didn't lose it. He retired. He retired on full pay. He said that he was fired, but he wasn't.
He was forced out.
But he retired on full pay.
No, he was...
Forced out, yeah, it's a paid leave, and... Oh man.
He was forced out.
And getting, donations from 911Truth, like I think it was like $1 million plus. We'll see how many, that's how much 911Truth got. It's probably over millions, but I don't know how much he got. Probably government money. But anyways.
But my point would be, why would there need to be infighting in the truth? Because here's the thing.
It's not about infighting. Let me just get a few facts straight.
No, you can. I just want to say one thing, though.
Okay.
You and I can agree to disagree on a variety of these subjects, but you and I both know that what happened on 9/11, the official story, is poppycock. So that's the important part. I think when people get bogged down into there were no planes, there's some really fringe ideas out there like no planes and some of these others that I will not touch.
You're getting ahead of things, really, because we have to establish a few ground facts, really, and I try.
Yeah, so again, typical trying to say, yeah, we can all agree 9/11 official story is wrong, and so on. And here, I think it only shows to me, but Dr. Judy was here. I'll be trying to replicate a free energy tag using it. Anyways, let's go back to some of my notes. It's just ridiculous. And if you go in the description, in the description it goes over and even says Andrew has based his conclusions, at least in part, on the work of Dr. Judy Wood, a 9/11 researcher who I have thought to be a bit divisive. What is wrong with this guy, man? But in Andrew's defense, I was not aware of the controversy surrounding Dr. Stephen Jones discussed here in Veterans Today. I'll show you that. This is like, it's like layers and layers of deception going on here. Again, remember, this is 206,000 subscribers, and again, the bigger the ones, usually they're putting BS trash. So this is an extremely uncomfortable interview when you listen to the whole thing, or quote interview by Sean, whom at least had the guts to bring Andrew Johnson, and which is literally acting bombastic, and use of Sean's word, toward Andrew Johnson in what, quote, seems like he feels the need to despair Dr. Judy Wood's work, and quickly try to get Andrew to stop talking about what actually happened on 9/11 and instead focus on UFOs and Tesla and all this other stuff. This is extremely telling and explains the amount of disgusting disinfo Sean spread by bringing in James Perloff for his, quote, mini nukes video or deception. And even if you go on later, yeah, he even talks about micro nukes. Let's just go over there for a bit. Alright, so back to the disinfo. Sean, let's see what he says to him. Look how he's literally talking over his guest. This is ridiculous.
Numerous books, but you can't get a New York Times review. But I just want to say one thing. I want to say one thing. But let me finish. You brought up tritium in the dust, and there's all of this conversation about. Pardon me?
In the water.
In the water. Okay. Well, is it not possible that micro nukes were used to bring those buildings down? And if it wasn't micro nukes, I do not want to disregard any of the research done into nano-thermites. And for anybody who wants to read a great paper about it, read The Top 10 Connections Between NIST and Nano-Thermites by Kevin Ryan. It's a fascinating read.
Oh man, so much disinfo. And there's the micro nukes there, and also that doesn't want to disregard nano-thermite research. And let me just, it's like frozen right now. Okay, 1 second. Okay, I'm back here. So yeah, and there's that familiar micro nukes disinfo, as well as the theme of putting all of these pathetic CIA, or almost certainly, or in my opinion, generated quote theories such as nano-thermite, AL, and others, micro nukes. And notice they always say that. They always put in, I don't want to disregard any other research, as if there's anything on par with the truth, which is Dr. Judy Wood's book. To make both the 9/11 quote truth movement seem like nothing more than pathetic speculation, all the while while to cover up Dr. Judy Wood's work. Here, and then also here he says, he doesn't want to, what is it, disregard? Here at MES, I have zero tolerance for the lie, so I do want to disregard all of the bogus disinfo research and, quote, researchers. Also, how the F can anyone say anything good about one of the most evil, quote, human beings, humans, right here. Or human being to have ever lived, and that's Dr. Stephen Jones. Think about how many people are dying because of the lack of, the energy question, poverty going on, people dying, and everyone have no idea by now because of these disinfo agents like Sean from SCD Report, David Icke, and so on and so forth. It's getting ridiculous. Also notice the bizarre and extremely cunning piece of disinfo in the video description. As I stated earlier, he says, Andrew has based his conclusions, at least in part, on the work of Dr. Judy Wood, and so on. He puts a link to Veterans Today. So let's take a look at this controversy surrounding Dr. Stephen Jones. You got to read it, and it's just ridiculous. So if you go over here, Veterans Today, this is by Ian Greenhalgh or whatever, columnist, Veterans Today, 9/11 Hoax, deconstructing Christopher Bolian and Steve Jones. So 9/11 whatever, deconstructing bows by Don Fox. Then I've come to realize two central truths about the events of 9/11. Israel did it. And they used nuclear bombs to demolish the World Trade Center buildings. These are the two pillars of 9/11 research: Zionists and nukes. Look at this disgusting disinfo posted by this pathetic human being. If you come out with credible information that supports involvement either of these pillars, expect to be attacked. Oh, I'm attacking you, you pile of trash. The attacks will be especially fierce if you come out with credible information on the nuclear demolition of the World Trade Center buildings. It's like they're literally taking everything that happens with direct energy and just flipping it onto itself. The duplicity of Steve Jones. Many in the 9/11 Truth movement consider Steve Jones to be a hero. Closer examination reveals he is far from it. Jones is a nuclear physicist who denies nuclear bombs were used on 9/11. Once you understand the evidence for nuclear fission and fusion at ground zero, the disingenuous of Jones becomes apparent. What better way to derail 9/11 Truth than to have a nuclear physicist who denies nukes? Steve has probably done more damage to 9/11 Truth than all of the other shills combined. Well, he is right. He has. But the level of layers of this. Notice how Steve Jones gets thrown on the bus once people realize he's a joke. Yeah, and here it says, Bolian is a supporter of the Steve Jones nano-thermite theory that has been thoroughly debunked numerous times. Now here's a photo. This is World Trade Center 6. Now there's like an empty space inside. There's a huge crater in the center of the building, and it was so hot that firefighters had to spray millions of gallons of water on it. Clearly there was an explosion in the basement of World Trade Center 6, and the presence of tritium confirms that it was a thermonuclear explosion. Tritium is a very rare isotope of hydrogen containing 1 proton, 2 neutrons. Now it's under this? I thought it was a sewer, nuclear sewers or something. I am actually impressed by this level of onion-like layering of disinformation. Hashtag amazing. So once people see through the BS thermite disinfo, then and only then does Stephen Jones get tossed under the bus to promote another bogus theory of, quote, nuclear bombs. This is like getting, it's entertaining. It's entertaining, it's sad at the same time. Wait now. WTC 6 was so hot that only the center of it disappeared, keeping the sides intact as well as the ground? Where are these nukes coming from? What kind of technology does this? Also, why is there more rubble of WTC 6 than of the giant twin towers? Look at this, they're still there. What is this? There's nukes there or something? Also, does James Perloff believe that nuclear steam or something from the non-existent mini nukes under World Trade Center 1 and 2 travel from the sewer system into the elevator shaft or something into the other buildings? Now there's a thermonuclear explosion under WTC 6. How do these disgusting disinfo agents sleep at night pushing such disgusting nonsense? Note, I'll be covering the presence of tritium in later videos, so stay tuned for that. Hashtag free energy. And now we go even further in the SGT report because I have to deconstruct nonstop to show you that there's irrefutable. These guys are nuts. He even posted disinfo video from this disinfo YouTube channel, a quote alien scientist discrediting Dr. Judy Wood. But why? But right now it's taken down. But then luckily it was this post is no longer available. Luckily it was archived. So go to look at archive.org there. You can see here 9/11 hypothesis, AE911Truth versus Judy Wood, and then there's 3 comments here. There's a video in there from posted YouTube channel War Crime 9/11. I believe that was taken down. But again, 3 comments here. The main one, Emmanuel Goldstein, December 7th, 2014. Yeah, this is December 2014. Let's go. Let's go up when this was written, because remember he says questioning Jones now. This was on June 28th, 2014. But the other one is talking decent about Jones. So it's like, it's just random. I don't know what it is with going on with Sean from SG Report. So when an honest man honestly mistaken comes face to face with undeniable, irrefutable truth, he is faced with one of 2 choices. He must either cease being mistaken or cease being honest. That is a choice you have to make. If Richard Gay is using 9/11 to buy funds and so on, he has some good points at the end over here. This is from 2008-2012. AE911Truth income was $1.365 million. Holy cow, I got to look into this further. So if you read the whole thing, it's absolutely amazing. And for those who are worthy and willing to find the truth, will always find them. And basically go back to where the towers go. If you're willing and worthy and willing to open your eyes to the truth, read Where Did the Towers Go? And Richard Gage and other liars. Now the truth, check the evidence. You know that. Go there. So such a great comment by Emmanuel Goldstein. AE911Truth raised over $1 million, but nothing to show for it. But maybe that was what part of their game plan. Literally nothing to show is what they want. So that video links to the following YouTube video. Note that the unarchived version was taken down due to YouTube violations. So here's archive.org of it. It goes over here. War Crime 1999. Etc. Gotta go downvote way more than this. That video was actually copied off the Disinfo YouTube channel Alien Scientist, and I'm just gonna show you near the end of it. It's so easy to debunk these piles of trash. It's ridiculous. Or hot trash, as they keep talking about, hot dust, whatever. Let's quickly watch the last part where he does serious slander towards Judy Wood. It's just ridiculous. Alright, so let's play this from the Alien Scientist. Again, 71,000 subscribers, a lot of subscribers, and then he's posting BS trash to the max. Downvote a lot, that's good.
Many of the pictures used in her book and on her website indicate irregular heating, burning, and warping of various materials, which she then posits could only have been produced by an exotic and unproven mechanism. I would suggest that many of these characteristics are consistent with pyroclastic flow damage seen in volcanic eruptions, and could have just as
So look at the example he uses. See this pyroclastic flow apparently hitting this? It just looks like dust on it. Okay, let's just look at this car, and let's see the other car he's going to compare.
Easily been produced by superheated exploded steel and concrete using nano-thermite.
Oh man, look, let's go back, forward. Open your eyes, people. These people are trying to lie to you. Superheated exploded steel and concrete using nano-thermite. What kind of BS trash is this?
Take this picture, for instance. The car is only burned on the top half. If you think about a cloud of superheated gas...
Superheated gas, the people are all walking normally, and paper's not burned. Think about it.
Expanding and rolling outwards from the collapsing buildings, the gas inside the middle of the pyroclastic flow will be the hottest, but will cool down considerably on the surface of the cloud, where it is expanding and coming into contact with surrounding cooler air. As the cloud rolls outward over cars like this one, the superheated gas at the center will be hot enough to melt the paint, while the cooler periphery of the cloud as it rolls across the ground will leave the lower half of the car at a much lower temperature than the superheated gas near the middle of the car.
Wait, how is this flipped upside down? Oh man, and how come that ambulance right beside the towers didn't barely any damage? Think about it, people. Just stop listening to these pathetic, disgusting human beings.
Cloud. So you see, there are alternative explanations for all of the material characteristics of debris seen in Dr. Wood's extensive photo collections, which thankfully don't involve wacky analogies to food and kitchen items. In one instance, Dr. Wood compares the molten metal dripping from the South Tower shortly before it collapses to the orange color of Cheetos snack food. I don't know about you, but to me it looks an awful lot like thermite.
That's thermite? NIST already says it's aluminum. I think it's probably aluminum or something weird. Because remember, this whole thing's aluminum cladding. Why isn't anything else burning? Why is anything else melting? This is weird stuff. This is literally a Cheeto. A Cheeto is a perfect analogy for something we have no idea what it is. NIST doesn't know what it is. So saying it's thermite, this is a complete disgusting BS. Anyways, go further.
Of course, that doesn't mean it is thermite.
You got that right. Notice they always say it's a speculation. They want every kind of 9/11 conspiracy based on speculation to make anyone in it look like an absolute retard. This is what these people are doing to you. Anyways, going further.
Just that there isn't any other convincing alternative explanation which is backed by a verifiable experiment. I'm sure we could continue this debate for hours.
Oh, there's the usual. It's, just a lot of arguing. Just ignore it. Just admit, 9/11 official story is wrong. That's it.
In the meantime, feel free to take a look at drjudywood.com as well as the 9/11 section of alienscientist.com.
Look at how he puts his piece of trash website in par with Dr. Judy Wood's website. This is ridiculous.
Under the conspiracy tab. And if you'd like to discuss this topic at length, visit alienscientist.com/forum, where unlike YouTube comments, you can actually have a detailed discussion and the ability to post links, pictures, and videos. So I'd like to hear your thoughts. I've heard some people tell me they think Judy Wood is a disinfo agent.
Oh man, look at this. Where do your credibility go? I don't know. These random people probably I don't know, layers of disinfo. But anyways, yeah, it might be real, whatever. But look at that. Calling him a disinfo agent.
Injecting the movement with bogus theories in an attempt
bogus theories and get deleted off Wikipedia. Think about it, guys. Just think about it.
To undermine and ridicule the more serious scientific groups like
Okay. He's lost me with this, from his minute he opened his mouth. But again, this AE911Truth, this is the most trash website, arguably in history of the world.
AE911Truth. I've also heard that she is part of a psyop trying to discredit the nano-thermite evidence and engage people in an endless debate over what happened on 9/11 in order to prevent them from looking at who was behind it.
Look at that. Again, don't look at what happened. That's what they're trying to get at to you. This is one example of one strategy of what they want to do. Don't look at it, blame other people and nonsense. Disgusting.
People have drawn attention to the fact that she hasn't yet lost her university
Look at this. She did lose her university position. What is wrong with this person?
Position, like other scientists and researchers who have spoken out openly about 9/11. I've heard a lot of different things. So let's get this debate going. alienscientist.com/forum. Thanks for watching.
This was the laziest trash I've ever seen in my life. And yeah, he's heard a lot of stuff. Sure. This guy, that's straight up disinfo agent to the max. So again, he says, think about a cloud of superheated gas expanding rolling out. What's up with these disinfo agents posting the same, quote, superheated gas now? It's gas or cloud? What is this guy? Dust cloud or what is it? Garbage that is extremely easy to debunk. Let's compare the similar car damage photos from pyroclastic flow versus 9/11 toasted cars. Look at this. Pyroclastic flow damage seen in volcanic eruptions could have just whatever done the same thing. What is this trash? This is like clean. It's like just like landed on it, nothing there. There's a window maybe broken there. Oh, okay, interesting. Dust, doesn't look damaged much at all. It just seems covered with dust. No, this one, it's also the same as pyroclastic flow. Look at it. See, it's very, very similar. Wake up, people. This is not similar. Look at this. Not similar. Not equal. Or not even similar. To be more mathematical. Not even similar. I don't know what this is. Why is this back tire not even touched? Oh yeah, because the low part of the gas is not hot, but this was burned. So everything he says is wrong. WTF is this sorcery? What F is this sorcery? It must be the non-existent thermite. I'll put that in bracket quotations. Also very interesting how parts of the car have intermixed weird damage plus little damage. Look at this. Weird damage, little damage. And look, and why is the back tire not flat or burnt? Just use your minds, people, and ignore this disgusting pile of human disinfo trash known as that alien scientist. And again, superheated gas in the middle, so you can see there are all other alternative explanations. Why is this flipped? What alternative explanation can do this? Non-existent thermite? Nuclear steam from sewers? Non-existent hot gas? Hot dust cloud that doesn't burn humans? Debris or wind that left an ambulance right next to the tower barely damaged? Seriously, people, think for yourselves. Let's go on further, and again, to discuss this topic at length, he says she wants to have an endless debate. She got going on here, says, so you could check out her site or also his alien scientist one. Again, the usual placing of theories. Yeah, placing himself next to his, usual placing of theories in the same ballpark as Dr. Judy Wood's evidence-based facts, but this pathetic alien scientist even has the nerve to put his 9/11 disinfo section of his disinfo website in the same sentence as Judy Wood's website's #psychopath. So yeah, thermite, and he even says it doesn't mean it is, because he knows it full well is. Some people tell me that they think Judy Wood is disinfo agent. The usual projection. projection. It's just ridiculous. Going further, he says he thinks it's the disinfo agent and injecting with bogus theories, attempt to undermine, ridicule more serious scientific groups like 911Truth. What are you talking about? We're part of a science psyop to discredit and get each people endless debate over what happened. What is wrong with this disgusting human beings? And she says that drawn attention to the fact that she hasn't yet lost her position at the university. This is just getting ridiculous. This is absolute pathetic and pure evil. You have to always think about it. What is wrong with these people? This is one of the most evil things ever written or ever made in a video. By that alien scientist, disinfo by alien scientists, but once again fits with the whole distract from what happened on 9/11 strategy. I'll put this in quotations. This is a strategy. Distract from what happens and, get people just living on their life as if nothing happened. Distract from 9/11 strategy. It's the political impotent strategy where you're not able to change anything because you're listening to such trash like the alien scientists and SCG report and so on. Also, why the F is he spreading rumors, i.e. disinfo, about how Dr. Judy Wood didn't lose her job? At least the psychopath Stephen Jones acknowledges but laughs at Dr. Judy Wood losing her job. At least acknowledges it instead of lying like that. So if you're basically if you doubted what this guy right here says, fortunately, professor who lost her job has joined this group and gone. And so let's just listen to this whole clip to understand. If you had any doubt that this guy's an absolute disgusting psychopath, it's all gone. Stephen E. Jones laughs off Judy Wood. Let's go listen to him. All right, let's just play this.
Because, there's a group of researchers, use a nice polite term, that believe that, promote this idea that no planes hit the towers. Now, the Pentagon is another issue that we're lacking data, but on the towers there's a lot of data that shows that real planes hit these buildings, including debris and the swaying that you see. It's been mapped out, the ringing and the damping of the oscillations of the tower after it was hit by a plane. It implies something very massive, moving fast, hit the plane, for example. Now, these fellows, people, not just men, but people that promote the no planes theory also have the characteristic that they will vehemently and personally attack those who challenge the no planes
Who's talking about planes here? This guy's a disgusting psychopath.
Theory. I've run into that. And early on, actually, and I can name them. I think you may know the names. Unfortunately, professor who lost her job.
Notice that laugh. Let's see that again.
Professor who lost her job has joined this group and gone in with those methods, and it's just regrettable. I think really we need more unity and to agree on the important areas where the evidences are very strong. I went through 4 areas. It took me an hour and a half.
That guy is a disgusting human being. Let's go further. So in just if there was any doubt as to whether Stephen Jones was really an emotionless, pure evil psychopath, this clip reveals it. Also note the pathetic strawman of no planes, as if that is the main argument people are having, but also notice just how dangerous the name Dr. Judy Wood is in that Stephen Jones won't even mention her name, let alone speak about her, quote, claim, i.e. fact that the towers turned to dust. Notice that. It's talking about no planes. This is pathetic. There were no conventional planes hitting conventional walls because aluminum planes can't slice through steel reinforced concrete columns like butter at any speed. Stay tuned for more in my later videos on that. This is fact. And so now let's go even further. Another guy, Alex Jones, get all strangely defensive when Jesse Ventura brings up Dr. Judy Wood. I just want to make a quick note here. I believe this video was interspliced and it's not the exact encoded video, because near the end of the video someone sliced in Dr. Judy Wood's voice for some strange reason. I couldn't find the untouched version of this audio clip anymore, but I've heard it before without the edited part, and then it's just gone now. And this might be to avoid any copyright strike or something, although I saw videos saying that Judy Wood was instructing Jesse Ventura. You can't make this up. It's like as if it was a counter-side. So if you do the translation, it goes to like Russian or whatever, and if you put it in English, it's all nonsense. So you'll see. But anyways, there's layers of this psyop. Anyway, let's just listen to this. It's very eye-opening. Jesse Ventura brings up Dr. Judy Wood's name and then Alex Jones is silent. Let's listen to it. So yeah, here it is. Let's play it.
You know, I'll tell you something, Alex. We needed to capture bin Laden. You know why? We needed to find out how he achieved 9/11, because what happened on 9/11, I believe today, it was not a controlled demolition, it was not nano-thermite, and it certainly was not the pancake effect of two planes hitting a building. There was something else in play there, Alex. There was a weapon in play that day, but I don't even know what it is, but I can equate it to being like a microwave. You know how you can take a piece of chicken and put it on a paper plate and stick it in the microwave and the chicken will burn, but the paper plate won't?
Yes.
Well, something happened that day equivalent to a microwave, and by capturing bin Laden, maybe we could find out what weapon he truly has, because I just learned...
Notice he's talking about bin Laden, what kind of weapon? But anyways, let's go further.
There were 1,400 cars toasted that day all over the streets of Manhattan.
Yeah, there's 1,400 cars. That's a lot of thermite or jet fuel or what is it, nuclear sewer smoke or something. It's just ridiculous. Or that superheated gas pouring out of like a volcano or something.
That's right. The cars that didn't have anything fall on them were completely fried but expanding. Just like a secret helicopter reportedly crashed. We know they're 30 years advanced what they really have, but there's another area that if you look at it, British physicists and others, and it turns out the government did measure this, you can confirm it, radioactive isotopes used in small nukes were picked up in levels off the charts in and around the towers.
No, I don't buy that. I don't buy that.
Now, well,
nukes were not used.
Well, the radiation was picked up. Now,
no, I don't buy it, because when those towers went down, there was less impact than when they brought down the Superdome in Seattle. And there should have been way more. Those towers literally disintegrated. They went into dust. And nukes don't do that. Not at that level. Radiation would have been extremely high.
Well, I'll tell you, Tower 1 and 2 are very suspicious. But when you look at 7, that's a conventional controlled demolition.
No, it isn't. No, it was not either. Because you got to read the book, Where Did the Towers Go, by Dr. Judy Wood, BS, MS, and PhD.
No, I know who she is. I know who she is.
Oh, he knows who she is, obviously.
I just finished her book. It's very remarkable.
Well, I agree with you that Tower 1 and 2 exploded into pyrotechnic dust, and things were being ejected long distances, but 7...
It's long distances, so much BS.
You can see the boom, 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 and the symmetrical collapse into its own footprint.
Yeah, but you also see it lathering up a half hour soon.
Yep, the lather. Never forget that. Notice Alex Jones quiet.
Where smoke started coming out of one side of the building and one side of the building only. You had cases, the dust was everywhere with paper. Always remember, there's a simple thing. When metal when something is hot, it will glow. But it doesn't have to be hot to glow.
Not everything that glows.
Not
you hear that, the interslice of Judy Wood in there for some reason?
Everything that glows
Listen to that again.
be hot to glow.
Not everything that glows.
But not everything that glows.
Anyways, do you want to believe or do you want to know? Be skeptical, but don't close your mind. Listen every Friday. It's Veritas. Okay, interesting.
It's hot.
Well, I know this. They do have a lot of...
weapon used that day, Alex, but it's a weapon that's beyond anything that I know about.
You got that right. Oh man, Alex Jones quiet. It's ridiculous. So anyways, Jesse Ventura knows full well what happened at the towers, but why can't Alex Jones? Also note the typical quote small nukes and the quote building 7 demolition disinfo by Alex Jones. Alex Jones also knows who she is. Everybody knows. This was the first time I've heard someone completely silence Alex Jones. Hashtag controlled opposition. And again, I think anyone that's lying or pushing disinfo, especially in that big platform by 9/11, it's controlled opposition. It's too big. And again, there's that Russian stuff. I don't know. There's an intersplice of her voice in there. Anyways, Going on, the transcript languages, was auto-detected as Russian, and then when changed to English, the subtitles are messed up, but definitely indicating the audio file was twisted in some ways. Hashtag WTF, still good though. Anyways, going on further, there was a caller asking, why don't you have Dr. Judy Wood on your show to discuss 9/11, and let's listen to it. So yeah, let's just listen from, I think the 140 mark, actually, because he just asks him about some other stuff. Let's go in here. So yeah, let's just play this caller called in. Let's see this.
Yeah, I'll make it quick and I'll take the answer off the air. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
I was a supporter of architects and engineers 9/11Truth for a long time. Came across the work of Dr. Judy Wood in her book, Where Did the Towers Go? First, by hearing Jesse Ventura on your show.
There you go. He heard about it on Jesse Ventura in 2011. Look how long it is ago. But once you hear, that's all you need to hear, and that's it. And you're woke.
2011, mention her name. Her work is astounding, and the evidence shows that thermal and kinetic means were not employed in the destruction of the World Trade Center complex. Richter scale data is enough in itself. It shows that there were no...
Sure, so what's your question?
You got that right now, because asking what's your question.
If you would have her on, and regardless of where you stand, if you'd have her on and have yourself...
Sure. Let me answer that question.
Alex Jones had Stephen Jones on before, and then, again, Judy Wood is untouchable.
And I appreciate your call. I am the founder of Questioning 9/11.
Oh, man, he's the founder, yep.
I mean, there was NORAD stand down. The hijackers were trained at U.S. bases. That's Sacramento Bee, Associated Press. That means I question there needs to be a real investigation.
Look at that, again, posting that pathetic look at a real investigation. Just read Dr. Judy Wood's book and stop. Who's going to investigate? The government? So pathetic.
You know, Bush and Cheney weren't under oath, blah, blah, blah. They then turned that into, Alex says, like Wile E. Coyote, Bush blew up the towers. So,
what is he talking about?
Then again, they misrepresent. I say, hey, they've got weather weapons. It's on History Channel.
Just show Hurricane Aaron if you want people convinced about weather weapons. This is ridiculous.
That turns into, I say Obama sent a tornado. So they build straw men around what I've really said about...
You have that correct. They do build strongmen, and he knows it full well. It's ridiculous.
9/11. I want to go with, hey, they said they blew up Building 7. We have scores of newscasts saying they blew it up.
So listen to mainstream sources. Mainstream is steering direction. He's admitting to it, and he wants to follow it. It's just getting ridiculous. This is, I can't defend this anymore. This is ridiculous.
Then they say, don't say that, it's a conspiracy theory, when I have BBC, CNN, you name it, saying it. So I wanted to stick with that. People can debate and argue all day at 9/11Truth what they think happened. Not Judy Wood. And
Again, people debating it's like he's downplaying what's happening. The debate it's not a debate. It's disinfo trolls everywhere. And organizations like AE911Truth everywhere trying to discredit what happened. This is what happened. Just look at it. Open your minds.
Let Ventura come on and promote her. I mean, that's fine. I didn't say anything when he brought it up. I don't know her. I know some of the people associated with her got really vicious towards Stephen Jones.
Again, why is he defending Stephen Jones and then attacking viciously? Stephen Jones should be in jail.
Professor and
Alex Jones should be in jail too for treason. This is straight up lying. People are dying because of not knowing what 9/11.
Other people, and then I got attacked by people saying I was covering up what happened. And
you sure are.
I better have people on. So when I'm approached like that, I immediately just go, wow, this is like a weird academic fight, like different schools of Darwinism or something fighting with each other. I've just stayed out of it. Okay? And that's basically the end of it. And then I'm attacked everywhere for just sticking to what I think is the most important evidence of prior knowledge and involvement. There's your answer.
So much for InfoWars. This is just complete garbage. So much for alternative media. So again, all he asked was, will you bring on Dr. Judy Wood? Just say yes. If people want it on, you're saying no. This is just ridiculous. It's going on. I put the transcript over here, and let's go see my notes. So much for the quote info wars to be more like disinfo wars. As bad and as telling this clip is of Alex Jones, he downplays the game-changing magnitude of 9/11. He makes it much worse with his constant sidestepping blame to Saudi Arabia, just like SUT report Perlov guy and that other veterans today blame Israel. Now this is blaming Saudi Arabia. Elements, and then he also blames elements within the U.S. government. The deep state, the government is the outer state. It's straight up telling you what they're doing. And the very mainstream view of recent, almost certain false flag terror events is just saying, oh, it's Muslim Islamicists or whatnot. And backtracking his previous 9/11 quote inside job rhetoric, and going with the Saudi Arabia connections and foreknowledge, so much absolute disgusting trash. Seriously, stop listening to him, because as I will explain soon, the best argument for much of what Alex Jones pretends to be fighting for is and always will be 9/11. Also note that, just like Sean from SGD Report, Alex Jones is quick to defend disinfo agent Stephen Jones. Why? And now if you go, this is a screen grab from his one of the later videos. This is literally on what day was this? Yeah, September 14, 2017, literally a couple weeks ago. And he's saying Saudi Arabia allegedly funded a dry run for 9/11. He's posting from a mainstream New York Post, and they're saying the FBI received reporting that Shelin trained at that, whatever, and this is an allegedly funded dry run, and is a CIA. The government is telling you this. This is just disgusting. So much disgusting and dangerous disinfo here. Don't you believe for a second that the alternative media, or let's go over here, that the quote alternative media outlet InfoWars, right here, InfoWars sharing a mainstream media outlet, New York Post, New York Post right here, government, or sharing a mainstream media outlet, New York Post article that government organization FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, has quote reporting of a quote alleged quote dry run by some random Saudi Arabians. So much pathetic disinfo that it continuously being pushed by InfoWars, that if there's any doubt about their true motives, change this to there, then they have lost. They've lost any doubt, or there is no more doubt. Actually, quickly reworded that, and then all doubt has lost. Hashtag controlled evil opposition. Again, doesn't matter how much you like them, these are evil. This is evil stuff. And again, even the popular Colbert Report won't touch Dr. Judy Wood with a 10-foot pole. Hashtag controlled opposition. If you go to Google search right here, site colon Colbert Report Judy Wood, you right here, and this is a comment. Someone's commenting last year, couldn't find any mention of Judy Wood anywhere else on Colbert Report. And again, people are talking about it. They're going in there. Has anyone confirmed, disproved Judy Wood's contention? And again, why are they talking about it? It's just ridiculous. His audience clearly wants him to, at the very least, interview Dr. Judy Wood. Why won't he? Or at least mention it. It's ridiculous. Even the government-controlled fake, quote, science popular mechanics known for, quote, debunking many 9/11 CIA critic, quotes, conspiracies won't even dare touch even mention Judy Wood's name. If you go at popularmechanics.com, 9/11, they say all these debunking the myths, debunking everything, 9/11 conspiracies, and then when you write Judy Wood, nothing, no results. You could do the same thing for BBC too. BBC, BBC.com as well. Everything. As well. Everything. No one will mention her name because it's too powerful. So Popular Mechanics, like other mainstream establishment institutions, only quote debunk mainstream establishment alternative institutions such as Alex Jones, David Icke, SGD Report, and architects and engineers for 9/11 quote truth, because they can. Remember that. Now let's go to summary and conclusions. Here's a summary. We live in the matrix. The world we once thought was real, known as the mainstream, is wholly wrong, but realizing this is only half the battle. The current ruling party knows full well that some people can see through the lies, so they create an endless amount of dead ends for you to follow. Disagree with the official story? No worries. We have Alex Jones for you to listen to. Don't like his random yelling and lack of substance on 9/11 besides, quote, inside jobs, Saudi Arabian connections, and, quote, Building 7? Well, we have David Icke for you. But don't like his reptilian theories and extremely simplified and wrong approach to the obvious false flag 9/11? Well, then we have SGD Report for you. Don't like their extremely easy to disprove many, quote, mini nuke theories, and so on. And so on and on. What we all need to do is, it keeps going on, etc. What we all need to do is investigate for ourselves and make our own judgments, but at the same time, never ever tolerate the lie. One way of finding the truth of 9/11 is to collect as much information as possible and rule out the impossible to eventually obtain the truth, regardless of how improbable that truth may be. The 14 survivors of Stairway B, barely damaged ambulance, millions of unburned paper, and cold dust cloud ruled any hot device such as a mini nuclear device. The lack of damage to most of the surrounding buildings, including World Trade Center 1, after World Trade Center 2 dustification, after its turning, there's no damage to it, prove that debris was not pushed outward rapidly, thus ruling out explosive devices. The lack of seismic impact ruled out a conventional collapse. The lack of rubble make us have to question our reality. How is this happening? Giant steel columns and falling debris literally turning dust establish that technology exists that can do this. The thick dust pouring out of all the towers prove that their eventual collapse was due to a literal lack of physical mass to support their own weight. The around 7 hours of Building 7 lathering thick dust out of one side of the building suggests that the dustification process of Building 7 may have been deliberate to appear like a controlled demolition to the untrained, brainwashed eye. The Freemason architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth, or quote Truth, founded by the cold fusion cover-upper Dr. Stephen Jones, and pushing the bogus quote thermite and quote Building 7 nonsense, strongly suggests that not only is AE911Truth a government-controlled opposition group to gobble up and steer as many 9/11 Truth seekers as possible, but also that it is directly tied to the free energy issue. When a quote truth or quote alternative media outlet downplays the importance of finding the exact truth of what happened on 9/11, or that all quote theories and quote researchers are to be respected, please stop listening to them because they are making you politically impotent. Here at Math Easy Solutions, my goal is to intellectually empower you so that you can easily convince even the biggest conspiracy skeptic or PhD scientist. For example, telling a scientist or politician there was molten steel at ground zero is a perfect way to get mocked and viewed as a crazy conspiracy theorist, because one can simply prove ground zero was not hot by the survivors and rescue crew literally walking around next to towers during their quote collapse. But ask anyone the question, where did the towers go, and their minds get blown. Also, ask about Hurricane Aaron, because that's on another level. Now, 9/11 is the fulcrum that the world operates on. The world is currently functioning on the perception shared by the majority of people that 9/11 was orchestrated by 19 Muslim men, hijacked 4 planes, and flew 2 into the World Trade Center at abnormal speeds and 1 at the Pentagon at near ground level, causing 7 World Trade Center towers to, quote, collapse. The Pentagon have a weird-shaped hole in it, and the 4th plane to crash before its intended target of Washington, D.C., all while very little evidence of conventional planes being used. But convincing the public of an event from 16 years ago, despite how big a role it has played in world geopolitics, is not an easy task by any stretch of imagination. Especially when there's so much disinfo about what happened and how it happened. But one thing that will no doubt cause things to change is what I like to term the 9/11 tipping point. And that is described below, and I'll draw it out. Yeah, so I will draw this out. This is going to be an epic drawing. So here's what we have. Here is the fulcrum right here. This is 9/11. This is literally what the world revolves around. 9/11 equals fulcrum right here. Alright, so here is the balance beam that the world revolves around, and now what I'm going to do is draw a dashed line across here, and to draw to the left of this, what we have is if it's Muslim terrorists, we'll put right here, quote, Muslim terrorists that did 9/11, think about what happens. So if it's Muslim, quote, terrorists right there, then what we have is war, death, destruction, and mayhem. This is absolutely ridiculous right here. Poverty, what else do we have? We have no privacy. Everyone's gonna still work 9 to 5, so we'll say work 9 to 5. And then what else do we have? Yeah, we have slavery, we have pollution. I'll write there pollution because of free energy, lack of free energy right there. NWO, debt. What else do we have? And yeah, we have, well, stupidity. People get dumbed down. They realize that they believe the Muslim hijackers did this stuff. But then what we have is now on the right side of the truth movement, what we end up getting is a section that is the controlled opposition, and then beyond this part right here, this is the tipping point to flip this over. The tipping point is, and then the controlled opposition, the goal is you put them in this area that it's not going to do too much damage right here. This is, and I'll put an arrow over here. Yeah, here, just fix that up over here, just put control opposition there, and there's the tipping point right at this line there, and then this part here to the right of it is literally hashtag free energy is the tipping point. That is how you get people woken up to do something about it. This is how you get the world back. And then the controlled opposition, you have the controlled demolition. Let's put controlled opposition, and what's fitting name is controlled demolition, like this. You got this. You got your thermite. I'll put quotations. I literally, how does thermite turn everything into dust? This doesn't make any sense. Thermite. Now you have mini nukes. And then you have regular nukes, I guess. Regular nukes. And then I guess you got XL size nukes. I don't know what nukes like this. What other trash is there? Oh yeah, the let's go to nano thermite. Thermite or thermate. It just goes on and on. Or actually, even better than this. I'm just gonna erase this one. Better than this one is the stop arguing. Arguing. This is ingenious. Yeah, so here we have this stop arguing. Put that in, fix that up, capital letters. That is, and if someone tells you that, is a psyop to the max. And here the question is, where did the towers go? Right here. This is all you got to do. Where did the towers go? This is a question we all need to ask for the rest of our lives. Where did towers go? Dr. Judy Wood. These are the tipping point. Judy Wood, like that, and what this will do is will end poverty. Well, can end poverty, war, and pollution. Right here. Now this is frozen up. Okay, and pollution, like that, and also open consciousness. Right now, your consciousness will blow up. It's just ridiculous what's possible in the world. And also right here is, well, yeah, you got to rewrite history. Oh, just what's going on with my computer? Because it's getting a long video all in one go. Rewrite history. History's going to get changed because it's everything is fake based on this. Like everything, you can't assume anything is right that you're told. And that's why 9/11 is the fulcrum. And now this is a level of truth right here. I'll put an arrow like this, and I'll be like, this is the truth part right here, or the level of truth. And then here, the tipping point is 100%, no less, no more. And here, let's say 50%. You got some lies, some truth. And here, this is, well, this is about a negative 1,000%. Ish, and it can go on and on, unlimited. Here you got, well, let's say here is 1,000%, because if unconscious, if there's some sort of open consciousness, it's endless what's possible, and this is an unlimited level of truth right here, what the world is made of. And opposite is true as well. It's an unlimited source of suffering too, if we keep going this path, unlimited, like that. With the less truth, everything becomes a lie. Yeah, so thus I come down with this, thus any large organization, website, country, or person of influence must be controlled to keep the truth of 9/11 suppressed. Because if someone, even at the 200,000 subscribers like SG Report, talked about the truth by 9/11, every single video they need to be talking about nonstop, it's going to be too big. It's going to go over the tipping point. That's the tipping point right here. We all need to pass it. And that's why if there's a big YouTube channel they're not talking about it, you know exactly why, especially if they talk against it. So the nuclear argument, 9/11. To further add to the 9/11 fulcrum right here, or I'll just write 9/11 plus Dr. G. Wood litmus test, as you see in part 4 and as above in the fulcrum 9/11, in which I use 9/11 and suggest you also as a way of discerning the level of trust to place on information sources, media outlets, and pretty much anyone in general in life. People that are not aware of 9/11 and the hashtag free energy tech behind it are similar to people that have never heard of electricity. Wake up, people. But beyond just a litmus test, it can also be used as the ultimate nuclear argument, or mini nukes, whatever, against pretty much anything. Best argument for the Matrix being real, 9/11. Best argument for gun rights, 9/11. Against censorship, 9/11. Defunding BBC and CBC, 9/11. Lowering taxes, 9/11. Lowering military spending, 9/11. Throw politicians in jail, 9/11. Best argument of a worldwide conspiracy, 9/11. Best argument for all other conspiracies such as chemtrails, cancer, disease, water, health, stage shootings, false flags, etc., 9/11. Best argument that countries are just different teams in the same league, 9/11. Best argument that the NWO is already here, 9/11. Best argument for hidden technology, 9/11. Hidden science, 9/11. Breakaway civilization, 9/11. The moon landings are fake, 9/11. That the immigration and refugee problem are fabricated, 9/11. Because they don't need any, you could live anywhere if you had free energy tech, and and that the government's killing their own people. Once you realize that, best argument that racism, class division, poverty, and war are all manufactured, 9/11. Let's put that down over here, 9/11. Best argument for UFOs, 9/11. Best argument for aliens, 9/11. Because remember, if they can hide something in plain sight, anything else can be hidden. Best argument that reality is not as it seems, 9/11. Best argument for questioning whether to go to public schools, 9/11. I'll start this one because there's other equally good arguments. Best argument for mind control, and specifically trauma-based mind control, 9/11. Best argument for fabricated history, 9/11. Best argument to not believe a word of mainstream media, 9/11. Best argument to be suspect of mainstream alternative or quote alternative media, 9/11. Best argument for the supernatural, 9/11. Best argument is to study the symbolism all around us, 9/11. That's why I looked into symbolism. Best argument for not voting, 9/11, unless they publicly say the truth of 9/11. Best argument that every major politician, especially the President of the United States, is controlled, 9/11. Best argument to find your true self, 9/11, because the world's not going to tell you. Everything's a lie. You have to find it yourself. Best argument to be humble, 9/11. Best argument that we all share the responsibility of the suffering in the world, 9/11. Because if you're not talking about nonstop, then what are you doing? Best argument to spend more time with your family, 9/11, because everything's fake. Only thing real is, your family and stuff like that. Best argument to set our differences aside and join together, 9/11. Best argument to be a better person, 9/11, and so on. This is why 9/11 will be covered up and steered through controlled opposition groups at all costs and likely at all times. Let me know of other topics that 9/11 helps resolve. And note number one, actually an equally good argument to question whether you should go to public schools is Oxford University stating that not making eye contact is racist. This is actually true. As if you gotta go to the Oxford University website, there's a newsletter, equality and diversity newsletter. You can't make this stuff up. What we really mean by advancing race equality, or why being colorblind is not enough. Well, everyday racism, sometimes called microaggressions, subtle everyday racism, can appear trivial, but repeated microaggressions can be tiring, alienating, and lead to mental ill health. Racial microaggressions might include not making eye contact or speaking directly to people, not believing someone is British. Where are you from? No, I mean originally. Jokes, drawing attention to someone's difference, their accent or nationality. Some people who do these things may be entirely well-meaning and would be mortified to realize that they caused offense. But this is of little consequence if a possible effect of their words or actions is to suggest to people that they may fulfill a negative stereotype or do not belong. Again, we are working to address this by raising awareness of this type of subtle racism in our training. Has the world gone mad? Hashtag ideological subversion. And then BBC, okay, they go and say, Oxford University, sorry for eye contact. Instead of saying, eye contact racism claim, instead of BBC talking about how trash Oxford University is, or quote, university, instead they say Oxford University apologized for saying that avoiding eye contact could be everyday racism after it was accused of discriminating against autistic people. This is discriminating against everybody. So Oxford, quote, University, apologized not for the overall stupidity of their newsletter, but because it, quote, offends autistic people. It offends everyone, actually. What is wrong with these? Hashtag defund Oxford, also defund BBC. And note number two, actually the Pope Serpent Audience Hall and Baphomet statue are equally good arguments for many of the above issues as well, like conspiracy and this aliens or whatever. Especially proving we live in the Matrix. Because if you show someone the Pope's Audience Hall and that statue and the mirror image of it, I don't know what anymore. So anyways, my recommendations for, quote, alternative media outlets, and it's just to give you my 2 cents on it. So the truth is very hard to find, but what's hard is finding people who are actually being truthful. Doesn't matter if they're always right, but as long as they're being truthful. Thus, I would like to share some of my favorite sources that are absolutely full of knowledge, but most importantly, they are, as far as I can tell, after listening to hundreds of hours in double speed, you gotta check out double speed, are truly genuine. Number one is Richard Hall. Incredible research and interviews on 9/11 ufology and media subversion. His website is richplanet.net. Go there, and every single video of his is a must-watch and should be required viewing for all. You will earn a PhD in life by watching every video of his. And note, if you watch every video of mine, you'll go absolutely mad. So again, as quote, believe none of what you hear and only half of what you see. Great quote. And Andrew Johnson, great champion of 9/11 and very interesting research into topics few dare to touch, including UFOs, aliens, and other stuff like that. It's pretty cool. And again, saying check the evidence, go to his YouTube channel, check it out. This guy is a hero in my mind. Great hero. And I respect his push for 9/11 just tremendously. And Michael Tessarian, the most knowledgeable person on all things occult, especially on symbolism. Excellent philosophy and psychology, arguably the best in the entire world. I'm just fascinated. Very compelling theories on the origins of humanity and in answering the often ignored question of evil and what it is and where it came from. So the hashtag prepare to have your mind blown. In my view, he is the, quote, David Icke that the establishment doesn't want you to know about. Here's Unslaved Podcast on YouTube. It's very fascinating there. His website, you have to go link over there, Unslaved Podcast. The website's over here, unslaved.com. His quotes are, we must never tolerate the lie and know thyself. So if you go to his website, there's a paywall there. You probably search on YouTube for a lot of his lectures. Absolutely mind-boggling, especially his Atlantis origins and stuff like that. It's just crazy. So know thyself, and we must never tolerate the lie. It's absolutely fascinating stuff. His Wikipedia page was deleted as well, and there's also no mention of his work on astrotheology's Wikipedia page, so that's always a good sign. And also William Bill Cooper, amazing, straightforward insight into geopolitics, ufology, and the shadow government. Official site is houroftheTimeoverthere.com. He is the, quote, Alex Jones that the establishment had to kill off, quote, allegedly. And if you saw my earlier video, I think it was part 4 or something like that, I hypothesized that they had to kill him off because he was going to blow the whistle on 9/11, and he was too big and too truthful on his radio channel. So again, his quote, read everything, listen to everybody, believe nothing unless you can prove it with your own research, and that is what I say as well. But mine's now, it's like, use a Judy Wood litmus test, and it'll save you time. Whatever's going to happen that they are going to blame on Osama bin Laden, don't you even believe it. One of the best quotes of all time before 9/11. So listen to as much as you can. You go to here on YouTube, search his name, Bill Cooper, and listen to everything. Yeah, and in 9/11 Truth Part 4, I explain why I strongly suspect he was killed off because he eventually was going to find the truth of 9/11, and his audience was too big for the establishment to risk not killing him. That is my hypothesis. And also Alan Watts. I got confused, Alan Watt. Amazing knowledge on spirituality and philosophy. Listen to as much videos as you can. Just go YouTube, search Alan Watts. He died in 1973, but his lectures are a gold mine of spirituality and philosophy, just crazy stuff. And also Alan Watt, amazing insight into the current world power structure and direction it is heading. Note, I'd confused Alan Watt for so long, and I just put him in there as well, because some of this stuff is pretty fascinating. If you go to YouTube channels over here, minor criticism, over-skeptical about motivations of anyone discussing UFOs, aliens, etc., but which is still understandable given the ridiculous amount of disinfo out there. Much like in 9/11, but not as easy to sift through, i.e. towers turning dust right in front of your very eyes, very difficult to cover up once you see it. And MES slogan in progress, if it's not on Wikipedia, it's probably true. And the answer to most life's problems and solutions is 9/11. Hopefully you'll like these recommendations of other ones soon. So note, other YouTube channels I recommended are Titus Frost, really graceful in the outer light and outer dark. But one note of criticism is that they need to realize that the mainstream media is extremely sophisticated. We're talking levels beyond even imagination, to the point where they can, quote, steer the discussion even of those who can see through their lies. They steer the alternative, remember that. Thus, finding the truth of anything sometimes may require diving into the details with a fine-tuned comb, looking to police reports and other stuff like that in extremely detailed stuff, such as in Richard Hall's 14-plus hours of Madeleine McCann's films, of Madeleine McCann films that he made, and Dr. Judy Wood's 500-page book on 9/11, going through every single bit of evidence to pretty much rule every technology out but some advanced free energy tech. Unbelievable. For example, simply pointing to the unspecified consensus of a couple thousand architects and engineers, Outer Light's been doing that, or a 10-second clip of quote, Building 7, or pointing to the death of a demolition expert shortly after stating WTC 7 looks like controlled demolition. I wouldn't even rule out that an expert being assassinated to make the demolition disinfo more believable. They're willing to kill 1,000 people. They're going to kill someone, even if, quote, demolition expert, just to make it more believable. Is exactly what the ruling establishment wants the alternative media to spend their time on, which is Building 7 nonsense and architects, engineers nonsense. Just because someone tells you the mainstream is fake does not mean they're real. One thing in common with the first 3 people I stated, which was Richard Hall, Andrew Johnson, and Michael Tsarian, is that none of them have Wikipedia pages, and although Bill Cooper has a Wikipedia page about him, it is nothing more than a hit piece against him to downplay his almost certain assassination. So he has one, but he's dead, and likely assassinated. And as I explained in part 4, Bill Cooper was almost certainly killed off because his audience was large enough to possibly push past the tipping point once he learned about what actually happened on 9/11, which was a risk the ruling establishment didn't want him to take, because he's been talking about free energy for many years before that. And he just, if he had that proof, holy cow. Note, I also recommend Truthstream Media on YouTube because of their in-depth research, but I am wary of their occasional pushing of, quote, Building 7 and AE911Truth disinfo, especially since they have recently made a video about Hurricane Aaron. Here we go on their video. You can see that. Also, he talks about how before 9/11 they were actually dropped these 20 instrumented packages called drop zones were dropped into Hurricane Aaron by 2 NASA research aircraft. Holy cow. And then speaking of hurricanes, talking about this posted, again, this is a couple weeks ago, December 13th. And I wonder how many people even know this was there. And then I wrote, yep, heard about the hurricane, Dr. Judy Wood's brilliant book, Where the Towers Go, #free energy. And this person commented, one of the many truths about what really happened at the World Trade Center on 9/11, only found by this courageous scientist, an amazing human being, which she self-published in her forensic magnum opus, or monumental work, Where the Towers Go, Evidence of Directed Free Energy Technology in 9/11. And then Truth Stream, kind of like building stuff, not many people ever heard about this either. Just stop pushing this BS trash. And there's Andrew Johnson, the pit bull that he is. Gotta respect. Dr. Wood and myself have been talking about Hurricane Aaron since 2008. Remember that. And you have a popular YouTuber like Truth Stream with 201,000 subscribers now bringing it up. Think about it. Why are they now bringing it up? When she first discovered its connection to the events of 9/11, yeah, of course it was a coincidence, not a coincidence. The makers and watchers of this video have an opportunity here for further study and understanding. Read Where the Towers Go, or watch the related videos, or read my book 9/11 Finding the Truth. I'm kind of surprised that Mark didn't mention this book to you. I believe one of a mutual friend there, or someone mutual acquaintance. Or if he did, you didn't include any reference to put it in your video description. Actually, I'm not surprised because Dr. Wood's research is seemingly centered, even by those one would expect to talk about it more. See my presentation, Taboo of Disclosures. Disclosure, perhaps you can make a quote part 2, or just repost Irrefutable part 6 to your favorite, to your popular channel. Adam won't mind. He's the guy who created Irrefutable. You got to watch all those videos. Absolutely fascinating. I'm gonna have to go rewatch some of them. I've only watched a bit of them. I didn't know realize I had a YouTube channel. I'll go and check it out, and I'll be sharing on Twitter. So follow me there at MathEasy Solutions, or MathEasy and then SOLNS. Anyways, and then this person replied, check the evidence. Yes, let's hope that Aaron and Melissa get hold of a copy of Where Did the Towers Go by Dr. Judy Wood and studied with a view to finding the truth. The connection between 9/11, Hurricane Aaron, free energy, has been known about for well over a decade thanks to Dr. Judy Wood. The hurricane being stationary on the morning of 9/11 off the coast of NYC is certainly not a coincidence. Think Tesla coil in relation to hurricanes. Dry thunder was noted at 3 main airports in NYC on the morning of 9/11. I'll be covering this in great detail in later videos, so stay tuned. So we know that there was a static field present on the East Coast during the events of 9/11. The 9/11 Truth movement is controlled opposition with its various theories of thermite controlled demolition, mini nukes, etc., etc. If anyone in this thread mentions space beams in relation to Dr. Judy Wood's book Where the Towers Go, then they are proliferating the misdirection of gatekeeper Professor Stephen E. Jones, the proponent of thermite in the 9/11 Truth movement. Interestingly, Stephen E. Jones coined the term cold fusion in addition to coining the term space beam to discredit Dr. Judy Wood's work, as well as laughing at her losing her job at the university, and whistleblower court case against the contractors to the NIST report. She actually sued the NIST report. Think about it. And when was it Stephen E. Jones coined the detracting term cold fusion? It was in relation to Pons and Fleischmann's low energy nuclear reactions, or LNER. I'm just going to call it cold fusion because it sounds cool, and I like the ridicule of mainstream media because that's a badge of honor. Research back in the 80s. Melissa and Aaron, I recommend you listen to Dr. Judy Wood's lectures and radio interviews, and also Andrew Johnson's 9/11 research into the cover-up. That is known as the 9/11 Truth Movement. Also, it might be useful to look at Dr. Eugene Maloff's work, including his book Fire from Ice, which interestingly mentions Professor Stephen E. Jones multiple times. All the best, and Mena. And again, Andrew Johnson's constant push for constant push to expose the real truth of 9/11 is what I respect most about him. And now let's hope that that large quote truth YouTubers like Truth Stream Media build up the courage needed to live up to their name. Stay tuned for 9/11 Truth Part 7. So yeah, that is all for today. It's an epic long video, and I don't make these videos if I don't believe in it. This is epic. Anyone that follows this, to stop arguing all these bogus theories. I don't care how much you trust them, how much you like the other videos. It does not matter. Nothing is bigger than 9/11. If you can name something bigger, actually, the Pope Audience Hall's snake-like audience hall and Baphomet statue. That could be on par. I don't know. That's just that's a bigger mind blow. But anyways, this psychopath, one of the most disgusting humans who've ever lived. Anyways, scroll back up. This is epic. You watch this, you get a PhD in how controlled opposition works. When you scroll all the way back up, wrap it up, And yeah, the Freemason AE911Truth. This is the smoking gun of Building 7, not that trash 10-second clip of it falling. And again, look behind. What? Blue sky? Not blue sky. Absolutely amazing. So, yep. I'll be going further into this. And let me see what happened here. Okay. It's like freezing or something. Oh, I keep going. There's, yeah, Abraham Havis Rodriguez. Great human being. They're speaking up to these disinfo agents, these disgusting... if you want proof that there's reptilians or whatever, or psychopaths, this is proof. That's the best part. That's what that's the guy should be talking about, pure evil. That's what, what's his name, David Icke should be telling the people. These are the irrefutable proof that these are psychopaths, no emotions. People are dying because of not knowing the truth, and this guy is just walking around laughing it up and censoring what it really happened 9/11. This is bombshell stuff. And let's keep going up. This is real tears, psychopath tears. And yeah, look at this hot dust. Look at that. It's not hot dust. Stop listening to these lying scumbags. And there it is. The old world turned into the one world. Oh man, these psychopaths, man. Okay, let's scroll back up. But yeah, hopefully like my alternative media choices. Those guys are epic. And again, only the first two are the ones that speak about 9/11, and the one that speak about the most, you get a higher boost. So if you have a couple 100,000 subscribers and you talk about Judy Wood, you may be the hero of heroes. Look at this again. The fire, this paper not burned. What is this? This mystic sorcery or whatever it is. All right, scroll back up. This paper's not burned. What is this? Molten steel. Don't believe these lying scumbags. Molten rock. A picture. This is epic. Epic. This is why they don't like showing this stuff. Oh man, all my this is such a long video. All my little notes are moved up a bit. Hopefully, I'll fix that up as I print the notes. And just scroll all the way back up. This is gonna be epic. And again, this is a smoking gun. This is a smoking gun. This is a ambulance not damaged. That is a smoking gun, not hot. They're walking on it. There's not these fires on the ground for hours or for months or whatever. This nonsense trash. Oh, there it is. They're walking literally the second of it, or like the minutes after or hours after. This is epic stuff. Just open your minds, people. This is trash. What, quote, really happened. This is evil. I don't know what this is. It's like mind control. And this is epic. Epic stuff. How do you explain that? Was Mini Nukes doing that or something? Okay, scroll back. This is not what happened. There's no hole in the ground. These are such lying, disgusting stuff. Later I'll go over the subway station underneath. Just literally barely damaged. And going on. And hopefully, if you Joseph McCufferty, if you watch this video, hopefully this answers the question. When I said I'm going to cover this, I'm going to cover it. And I want to make no doubt, again, all this 666, no doubt that controlled opposition groups are controlled opposition groups, regardless how much you like them. 666, I don't know what's up with all these people in the 666. The world leaders. This is what, if David Icke was even real about reptilians, you could just show this, because remember, they don't want anyone too effective, too powerful. You show them a photo of that, or this one of them literally worshipping a giant owl, or like the upside down pentagram in Washington D.C. Jumanji stuff, I gotta look into this. This is epic stuff. But yeah, the Jumanji stuff, I think there might be something there. And again, the monster 666 and the vav. So yeah, going up, the World Wide Web 66. I don't know anymore. I gotta look at that. And then yeah, Freemasons around the world, or whatever these people are. And there's a 666 Chrome symbol. It's almost laughable. If it's just ridiculous. And anyway, scroll up. There's the G, the Freemason G, the Apple computing. There's the apple and the tree of life, forbidden fruit. You got the Freemason logo. It's just getting ridiculous. On the Apple Store, you got the Freemason architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth. This is just getting epic. Scroll back up. This Freemason George Washington. There's the Baphomet logo, a Baphomet pose. George Washington Zeus, and the that's mirrored statue of this is supposedly Jesus in a nuclear explosion. And there's a highlight over there. We gotta watch my last two videos on the Vizzini sculpture and the audience hall. And again, there's people talking here. Think about architects and engineers have 400,000 people on their Facebook page posting this kind of nonsense, disgusting trash. These are one of the most evil people ever known to man. Scroll up. There's Richard Gage, a lying scumbag. Look how controlled and professional this is. Go on and on. So you could read all about them, but you'll never see Judy Wood there. That's how dangerous she is. Go back up. Building 7. Oh man, breaking through. This is the contributions. And then even on Stephen Jones, they said, "Oh, look, you could read it more on his contribution on Wired." And there's this disgusting human being on Wired and on Infinite Energy. And then if you read them, Infinite Energy is literally trashing him. It's not contributions. And the Wired literally says like horrible write-up of it. And again, not everything goes boom is a bomb. And this is egg in a microwave. The microwave, I gotta do that. So yes, follow my stuff at democracy. We don't live in a democracy anywhere in the world. Scroll back up. Hopefully, yeah, anyway, that's all for today. Hopefully you learned, and it's pretty epic. I'm like exhausted. And like always, you can download the exact notes in the link below, as well as download all the notes at mes.fm/911truth, and as well as viewing all these notes on Steemit. Yeah, put it over here quickly at steemit.com/@mes. Hopefully follow along, and again, make sure while following my free energy series, mes.fm/free-energy-playlist. Anyways, that's all for today. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned for another math easy solution.